All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cropper here with the Saturday Night Philosophy Hangout, just carrying out my threat to regularly do a philosophy room. Joined this evening by Justin early on. You didn't have a lot to say the other night, or other people were speaking in excess, maybe. Was there anything you wanted to say the other night that you never got a chance to say, if you remember anything? Give me 1 second. I got some nonsense going in the background. It's going to start. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, Edward has just showed up. In fact, speak of the devil. So, Edward, how you doing tonight? I'm unmuting you. Give me 1 second here. That's good to know that the muting permissions thingy is working well. All right, you can unmute yourself at will. How are you this evening, sir?
How am I coming in?
Good. You could speak a little louder, perhaps, if you...
Right. Yeah, I'm testing a new microphone setup, so I'm going to be making some adjustments along the way. I've got this whole thing rigged up. Because I was just using a stand, and now I'm using a scissors crane with a pop shield.
Right. Of course.
Well, we've got to be professional about this, haven't we?
I think we do and should, but I'm just using an old Mac I bought for $40, so...
All right. Well, you know, I do like my technology.
Black Miasma, welcome to the jig. This is...
So what were we talking about? The time I took on communists or the time I took on Christian fundamentalists? Not as much difference.
Oh, that was a disaster yesterday. Ooh, what a disaster. Oh, it was a disaster. They railed on about nothing. Oh my God, it was a disaster. I should fill up my glass. I was actually just reading here a passage from the Nicomachean Ethics in McKeon's line 35. Now let's see, it's line 1101, or the paragraph around line 1101, pardon me. So if we need to light a fire, I think it's an interesting passage because it destroys hedonism, and it says that the purpose of life is pleasure, and yet this passage destroys hedonism and says hedonism fails, and the purpose of life is happiness. So, shall I embark on these sentences? There's 3 or 4 sentences here. Shall we? Okay. If activities are what gives life its character, no happy man can become miserable, for he will never do the acts that are hateful and mean. For the man who is truly good and wise, we think bears all the chances of life becomingly and always makes the best of circumstances, as a good general makes the best military use of the army at his command, and a shoemaker the best use of the hides given. And if this is the case, the happy man can never become miserable, though he will not reach blessedness, if he meet with fortune like those of Priam. All right, far off. But the living just for pleasure would exclude all the things he's just said about if activities are what gives life its character. Now, if your activities that give your life its character, make your life what it is, are hedonistic, that's going to give your life one flavor. And he's just outlined what he says it's happiness, or what a good man does. And it's not hedonistic at all. Now, this is one little teeny paragraph, and there are paragraphs before and after. But it's food for thought, I think. I think it was a good passage. I could go on, but he's just going off more in this direction. He's going on about the happy man. How it's difficult for him to be moved from his state of happiness. It takes more than one little misadventure. We've all met the person who we work with who just goes insane when there's some little teeny event. And a truly happy man is not like that. It takes quite a big thing to cause a ruckus in his life. So there's some food for thought from Aristotle. We can do that, or we can do a Muslim terrorist attack or whatever's happened today.
I haven't caught up with the news yet. I'm still following what happened at the DNC. Stephen Crowder's got a really good coverage of it, as has Ben Shapiro, because it was a shameless cycle of pandering. Because it deals with the nature of morality itself, because they're basically saying that they're moral because they have a midget on stage and an illegal immigrant on stage and a gay guy on stage. But that, first of all, you're locking in a voting bloc, so it's self-serving. Secondly, your solutions to their supposed problems all involve you getting more power, so it's self-serving.
Yeah.
And so and of course you're using this in order to help people supposedly through a method of coercion through the state rather than through voluntary activity. So in three key areas it's not moral, and those three flaws are very, very obvious to anybody that isn't indoctrinated. But the audience think it's good, but they're not thinking it through. If they really did care about all these people, they'd just go out and help them. They volunteer, they get other people to volunteer. But instead we've got the situation where being moral now must mean voting for someone who is going to enforce these things through coercion, yet more taxes, yet more government expenditure, and less room for voluntary activity, because it's sort of rendering voluntary morality obsolete. And that's what I find so disturbing in the long run, because there's only voluntary morality. There is no such thing as involuntary morality. And this is one of the biggest moral flaws of the left. They think that you can have involuntary morality.
Well, yeah, to take one of the points you mentioned, they think when, for example, food stamps, someone gets on food stamps and welfare, then they tend to vote for the politician who guarantees food stamps and welfare and doesn't say, no, I'm going to do away with them. So they tend to think that that's sort of almost like a coincidence, not really significant, that paying for voters turns into more voters. They don't, I think people see it, but for some reason they think it's insignificant, or they
have to.
don't know how to address it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, to everybody else, this is cynical pandering, this is power grabbing, this is because these people aren't actually being helped. I mean, because lowering the bar through affirmative action doesn't help people in the long run. Wrapping people around feminist narratives, paranoia about patriarchy, a psychological dependency on self-serving feminist groups and activities, that doesn't help women at all. So, I mean, all these groups, when dealing with black people, for example, constantly telling them that every single time a black person is shot by a cop, it's because of a genocide against white people, a genocide against blacks. How does that help them? How does that paranoia help them? And then, because it's a distraction, who is in charge of all these black communities? Democrats. Who is constantly pandering to them?
No one's in charge of our communities. What the hell?
I'm talking like who are the councillors? Who are the mayors? Who are the local representatives?
The black community isn't a hive mind. It's multiple groups of different communities, some of which are integrated within larger communities and some of which are not. Yes. And they're also influenced by local areas as well. We aren't aliens who live on a different reality.
Yes, but I'm talking about the predominant narrative that's constantly being promoted.
The predominant narrative that's constantly being promoted changes based on whatever is going on within the political atmosphere, like with white people. Yes. We aren't the Black Panther, Edward.
Yes, I know, but look how many people are trying to push black communities in that direction. Look at how many of these.
In what direction?
Look at the DNC. The DNC had all these women who were brought up, and they were all the mothers of black kids that have been shot by police. And in many instances, these weren't examples. The police were exonerated. They weren't examples of racism. They were.
They were. Yeah, like. Our country does have a history of racism. It does have a history of issues.
Yes, and the left have a vested interest in constantly reminding everybody because virtually all of their policies depend on white guilt.
What you consider white guilt is our reality, for the most part. So, Yeah, that is going to be a concern, especially since a lot of blacks do vote Democrat. Yes, that is going to happen. That happens as a result of the reality in which we live, Edward.
Or did live, depending, because
No,
the
not.
situation.
Well, yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't exactly live during the age of segregation anymore, but
But
that
you wouldn't
hasn't
think
completely
that if
gone
you saw the
away.
DNC. Well, I'm just
No.
talking specifically about how the left are approaching this, or the far left. They are
Okay,
trying to
so
drum
they're
up a
talking.
mindset of sectarianism. They're trying to drum up a mindset of constant perpetual victimhood on black people, which doesn't help them.
I don't think you can prove. I don't even think you can actually prove that.
I sat through the DNC. I know what they were
You
doing.
sat, you sat through the DNC and you may have come to your own conclusions about what was said, but those conclusions don't meet up with reality. They
Why
don't.
not?
I'm sorry, they don't. Your impressions of something does not make that
I'm not
true.
talking about life for black people on the ground. I'm not talking about life of black Americans. I'm talking about what the ideology is doing. I'm talking about the narrative.
What is this ideology as you perceive it?
Well, in this particular case, the
Okay.
Democrat ideology and the far left ideology, they were burning American flags outside of the DMC, screaming down with white capitalism.
Okay.
So that is the kind of culture that I'm talking about.
So a lot of Democrats in America are more right, or more to the right, actually. A lot of the left, as you perceive it, such as SJWs, do not like a lot of Democrats because they are more to the right than a lot of SJWs who lean more to the left.
Well, it depends. You see, the problem is I don't use the left-right wing dichotomy
Like
most of the time
the
because
problem
it's
is, I
arbitrary.
don't think you understand the actual political atmosphere of the left in America.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get away from it because it's constantly being broadcasted. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I've studied American politics for 20 years. I know the narratives, I know the talking points, I know what they're actually saying.
If you studied American politics, then you would know the American landscape, especially regarding the left, as it is very different. It is not like, for example, I am a liberal, a super fucking liberal. You know what I don't agree with though? I don't agree with hate speech laws. That's only a small difference that separates a lot of fucking liberals and progressives and Democrats. The left in America is a lot more nuanced and different than you seem to give it credit for. We are not all SJWs, and we
No.
do not all adhere to political.
No, but I'm prioritizing the ones that concern me and worry me the most. That's all I'm doing. I'm just
If you
focusing
were,
on the biggest problems.
if you were, you would not be using SJWs as a catch-all for the entirety of the Democratic Party.
Oh, I'm not. I'm just talking. When I talk
Okay.
about SJWs, I just mean SJWs. When I talk about Democrats,
Okay.
when I talk about moderate liberals, I'm well aware of all the different categories. And,
All
and
right.
but I have a lot of contempt for moderate leftists because they clearly aren't holding these people to any account. I'm talking about the extremists. I have the same thing with the right. The right don't do enough to keep the religious right, the ultra fundamentalists in check. I mean, they're very, very scary. They do a lot of very, very worrying things in America. They constantly push for theocracy, and the right as a whole just don't keep them in check. And it's the same thing with the left. You've got all these SJW groups, you've got all these far left groups, you've got these third wave intersectional feminists, you've got all this critical theory, post-colonialism stuff, and it's very, very worrying, and the majority of the left are in total denial that it's even happening.
No one's in total denial that it's
Oh,
happening.
yes, yes, they are.
Hold on. What you see as total denial for a lot of people is complete ignorance as to their existence. A lot of the groups and people that you're also talking about are people who live on the internet. A lot of people, especially people who vote Democrat, don't really exist on the internet in the degrees or access it with as much regularity as yourself or I do.
Well, the problem is that these people aren't just on the internet. They're in colleges, universities.
They're in colleges and universities, and a lot of those people in colleges and universities don't regularly interact with the same people that a lot of the same people that what do you call us, quote unquote, black people on the ground.
Yes. But the problem is that we dealt with this was a couple of days ago, where we were talking to someone who calls themselves a moderate leftist or whatever, and I tried to.
One second. what did you say, Nadia? I object to the term SJW by the martial metaphor being patriarchal and implying hierarchical dominating relationships. Do
Okay.
you have a preference
I
for
don't care.
SJWs then? Well, do you have a preferred, I guess, term, Nadia?
I didn't call them SJWs. I call them snowflakes.
You call them
Yeah,
snowflakes?
snowflakes is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, snowflakes is, I suppose, I don't even know what kind of descriptor a snowflake would be.
It
Like a
means
special snowflake, I guess.
they're really, really delicate.
Alright.
Well, I prefer the term hypersensitive, but yeah.
That's
Because it's a deliberately cultivated hypersensitivity.
Hypersensitive is rather, like, wordy, though. It's not.
it's just,
I mean, like, it
Now you're
is,
talking to a
right? It's
philosopher.
like,
it's
come
a little
on, like, really, it's like you're hypersensitive. I know that, like, where it's like, snowflakes just rolls off the tongue, or, like, you know, something that's, something that just kind of rolls off the tongue.
I just prefer being more precise. That's all. I have a preference for certain forms of language, and I continue to use the term SJW simply because a lot of people know what I mean. I have to use some sort of common frame of reference.
I mean, like, I'm a social justice person, but I'm like, yeah, I'm fine if you call me an SJW for the most part. Like, I don't really care, mostly because, like, but I can get, there are people who don't like it, so I'm like, alright.
Yeah. Well, the problem is getting people on the left to recognize the scale of the problem, because the DNC were pandering to what we would consider extremists. They were pandering to people who we would consider the fringe a few years ago. A lot of the kind of hypersensitive, trigger warning, safe space, microaggression, hate speech legislations kind of groups, they are becoming more mainstream, and the left are still in denial as to what's going on. And when I try to explain to these people, when I try to explain about the horrific cultural damage that third wave intersectional feminism has on society, they don't want to hear it, and because they're too busy still attacking the right. And that's the problem. I understand what it's like on the left wing. I understand that it's everything is the fault of conservatives and Republicans. That's a lot of what people are taught. But nonetheless, we do need to focus on the fact that there is a rising far left activism that is really, really scary. I mean, it's nihilistic, it's hate-filled.
I am the far left.
Totally good. Yes, I can see that.
Hello, evil far left brother. There we go. Glory to the Empire.
I'd be hopefully a sister. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. Wait, I thought somebody else said that. I'm sorry. My fault, not here.
No worries.
Well, the reason what...
I straight thought that was Justin who said that. Sorry again, not.
It's emotion. Yeah, it was emotionalism, narcissism. Yeah, I mean.
Why do you say nihilistic?
Wow.
Why do you?
I am. It's very rare. Go ahead. I don't think Justin's broadcast. I don't think Justin is.
Like pure envy.
Well, he's on a mobile device. We can hear him, but the YouTube audience can't. Go ahead.
Oh, that's a shame. Who is it?
What were you saying,
Justin. Just broadcasting him like any other member of the panel will work. There we go.
Alright, what were you saying, Nadia? You said you don't think Justin's on what?
He's not broadcast. He's not broadcast. The YouTube audience can't hear him.
Alright, my fault.
He was here when I started the room, so I never thought I didn't think. Okay, Justin. Gosh, sorry. Well, at least you didn't talk a whole bunch before that. Anyway, now you're live on with us. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, I was going to say it was more implicit rather than explicit, but when I look at my underlying premises from when I was on the left, I mean, I would call it nihilistic because of things like taxing the rich. I wanted to tax the rich really just to make it more equal, not to help the poor. It was just more to pretty much so they didn't have it.
Well, this is why there's a perpetual dichotomy in far-left activism. Because if you look at feminism, for example, if you read a lot of their literature, it's not so much about being pro-women as being anti-males. If you look at a lot of the SJWs, it's not so much about being pro-black as it is about being anti-white. If you read a lot of the literature, read a lot of the Twitters, read the social media, it's all white people this, white people that, and there's a venom, there's a hatred, and it's building and building and building. And it's the same thing with socialists and Marxists classically. It wasn't so much about helping the poor, so much as screwing over the rich. This goes back to the French Revolution. The French Revolution spent more time attacking and executing aristocrats than it did really helping the poor, because it ultimately boils down to a hatred and a tribalism. And so you see this more and more with as the left get further and further and further to the left, they're going to be more about hating the group that is opposed to the group that they're supposedly for. And that's what concerns me. There is more hatred, there's more violence, there's more intolerance, and if you try to challenge it, you will be dismissed on the basis of whatever identity label they choose to give you. So I will be dismissed because I'm male, because I'm white, because I'm straight, and those are all categories which basically constitute being subhuman in the eyes of the far left. I mean, I get insulted for being cisgendered, which is something I didn't even know I was. So I get insulted for a label which they've chosen to give me, and I don't even. I had to, when you have to look up the term that's being used to basically cast you aside and delegitimize you, you're dealing with crackpots.
It's weird how
gotta love the made-up terms.
I understand there are poor representatives of the positions I hold.
A lot of poor representatives, that's the problem. I don't think that trans people are helped by leftist collectivist mindset, because trans people are individuals and they need to be helped with individualism, same as blacks, same as women, same as minorities, because individualism is about transcending those differences and understanding that they're ultimately trivial.
I'd object that I think some number of traditional, say, anarchist analyses would deny both individualism and collectivism as extremes that fail to account for, I guess, the full range of oppressions and so on. Go ahead.
Well, I think that individualism does account for pretty much all group activities. We discern what group activities are healthy for the individual and what group activities are unhealthy. That's what we do. That's what individualism is. It is about social and group activity. It's just that some forms of group activity are oppressive towards individuals and some are not. And
I would refer you... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, carry on.
Oh, I would refer you to, I guess, the... Stanford article on methodological individualism, which I think gives some idea of the difficulties with, I guess, a number of phenomena like, micro-realization, robustness, that individualism fails to account for. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, invariably, these are left-wing sources that are attacking individualism because they want to promote collectivism. That's my problem. I mean, just about every attack on individualism I've ever seen has been a collectivist left-wing attack. And it worries me, because if you look at all the great atrocities of our history, they were all created by collectivist ideologies and that were anti-individualist, and it's always the individuals that suffer. Whether it's the French Revolution, Russian Revolution, Chinese Revolution, Pol Pot, Che Guevara, all of them, they were all collectivist, they all are anti-individualist, whereas where are the individualist atrocities? Where are the individualist dictatorships? Where are the individualist fascists?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, carry on.
Illegalism featured some number of, what you might call individualist atrocities, as you might guess by the name. I mean, it literally endorsed criminal activity as a form of individualist expression and so on. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's, if you violate rule of law, that's not any form of individualism that I'm promoting. I mean, rule of law is a cornerstone of civilization. I mean, as an objectivist, I'm a capitalist, which means I believe in zero government involvement in the economy and rule of law. You have to have both. So I wouldn't promote any form of criminal activity under any circumstances unless you were challenging a specific law, like the Scopes trial or something like that. So I mean, you could find some fringe nutcases, but the bulk of individualism is pro law and order, absolutely 100%. It's just that I just worry about trans people and gay people because I see them being herded into these LGBTQ collectivist groups, these voting blocks, and I don't think that they're ultimately being well served by being constantly pandered to, because the pandering is very narrow and it fits only a certain narrative about what gay people are, and what they're supposed to do, and what trans people are, what they're supposed to do. So the left go with a specific psychological diagnosis of trans people, for example, and then they stick with that, and they don't. And any discussion of any alternative trans psychological issue is considered bigotry, hate speech, and shouted down and smeared, etc., etc. And this kind of narrow-minded approach, I don't think helps people who are supposed to be products of a broad-minded perspective. Because it's the same with diversity groups. All these diversity groups are diverse racially, but they're not diverse philosophically, not diverse politically. Diversity people are the most narrow-minded people you'll ever meet, because the diversity is just a smokescreen for an extremely narrow-minded far-left activism.
It's weird how
it's strictly... well, okay. Individualism, spans more than, I guess, things that might be representative of your position, and law and order and such. Well, I may stand attention to it. I'd say are not, I guess, necessary aspects of individualism, and aspects of it may go beyond that. Also, in terms of the matters of diversity and such, I think they're referring to diversity of categoric meso-level social structural formations as opposed to corporate. So, in that respect, I think the matters of inclusion and different kinds of groups for which inclusion is sought is consistent, because it's a matter of the matter of the categoric and not the corporate, right?
Yes, but it's cynical because you're basically herding all these different people together in order to indoctrinate them into one particular perspective. It's not just that they're all broadly left-wing, it's just that they tend to become more and more and more of a particular type of left-wing. And it's clear that the whole thing is manipulated to that effect.
I'm not sure.
Could you do? Well, I see this constantly. But could you name specific individualist philosophies that don't teach law and order? Because I've never heard of them, and I would be interested in looking them up.
Well, the most notable one is illegalism.
Well, that's
illegalism. Go ahead.
Yeah, one aspect of individualism is the notion to be left alone. So it doesn't make sense for you to be an individualist and attack others and violate the freedom of others. So
yeah, you have to be consistent.
It doesn't really make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because individualism is about individual rights, and the idea of you having the individual rights and not anybody else makes no sense. You have to be consistent in those values. So I'll look up individualism, but I strongly suspect it'll be incredibly inconsistent. There's always going to be a whopping contradiction in there somewhere. Yeah, because that's why we're pro law and order. That's why we're pro everyone getting the same individual rights, because we value consistency, and we see so much harm done by people whose beliefs are not consistent. Inconsistency itself is a kind of harmful thing for human beings.
I just was going to say that the left. It's odd, I was going to say this a bit back, but perhaps it's still fruitful. It's odd that the left is hateful, racist, bigoted, judgmental, sexist, and they accuse us of all that and don't think that they're doing any of it.
Well, it's because they use the Marxist hierarchy of oppression. They define racism as oppression plus power. And
how else are we supposed to induct all the neutral people into our alien hive mind?
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. But the
Sure.
point is, yeah, by defining bigotry or racism as prejudice plus power, you basically say that prejudice and racism can only exist in your limited, narrow definitions, giving complete carte blanche, total license for women to be sexist, for blacks to be racist, for trans to be anti-cis, for gays to be anti-straight. And it's an absolutely horrific, nightmarish scenario, but that's cultural Marxism. What else are you going to do if you define
Being
things
left
in
wing, being left
I
wing
think
hasn't
they're.
been
Go ahead.
anti-white. I'm sorry, Nadia. What were you saying?
Well, well, I largely understand it as a kind of what is it, Frankfurt School conspiracy theory affair.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds actually like a relatively good idea to apply Marxism to the analysis of culture.
Well, the problem is that Marx was absolutely wrong about everything and was evil and insane. So, that would be my problem. Every single application of every single aspect of everything he ever said has been absolutely detrimental to every single aspect of every single culture where it has been applied. That's kind of my problem here. I've got 200 million dead bodies in the 20th century thanks to Marx. Well, what have you got to promote such a philosophy or approach?
As I understand the kind of idea of these, what is it, competitions between industrialists, capitalists, whatever it is, it seems integral to, well, say Ayn Rand's
Yes.
objectivist theories. Yeah. Well,
It's not.
what do you think
Competition is
came up with
extremely.
that?
Yeah, competition is extremely healthy for people. The problem with Marx is that it's not. He turns it into a kind of zero-sum game where it's one group versus another, and one will be eliminated. The proletariat versus the bourgeoisie in classical Marxism, and now in cultural Marxism, we've got black versus white, male versus female, we've got trans versus cis, we've got gay versus straight, and it's ridiculous. I mean, using cisgendered as a derogatory insult, that is the product of cultural Marxism. That is a product of an unnecessary tribalistic antagonism. Whereas what we promote as objectivists is competition because it's a form of accountability. It's the best way to hold people to account, the best way to reduce corruption in society. Because elections sure as hell don't work. And there isn't much else you can do to reduce accountability other than through, as I say, checks and balances. And if you look at the checks and balances system of the American government, it's built so that different branches of government essentially compete with each other. So even in a government system, you're supposed to have competitive pressures. And so competition is extremely healthy. I mean, otherwise, because it's the left-wing mindset that gave us the idea of participation trophies, where everyone comes first, everyone gets a gold medal, everyone wins. There is no sense of competition. There is no winners and losers. That kind of mindset doesn't help with a sporting mindset, doesn't help with a college mindset, doesn't help you accept defeat. It doesn't help you deal with defeat and then move beyond defeat. Instead, you've got people who are hypersensitive, can't cope with defeat, can't cope with anything in reality, and that doesn't help people. So competition is healthy, it is economically robust, it is morally justifiable because, as I say, it's a form of accountability, and it basically toughens you up for reality. You fight against competition and you basically screw everyone over and turn them into infantilized neurotics.
I would like to ask.
Rather.
Oh, go ahead. No, please.
Well, I'll be brief. Your idea of the left is
Insane.
rather odd, but go ahead.
Well, I judge an ideology by what I hear people say and by its intellectual fundamentals. I mean, if you study critical theory, if you study post-colonialism, if you study postmodernism, this is the stuff that they say. If you study third wave intersectional feminism, this is the stuff that they say. If you study what the Marxist professors are teaching at university, this is what they say.
Okay, I would like to say one thing. I can understand Brandon. Like, I understand. Like, I get him as a person and why he says the shit that he says.
Yes.
Like, I understand him. Edward, I don't. It's like you exist in this anime in this like fucking anime universe where like all people on the left are like villains. And I guess anyone who's not on the left is like a superhero.
I don't.
No, I have absolutely no problem admitting that there are good moderate leftists who basically should realize what's going on the left and jump ship to libertarianism or independence or whatever. But I also recognize there's a load of real bastards on the right as well. I have zero. Yesterday we dealt with far right Christian fundamentalists. The day before that we dealt with socialists and Marxists. I have zero problem taking on anyone, left, right, up, down. I don't care. If you're full of shit, I will take you on. It's as simple as that. I don't discriminate whatsoever.
See, yeah, Black Miasma, I would say that there's no difference, there's no real ideological difference between what Ed and I say. Occasionally we'll disagree on things, but we don't have an ideological difference, we have a style difference. He will explain his situation to you, and I'll just intellectually punch you in the head and see if you want to reply.
Yeah, he's bad cop, I'm good cop.
No, I think there is. I think there's a difference there that isn't. There's a difference. That's why he fucking smiles. I get Brandon. That's why. It might be because I get Brandon on some level.
You may find me to differ somewhat from your expectations of the left. Good?
Yes, well, I'm well aware the left is very complicated, but I'm also well aware that there's a lot of people who spout the same talking points, the same narratives, who subscribe to... I mean, this is what... Remember when Jon Stewart used to regularly point out all the absurd talking points that would go around on Fox News, for example, where everybody at Fox News would have the same talking points, the same narratives, they just repeat the same thing, because they're all towing the GOP party line. I don't like it when the right do that, but with the left, I see it a lot more. It's as simple as that. I just see it more. The same talking points, the same narratives, and it's not like these things don't exist. It's not like cultural Marxism doesn't exist. It's not like critical theory and postmodernism, post-colonialism and intersectionalism and third-wave feminism. It's not like these things don't exist. These things are all ideological camps with very narrow perspectives, with just churn out talking point after talking point after talking point. And I see huge numbers of people repeat those talking points over and over again. I can only repeat what I see. I'm an empiricist. I go with the data, go with what I see.
Well, you're naming a number of my positions almost to a T. Trick is, I think, despite rattling off their names, you may have concepts of what those entail that are different from my own. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, I mean, if you subscribe to them, then you would have a bias in their favor, so you would see them differently. I judge them in terms of their effects. The problem with a lot of the left is that they judge their own position in terms of what they think should happen, or what they hope would happen, or what makes them feel morally superior, not necessarily in terms of the actual results, which is why I constantly argue with socialists and Marxists about why their ideology is evil, and I judge it evil because of the results, and they judge it as good because they judge it in terms of what they think should happen, or what they think will happen in the future, and they just come up with excuse after excuse after excuse for every single atrocity and every failed state and every economic collapse that's ever occurred by socialism and Marxism. Oh, that's not real socialism. That's not real Marxism. I mean, a couple of days ago, Mr. Cropper and I were dealing with these two socialists, and every excuse under the sun for why it is that Venezuela doesn't count, and Stalin doesn't count, and Mao doesn't count, and Pol Pot doesn't count, and Che Guevara doesn't count, and the Castros don't count, because they have this hyper nuanced and hyper-specialized definition of Marxism, and if it doesn't fit that exact definition, which nothing ever will because it's non-falsifiable, then it doesn't count, and they get to continue to promote an ideology with the blood of hundreds of millions on its hands. It's that kind of mindset. I judge it by the results. I don't give a crap what people think they're doing. I don't give a crap about their moral narcissism and their belief that they're doing the right thing. I actually care about whether or not people are being helped, and I don't see a lot of people being helped by a lot of far-left activism, that's all.
Not John, point over on the side here. Brother John says it's the ideology, not the people. Many of them are sincere, but they might be sincerely wrong. Now,
yes.
Brother John, isn't it the case then? Let's ask Brother John this way: is sincerity a measure of virtue? If you say that he did it really, really sincerely.
In their mind, probably.
But in reality.
I don't know. Probably, I couldn't see it now because it could be misguided, right? I mean, they can be sincere. They might have good intentions, right? But they might not have all the facts, but they can be sincere about, you know, their intentions. But
like what if
yeah.
they go to the library and they sincerely believe that they should destroy those books, those evil books?
Alright.
Well, then that would be wrong. That wouldn't be virtuous.
Well,
Okay.
the problem is that every single atrocity in history was committed by sincere believers who are being consistent in their beliefs. All of them.
I'm gonna jump out because I have to take off.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see if I can come back though, because I enjoy being up in here.
I did want to ask you some questions about the hive mind, so if you come back in, I'll see
Of
what.
course, Brandon. I like being up in here. Like, you're fun as hell. I love hanging out with you, Brandon. Of course. I'll be right back. I'll see if I can come back.
All right.
You see, that's the irony of it. Mr. Cropper, he's the bad cop, I'm the good cop, and yet somehow everybody likes Mr. Cropper. It's weird. I try my best. Like yesterday, when Mr. Cropper and I were both in a Christian fundamentalist chat room, and I came on trying to build bridges, trying to find common ground, and within about 5 minutes, I was in a shouting match with Nephilim Free, the creationist. And I don't quite know how that happened. It just, everywhere I go, there's chaos and misery and suffering, and I do my best. I don't understand. I don't understand why I manage to piss off everyone around me all the time. Oh dear.
I've done a lot of talking and debating and stuff, and one of the things that I've learned to do in a conversation where there's 6 or 8 people gathered around me at dinner parties, which happens as often as I have a conversation at a dinner party, there are people gathered around. So I've learned that they'll say 90 things, and I get 1 sentence. So you have to make it count.
Yes.
Plus, that helps with girls, too. If you can say something witty in 1 sentence and you don't have to, say 90 things. But I don't explain what I say. You are explaining yourself. I just say, let's see, there should be no taxes, something, and piss people off. So yeah, it's a different style.
I have a lot of self-awareness. I mean, I'm aware that objectivists can come off as horrifically dogmatic and extremist, and I have to explain myself because I've flitted around from every perspective. I mean, I spent, like, all the way during the Bush years, for example, I spent a lot of time listening to progressive radio. Rachel Maddow, Sam Cedar, Tom Hartman, Mike Malloy, and all those other left-wing activists in America. And so I understand the progressive mindset very, very well because I'd listened to like 10 hours a day of it for like 7 years.
Couldn't listen to Tom Hartman for longer than 3 minutes.
These days, but back then I didn't know anything about American politics, or because I'm still not in America. So I had to learn what America was from the point of view of progressives, because that was like a stepping stone, because the left are closer to Europeans than they are really Americans. Whereas when I go on to the right, that's when you get into real American culture that's like as alien to European mindset as you could possibly imagine. But the more you learn about Europe, the more you realize that actually, no, you don't want to be like Europe. Europe is heading for total collapse and disaster, and so you want to emulate that as much as possible.
Go ahead, Justin.
I was going to say, Ayn Rand wrote an article about that in Philosophy Who Needs It, about the fundamentally different sense of life between Europeans and Americans.
Yeah.
I forgot which one it was. What can one do, or don't let it go? One of the two.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting worse and worse and worse.
And in Europe, it is, for Americans who aren't aware, we would just say maybe that in Europe there are several different parties in politics, and all of them are some color or version of the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Well,
absolutely.
now there's more and more because of the immigrant thing. There's different stuff. But
yeah, I mean, in my country we have 3 parties, all of them left-wing. We have the Liberal Democrats, who are really left-wing in a sort of Green Party sort of way. Then we have the Labour Party, that are old-school socialists like Bernie Sanders. And then we have the Conservative Party, who are left-wing like the mainstream DNC. So it's all left-wing. We have no right-wing parties.
Yeah.
And so whenever you actually say anything right-wing, everybody looks at you like you're clinically insane, because everything is skewed to the left to a ridiculous degree, and the amount of bigotry and hatred against right-wingers is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. In Europe, it's even worse, of course, because you will be banned from social media, you will be banned from all sorts of activities if you're right-wing. I mean, you will have judges who will actually give you a harsher sentence when they find out you're right-wing. It's that bad.
It sounds helpless. You should come across the pond and fight the good fight with it.
Yeah, believe me, I wish I could.
Over there, why aren't you?
I've noticed that like YouTubers that are from Europe, they like to delete comments. They like to censor people.
Yes.
So
Well, in Scotland, you
they
get
don't.
arrested for saying right-wing things on social media. So that because Scotland is way more left-wing than England.
Wow.
England is starting to go more to the right now because the immigration issue is really, really important because Muslim immigration is destroying Europe. Period. Yeah, and it's not an opinion, it's not a belief, it is a fact, a demonstrable, statistically proven fact. The Muslim immigration is destroying European culture and civilization and law and order and everything else, and individual rights and liberty and free speech, everything. Every aspect of our society has been destroyed by Muslim immigration, and so at this point, Europe is divided into two camps, those who acknowledge reality and those who don't. And those who don't are all on the left, pretty much, unfortunately.
And they keep going with it.
Yeah. They just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Angela Merkel, for example, today just announced she's going to have more Muslims enter into the country right after, how many terrorist attacks in a row have we just had?
I think 3 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's if it wasn't for the fact that we have better security in my country, we'd be having buttloads of them too. But what worries me is the long-term effects of Muslim immigration. I mean, the terrorism is bad enough, but the civilizational jihad, the slow erosion of our values, that more and more mosques, more and more madrasas, the challenging of legal sovereignty by creating parallel legal systems with Sharia courts, that's some sinister, scary stuff. And the left just see it as harmless because they think of Muslims as equivalent to Jews or Sikhs, because Jews and Sikhs have their own kind of culture, their own kind of legal systems, but they're not imposing on anybody else. Muslims always impose Sharia law on non-Muslims sooner or later.
Now, you guys have had that going on a long time. That's not like it didn't come with this immigrant thing. It's been 10, 20 years you guys fetched.
Oh, yeah, because the left absolutely obsessed with pandering to the most undeserving motherfuckers on the planet.
Yeah.
See, it seems like they would be on our side as much as they rail against Christianity as they should,
Yeah, because
but they don't apply the same standards to Islam when Islam is taken much more seriously by many more people.
Absolutely, but left-wingers are hypocrites and charlatans. If the left had any consistent values whatsoever in any way about anything, they would be the first to oppose Islam. Islam represents the total, complete opposite of every left-wing value imaginable. And they can't wait to get into bed with them because it's virtue signaling. That's all they care about. They're a voting bloc to pander to. Pardon?
You know, I was very surprised when I found out that the left was in favor of the Muslims.
Well, again, they're a voting bloc. That's all they care about is power. The left see a voting bloc and they see a minority group to pander to and to virtue signal about. Look at these poor, innocent, non-white minorities. They are so persecuted because, as we all know, white people are racist. So we'll basically just pander to them and bend over backwards to show off how self-righteous we are. And they
do oppose Islam.
Yeah.
Do you?
I oppose all religion, theism, supernaturalism, and spirituality. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's an exception to the rule. Most left-wingers can't wait to pander to Muslims at the first opportunity because they see them as like an ethnic group. And when you try to educate left-wingers as to the fact that every single last aspect of Islam is evil, all of it, that they treat right now in the world in the 21st century more atrocities committed against women in the name of Islam than any other specific single cause. More homosexuals are executed by Muslims than any other single specific cause. More minorities are persecuted, more rights are violated, more freedoms are destroyed, more censorship is imposed, more dictators are propped up, more theocracies are created, more terrorists are created by Islam than anything else. It is literally the #1 problem in the world.
Well,
and
so
we don't give a crap.
Nadia is on the far left and agrees that Islam is bad, and you've given a list of reasons. But Nadia, what do you say to something that Ed didn't mention? Drawing Mohammed cartoons. Can we draw Mohammed cartoons? I'm sure he mentioned that with freedom of speech, actually, tangentially. But.
I'm against freedom of speech, but I think it's more a matter of just bad taste or whatever, as opposed to some kind of issue where one might
can you give a
collectively try to intervene. Go ahead.
You're against freedom of speech? Can you give me a principled statement there?
Oh, yes.
Wouldn't that be against feminism?
Yes. I don't think so. But go
No,
ahead.
of course not, because feminists are fascists. So what? Of course they're against freedom of speech.
Give some statement of why you think freedom of speech shouldn't be a right.
Oh, I think well, the collective kind of intervention and such against various speech acts is worthwhile. Cases of various kinds of incitement, and of course, well, harassment, slander, and libel.
Well, free speech doesn't cover incitement. Incitement is it's okay to go after incitement. That's fine.
Yeah, or threats of
Harassment.
violence.
Well, harassment
I
is a
would.
problem because harassment is a very vague term, and there's a lot of people who love to exaggerate the extent of their harassment. Anybody with sufficient profile in social media can find enough haters and trolls to cherry pick from Facebook or YouTube and say, "Look at me, I'm being harassed. These people should be censored."
Yeah, I don't think
harassment is a very slippery slope. Harassment is very dangerous.
I think we have to draw the line of libel and slander laws.
I think you probably have some substantial differences, my positions on incitement, given that I'd be a bit more expansive regarding diffuse targets, diffuse perpetrators being solicited, and perhaps also relatively expansive forms of harm. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, to me, my priority is to prevent an evil fascist government from arising. So, free speech to me is of absolute paramount importance because I care more about preventing a dictatorship than about social justice causes. I think that's the difference. And of course, a lot of issues that the left care about can be dealt with, but voluntarily. We can just go out there in the world and try to make the world a better place instead of enforcing through laws and governments. Because of course the government is a monopoly of power, and you don't want to have a monopoly of power grow ever more powerful with every passing day, because it just creates more problems and more corruption and less freedom and justice. So you want to.
Strictly speaking, I'm an anarcho-communist, so I mean, I would attempt to not to have a class of rulers or whatever it is.
Well, you do need a hierarchy, otherwise you can't get the hierarchies are required for the military, they're required for the police, they're required for education. You do need people with expertise, you do need people with experience, you do need people with qualifications. So, to say that, oh well, we could do without hierarchies, I don't see how that could ever possibly work. I mean, it might seem, if you're in a hippie bong circle, and it might make sense that you don't really need a hierarchy, but reality isn't a hippie bong circle.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a very convincing argument, because they just think that if we got rid of all the hierarchies, everybody would love each other and get along. So.
And people tend to look for leadership too. They want to look up to somebody to lead them. So even if you had a commune, somebody would rise up, or they would be placed there.
Well, it's not an argument as much as a goal.
Yeah, well, the problem with, say, anarcho-communism is that communism is a specific ideology, and if you have a free market, if you have anarchy, for example, if you have a free market of ideas, then people are going to be experimenting with loads of different ideas apart from communism. So how are you going to have a homogeneous communist society and anarchy? Because the reason why every communist society in history has been an authoritarian, centralized, top-down dictatorship is because you have to have. For communism to work, it has to be, well, it doesn't work, but to have communism, you have to have it imposed through propaganda and through force homogeneously, so everybody subscribes to it. The moment you have a free market, the moment you have different ideas, like, say, glasnost in Russia, for example, during the end of the Soviet Union era, everything collapses because communism, when compared to any other idea, doesn't have the ability to generate wealth or prosperity or freedom.
But I'm
against markets.
They seem to be in the position where they have deduced rationalistically that it is the fact that you will get people to get along with each other if there's no authority around. Everyone will get along and love each other and share if there's no authorities with guns or anything.
Well, the problem is that how would that work with, for example, racists or anti-Semites or Muslims? Muslims don't need to have an authority in order to go around killing people. They can be self-radicalized.
If we didn't have the police or an army, then they wouldn't.
But well, there'd be nothing to stop them. I mean, their ideology is going to drive them regardless.
Nadia, how do I have that wrong?
Oh, sorry?
How do I have that wrong? You said it's the other way around.
It's not that if you lack hierarchies that those things will disappear. It's rather that combating those things removes some aspects of the hierarchies.
I see. Well, how would we completely get rid of the hierarchies? By just doing away with those things?
Well, it's part of it. It's not all of it.
Well, if you haven't got a market, then how are you going to... you don't have any competing ideas, then you mean if there's no market, then you have everyone marching lockstep to the same hive mind, because it's either market or hive mind. So that's a dictatorship. You've got a dictatorship without an authority to impose a dictatorship. How do you do that?
Well, I mean, dictatorship would be contrary to the goals. I'd say, I mean, it's
how
not
are you
a
going to get
competitive
everyone
framework,
to agree?
And not on the basis of exchange. And, well, it's not necessarily this kind of agreement per se, but rather the manner of arbitration of the differences. Go ahead.
How would you arbitrate then? What do you mean? How do you suggest that you would just arbitrate without what, police and courts, or what?
Well, actually.
Someone's going to disagree. Someone's going to go and take somebody else's land. Then what are you going to do?
Oh, well, I think there's a premise built into that there is ownership as presently constituted, which, I mean, while, say, Marxist Leninists or similar would, have ideas of personal property, I'd go against the idea of property altogether.
But the problem is that every single time, every propertyless, every common ownership system has ever been applied has resulted in mass starvation. How do you prevent total, complete mass starvation and wiping out the entire human race? So what's your plan to prevent the total extinction of all of humanity from your system without private land or private property? Because when America was founded by its pilgrim settlers, they created a communist system. They created a common ownership system. There was no private property, and they all starved to death. But the colonies that were able to switch in time to a private property system were able to just about prevent themselves from all dying. When every single Marxist and socialist and communist system tries to do away with private property, tries to create common ownership, you create hell on earth. I went to Eastern Europe during the Cold War. I saw the common ownership villages, towns, public areas. They were absolutely devastated. They were worse than the worst ghettos in the West because nobody owned them, so nobody took care of them. There was no sense of pride, no sense of ownership. If everyone owns something, nobody owns something. Because every society is in that floating abstraction, whereas individuals are a metaphysical absolute.
Collective ownership was one of the aspects of the Native Americans, and Brother John says something about law only after killing off the Indians. Edward is a Londoner, or whatever, a British or a Britite.
I'm a Londoner, yes.
You're an immigrant, then, according to some Americans. Because anyone who's not from America is an immigrant. So, there you are. What do you think of us killing off all our Indians?
I think there are some on the left who are, I don't know, neo-primitivists or like to cite some kind of prehistoric precedent, and I favor more of the tack that what I would advocate is without precedent. Go ahead.
Well, you
mean like the Rousseauian mindset?
I'm sorry?
You mean like Rousseau, a kind of Rousseau philosophy? You're talking about the noble savage kind of thing, an idealization of the primitive.
Oh, yeah, I think that's bunk. I think the ancient prehistoric context was, well, violent and brutish and patriarchal.
You just seem to have a very
I'd say.
unusual combination of ideas. You don't fit any
Sure.
standard mold I'm aware of. That's at least refreshing, because one of the things I was frustrated with in the last couple of days was that everybody else I was dealing with was absolutely marching in lockstep to a very tired old drum. So you had Christian fundamentalists yesterday that were saying and doing everything I've heard from every other Christian fundamentalist, and before that you had socialists and Marxists spouting exactly the same thing that every other socialist and Marxist. So at least with you I have to know what your position is by actually getting to know you, whereas with the other people I didn't need to get to know them because they were of a hive mind. So yeah, at least this is more intellectually stimulating than the last few days. So I'm glad you dropped by.
Well, Ed,
I'm no delusional guitarian or accelerationist either, so.
Nadia, ty говорите по-русски?
Not yet. Я не говорю по-русски. Go ahead.
Хорошо. Ed, to return to the question of, did you approve or disapprove that we went across our colony that we sliced off from your empire and went about killing all of our Indians? I know that you guys even fought on the side of the Indians and armed them against us and stuff. But
well, there were. I don't care about tribes. I care about the individual. Does the individual Native American benefit from Western civilization or from their own culture? And would you want to be a Native American who dies at the age of 30, 35 from an undiagnosable disease? Would you want to live in a society without the wheel? Would you want to live in a society without science? Would you want to live in a society without philosophy in any recognizable sense? I wouldn't. I wouldn't wish Native American culture on my worst enemy. So
but
the problem is they used force. They should have defeated Native American culture with the marketplace of ideas, not through the gun. That it was the means that was the problem, not the goal, or not the end.
So, John, Brother John, what did you think of what he said? Did that poke you in the ribs at all? Because you're the one who says something about killing off all the Indians. Basically, he just said, that's fine. That's fine to put an end to miserable shit society.
Well, I mean, it's unrealistic to go back a few hundred years. But I think the one thing I admired about the Indians, I mean, they seem to be people who were working with nature, we seem to be a society that tries to conquer it.
The problem is nature isn't this ideal perfect paradise that we either get with or we challenge. I mean, nature is out to kill us. That's the problem here. I mean,
they had to build traps, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, the weather.
They learned the hard way.
Yeah, but the fact is, the seasons are out to kill us. The weather's out to kill us. The predators, the apex predators, are out to kill us. The bacteria is out to kill us. The diseases, the famine is out to kill us. Every single aspect of nature is out to kill us. We either master nature or it masters and breaks us. And so every single time.
So let me ask you: were we justified taking the land from the Indians?
No, because it was theft. Unless you argue that they didn't have private property and therefore it wasn't theirs.
They themselves.
They at that time there was a lot of open spaces that the Indians didn't own. Actually, and they moved around a lot, so they had no concept of
private property,
of real estate.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that leave them some reservation space and take the rest for yourself and use the principle of private ownership to build a better society. I think there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is the shooting and the killing and the scalping and the murder and all the rest of it. That's the problem. The use of force, the initiation of force is never morally justified. So,
it finally came down. It's like we had. It's hard for people to think of it now, but it's like we had armed camps of terrorists throughout our country, and at one point there was sort of a big push to get all of the armed terrorists in a certain area and to get them shot and killed. And ultimately that came down to a battle called Wounded Knee. Now, we were fighting people who would not give up and were shooting back, and there were people on reservations throughout the country who didn't do that and were peaceful and stayed where they are and still live, their descendants still live today.
Yeah, I mean, there were specific reservations called peaceful. There were peaceful Indian cultures. In the 19th century, the colonialists recognized that you had aggressive Native Americans and peaceful Native Americans. They went out to wipe out. Genocide was nobody's intention. Nobody intended to kill all Native Americans. They were perfectly happy to coexist with Native Americans and work with them, trade with them, but not if they were aggressive. Aggressive Native American culture was absolutely out of the question. They intended to wipe out the aggression, not the people in terms of their culture or race. It was just that this is why there were large numbers of areas that were for peaceful Native Americans. The problem is that that kind of culture ultimately would wither and die in the face of modernity because it's just not sustainable.
And that's why we don't find any of it today. You go into a reservation, they all have TVs and air conditioning.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, they were stagnant. The idea that they lived peacefully with nature, they had no such concept of philosophy. The reason why they seemingly worked peacefully with nature is because they were so few of them, and they were so incompetent and incapable of affecting change in their environment.
You know,
They couldn't
And being primitive, it's not the same as living in harmony with nature.
Yeah, because when they got horses and guns, the first thing they did was they hunted the buffalo to near extinction. They had no concept they hunted to within their ability. It's not like they had some sacred recycling Greenpeace style philosophy or anything. They hunted whatever they could. They were subsistence farmers. Subsistence farmers only have so many hours in a day to hunt whatever they can get.
They give the example of the buffalo that they use all the parts of the buffalo, but that's not true. They actually herded masses of buffaloes over cliffs, and then they would go take as much meat as they want and leave.
Yeah, I mean it was incredibly wasteful. But the main point is that they would actually, when they created large settlements or rivers, the pollution in those rivers would be horrendous because they had no sanitary system, no germ theory or disease or anything else like that. But the main problem is that they had no sense of restraint regarding nature. They hunted as much as they could. They just couldn't hunt that much because of their technological inferiority. Many of them hadn't even invented the bow and arrow, for fuck's sake. But some tribes had, some tribes didn't. And so when they got guns and when they got horses, they hunted the buffaloes to an incredible level of extinction, way higher than the colonialists did, because they basically thought, oh wow, it's now easier to get loads more food. So no, I mean, Native American culture is unbelievably overrated, and it's just like Muslim culture. It's just idealized, fetishized, and basically just say, oh, how wonderful and glorious and in tune with nature it is, because the left are just a bunch of brainless hippie idiots.
One thing they do get a lot of lip service about is that they're able to pass on oral history. And there's an example I thought that was hilarious when white people were going around in California gathering up historical stuff way back a couple hundred years ago, trying to find out about the history of the area from Indians. And one of the really hilarious things that came about was the Indians told them that the peach tree had been given to them by the Great Father and was one of the foods of the people and blah, blah, blah. And the white people knew that the peach tree had came with them on ships 150 years ago when Spain came over. So the white people were like, no, that's not true. And so that was one of the supposedly oral histories that's so rich and accurate.
Yeah, and they have an oral tradition is because they didn't have a written language.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's a bad thing to have.
Bad thing. It's a very inaccurate way to keep records.
Well, this fits in with the left-wing nihilism. Because they idealize primitive societies, that basically it constitutes a desire to destroy civilization. I mean, environmentalists, for example, typically want to destroy industrialized society, fossil fuel-based energy, which is the only viable form of energy that we have right now. I mean, I'd love it if we have a purely green, viable alternative to fossil fuels. I'd love that. But as Alex Epstein puts it, we don't, and the fighting against fossil fuels will only lead to suffering. Because at the end of the day,
fossil fuels are the only green energy we have. Everything.
Yeah, like carbon dioxide is very green because plants they love it, So it's very green.
And have you ever been to a city where they don't use fossil fuels very much? Those are filthy, filthy cities.
Yeah. I mean, or in the case of Germany, when they rely heavily on green energy, they're on the verge of bankruptcy. because they can't afford it because it's spectacularly inefficient. I mean, it's something like 5 cents to a megawatt compared to 30 cents for a megawatt. I heard one of the presenters. I mean, it's the most bizarre thing that they're sabotaging their economies all in the name of this environmentalist cult, and it's sick. It's anti-human, and as I say, it's Rousseauian.
I want to ask Brother John, what do you think of our characterization of environmentalism as a religion? Because it's just a thing you sacrifice to. It calls on everybody to abstain from immoral behavior and atone for their sins by sacrificing to this thing. It's a religion, isn't it?
If you put it that way, yeah, that would be making a religion.
It is exactly. It's dogmatic. It has a hierarchy. You've got your priests. You've got a priesthood. You've got your
more.
They have a god or Mother Nature.
They're tree worshippers. Basically, they're pagan, Celtic, druidic tree worshippers.
They have witch hunts. Epstein is part of the witch hunt right now. They're witch hunts.
Oh yeah, I mean they're threatening to destroy organizations and companies that don't acknowledge climate change, or rather don't acknowledge their narrative on it.
We made a good case, Brother John. What do you think?
Oh God, I feel a little bit insulted almost.
No, come over.
Because I think it goes back to this conquering, working against nature. I mean, okay.
What is nature?
Nature is volcanoes, malaria, spider bites.
Dirt, trees, right?
Fuck nature.
Yeah, I mean, your idea of
not intrinsically valuable.
Paradise is ridiculous. Most things that people have died of over the last 1 million years have been natural.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the problem here. Nature kills us more than it does help us. The only way to improve the ratio of killing us to helping us is through the mastery of nature. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, without technology, without the mastery of nature, we're killed 1 million different ways, and it's anti-human to prioritize the environment. Because the environment is not. Carry on.
Yeah, I just want to make it just one little point, and then that humans we live by using our brains. That's what we have to survive. So we as a species, we have to conquer nature.
Yeah, it's either them or us, basically. And it's not like we could destroy nature by conquering it. There are species alive today because we preserve them. There are species alive today because we bred them. They wouldn't exist without us. I mean, we tame nature to suit us, and not for caprice or whim, but for survival. That's what's so disturbing about the environmentalism. But they take the environment and they turn it into a platonic abstraction. They turn it into this higher realm that we must be sacrificed to, whereas in reality it's raw, it's untamed, it's hostile, and it will kill us unless we tame it. And it's not like we have to. It's not like nature destroys us or we destroy nature. It's nature destroys us.
So you don't think that humans have the capacity to say, burn more oil than is replaced with at a point where we get saturated, or we take too much from it where it works against us?
Not a problem. No, we can never burn too much oil or coal. Not a problem.
Well, see, what will happen is eventually we'll start to run out, and then the price will increase because this is market forces. And as the price increases,
and will cause us to find alternative levels of energy, right?
Yeah. Whereas if you try to force
why can't we do that now before we get to that problem?
Because you're going against the market. You're forcing something ahead of schedule. You're forcing it ahead of what makes sense in the logic of the market, and you're forcing governments to pander to environmental groups by subsidizing green energy companies that are incompetent and spectacularly stupid. I mean, Spain is practically bankrupt now because of a massive subsidy project to a huge green energy firm that went bankrupt. I mean, it's a disaster. We've had subsidy after subsidy after subsidy because green energy companies rely on ideology and pandering rather than actual solid market forces and scientific accuracy.
And what are the oil companies relying on?
Okay, now let's look at the oil companies are, I think it's just another example. Let's look at coal, because some people thought we would run out of coal. We never did run out. The price never did go up. It went down and down and down and down to the point where they closed coal fields. And where are we today? There's lots of...
the left kept going on about peak oil. Peak oil, peak oil, peak oil. They just kept going on and on and on about it.
It's
Because
not peak oil.
You're
environmentalists...
breaking up, Edward.
There's something wrong with your mic.
Maybe you should try a reboot. That has
Yeah.
worked before. Yeah, look, there's not going to be peak oil. The oil production is going to... What's going to happen is all the oil production is going to allow us to produce other machinery, like coal production allowed us to begin producing oil production. Oil production is going to get us to some next level, and that's how we're going to get out from under the use of oil. But I think we're going to keep using it for a long, long time. I mean, there's so much of it. And they've just found Saudi Arabia in the middle of Australia. Saudi Arabia worth of oil in Australia. Everybody thought Australia didn't have oil. But they do because of fracking. They have a gargantuan amount. So,
it will be like thousands of years until we run out of oil.
Yeah. And we've got nuclear energy and stuff to use too. Solar and wind.
This is why you don't take the environmentalists seriously, because again, what do they keep saying? Peak oil, peak oil. Every prediction is wrong. Every climate model is wrong. Every single prediction about the nature of fossil fuels is wrong. We don't run out. There isn't a huge crisis. They've been predicting crises after crises after crises for decades. Alarmism, alarmism, alarmism. If you go back and look at old Al Gore recordings, if you look at old environmentalist videos from the 50s and 60s and 70s, they were flat out wrong about everything. And yet, despite the fact that they have less success than any other group in history, people keep listening to them because it's about guilt, it's about emotionalism, it's about virtue signaling. It's not about what's best for humanity. It's objectively not about what's best for humanity. And many environmentalists even admit that it's not about what's best for humanity. They say the most disturbing things, like we need to get rid of a couple of billion people. They just casually say these things in their writings, and it's the most messed up stuff.
Okay, let's give him that. Let's say... who was it? Brother John, overpopulation. You worried? I say 10, 12 billion, no problem.
No, I'm not worried.
Oh, good. At least it's not got that problem.
I think there's plenty of land.
Yeah, the Earth is huge, so.
Well, the point is that we make greater people. The environmentalists on the left predicted a billion people.
Maybe that's what I'm just asking for. That we just manage it better.
Yeah. Well, we could do that. But the point is that people were predicting that a billion people would starve in the 60s and 70s. And what happened? The Green Revolution took over and was able to. Norma Borlaug and the Green Movement were able to save over 1 billion lives through increased technology. The problem with all these leftist predictions is that they fail to predict technological innovation.
You just beat me to the sentence. Damn it.
Yeah, I live to thwart your vicious schemes.
They all say that the future generation is going to have to deal with these problems using our technology, and it's not true. The future generation will have new technology.
Yeah, because they don't think scientifically, because they don't think in terms of market forces and capitalism, they're incapable of understanding that other people will have ideas that you haven't thought of. They think that they are the only mind in the universe. It's solipsism, it's narcissism, it's intellectual arrogance on a staggering level, because they're constantly surprised by things that they didn't predict, because they don't predict that anything could happen that they didn't predict. That's the kind of worldview they're in, the feedback.
It's a sheer lack of imagination, a horrific lack of imagination. But Nadia, you were trying to jump in there if you want
to. Yeah. As far as peak oil and such, I mean, it's relatively uncontroversial that at some point, the rate of extraction, let's say an annual rate, will be its highest. I mean,
well, but that's wrong. Even though it's uncontroversial, it's wrong.
So that maintains that
because there are new techniques like fracking.
So you maintain that the annual rate of extraction of oil and coal and whatever is going to increase perpetually. I would keep that in the universe.
Until it's affordable.
Well, no.
It's not affordable.
Like the depth heat of the universe is not a proven concept. We don't know that much about the universe. We speculate a lot, but...
That's interesting. Why do you say that's not a proven? What we know of atoms decay.
Yeah, atoms decay, but the thing is that energy cannot be created. You know, so
Oh,
the energy that we see around will always be around
okay.
because it cannot just pop up into existence
You're
and
taking
then run
Okay.
out.
Well,
all
general
right.
relativity is something you acknowledge. Then I would say that what is it? Limits on force and power are akin to those of velocity are implied by general relativity, and thereby one can see that there is an upper bound to the
The
rate of
power.
extraction of uh, petroleum and coal. Go
Well,
ahead.
But
sure.
but the thing is that right now we are producing too much oil. So
Not for the developing world. They're still suffering enormously because they don't have enough energy.
No, listen, Super Fin guy. If we could double our production of oil tomorrow, there might be whole new industries that spring up because energy became so cheap. I mean, America had
Millions of lives will be saved.
because of fracking caused natural gas prices to go so low that we have steel plants in America for opening for the first time in 50 years. And these steel plants use arc ovens. They use electric ovens to melt the steel because electricity is so cheap with natural gas now. So that if we could cut the price of energy in half again, who knows what kind of amazing
Yeah,
thing.
the developing world needs steady, cheap energy to develop. Period. It's the
Imagine if we
single thing
got rid
holding
of
Okay.
it.
some taxes. What we
Well,
could do.
let's maybe drive this a bit further. I mean, so there is a cap on the extraction rate of uh, the various kinds of energy resources. Then,
Coal,
Well,
for example. I mean, would you
um,
take coal for example because it became more and more and more abundant, and then we moved on to other technologies.
yeah,
okay,
there will be a
so
limit, but the point is that we are going to move on. And when you try to force it, when you use government extortion and force to try to basically make people move from one thing to another, according to an ideological theory, like you're some sort of Marxist bureau chief, that kind of thing causes tremendous problems. Because, as I say, you get all these incompetent, subsidized green energy firms. The market will take care of the problem because the market always does. When you have the prices go up and up and up as the extraction rate becomes less and less effective, there will be more and more pressure to find real alternatives. Right now, for example, there's major experiments going on in Germany with fusion reactors, like amazing breakthroughs that are being made in fusion reactors. And there's more and more
yeah,
fast breeder reactors that are being made. But the problem is, every single time we
yeah,
try to come up with an alternative, the left and the environmentalists say it's not good enough.
We
Huge
can't
opposition to
you
nuclear
have
power.
we
Huge
can't even
you
use
opposition.
have
nuclear energy in
Yeah,
America
some
because
you
it's
have
regulated so much.
yeah.
you have a
And
some
curious
nuclear is quote unquote clean. I mean, it doesn't even emit like it's not releasing CO2 into the atmosphere, so it seems like it would
Yeah,
be the
but the
left's
CO2
one
I'm
of the
CO2
pro
is
left's.
a
nuclear.
red herring
Um,
anyway.
but the thing is
I'm
that
pro
the
nuclear.
leftists are anti-progress and they
Absolutely.
just
I'm
want political power. That, that's all
I'm
they
pro
want.
nuclear. Um,
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, this is
nuclear
the
is
thing.
a
I mean,
great source of energy.
yeah, because ultimately it makes sense you be pro-nuclear because you're not an authoritarian. I don't see how you could implement your ideology without it, but you're not. And so it's
necessarily so. Anarcho-communist. Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Well, we'll see how that works. But the reason why they're anti-CO2 is because in order to curb it, you need a tremendous amount of authority and centralization and regulation, and that's the kind of thing that gets them off. I mean, you got to remember these people live to grow bureaucracy, live to grow red tape, live to grow the state, and so CO2 emissions is a wet dream because it's a global thing that affects industrialization, which they hate because they're Rousseauian, and so climate change and CO2 plays perfectly into their ideological hands. It doesn't
Um,
really, of course. The
I
science doesn't support their use of it, but they can make it look like it supports their agenda. And nuclear just is an example of their
yeah.
hypocrisy because they are
I
anti-nuclear because they're anti-civilization.
All right, Nadia.
We
well,
went from the Reds to the Greens.
yeah. It's seems pretty inaccurate. I mean, obviously, um, Well, I don't advocate governments. I mean, anarcho. Well, not necessarily having great emphasis on the state is generally not in favor of the state. And furthermore, um, the combating CO2 is well, it is in effect of market failure, etc. I mean
Why?
the principle of exchange with regard to distribution creates a failure of coordination necessary to carry out transition without various kinds of great harm.
So who do you propose to arrange the trade better than the people who currently do?
Oh, I'm against trade. What?
Oh,
So,
I'm out of
so
What?
You're against trade? What the hell does that mean? You're never going to trade with anybody?
You
Yeah,
realize, of course, that you can't have any sort of civilization, culture, or food, or possessions of any kind. You can't have anything. You're literally just sitting in a cave, starving
You
to death.
wouldn't even be on the internet right now, Nadia.
yeah, that's what people do.
I'm
They
aware.
trade with each other.
I'm
Trade is
aware that
voluntary activity.
Even if it's just emotional values, people trade with each other.
We are traders
I'm aware.
biologically. We are traders by our very nature. To be anti-trade is to be anti-humanity. And another
Yeah.
problem, of course, is
Oh,
that
sure.
trade is voluntary activity. The alternative to voluntary activity is coercion. Trade is voluntary activity. Any alternative to a trade is less voluntary and more coercive
Ed,
and
let me-
less moral.
let me add
I
one
would
sentence.
say.
Activity.
Go ahead.
The only value we have as humans is what we have to offer for trade. That includes love and economy.
Yeah.
Well, I think I understand your viewpoint. However, I would generally argue against the sort of reciprocity ethic and similar. I would perhaps have a different kind of, say, distribution process from one premised upon exchange.
But when
Which
we
is
exchange for mutual
good.
benefit, the whole idea is that both sides benefit. The only alternative to both sides benefiting is one side sacrificing for the other side. I mean, so you're dealing with a self-sacrificial mindset. I mean,
Yes.
that is horrifically dangerous.
Well, I suppose there are
And
some ideas of that form. However, I would say that the kinds of goals pursued are, in some respects, for the sake of, well, others. So this maybe isn't as remarkable as it sounds. Go ahead.
but a slave also lives for the sake of others. You know, and that doesn't make it noble. So
Yeah, there's nothing moral about altruism because if everybody lives for everybody else, then nobody lives for themselves. Nobody has any self-respect or integrity. No, everybody is perpetually open to being victimized and abused by everybody else because there's no point in which they stand up for their own rights. If you won't defend your own individual rights, your own individual liberties, who will? And that's the problem with altruism. It puts the onus on authority to protect the individual rights. Unless you have individualism, unless you have a trader self-interest society, then in order to defend the individual rights, because people aren't going to be sticking up for themselves, you have to you basically have a grand total delegation of individual rights to the protection of individual rights and self-interest to the state. The state will have to look after all your self-interests. This is why anarcho-communism doesn't make any sense, because the closest thing you can have to an anarchy is when you have total individualism, total trader freedom, everyone operating on their own self-interests, so they don't need a government. So what little government you've got left, it just exists in order to violate the people who would break the trader principle.
If I may.
Or in other words, people respecting each other.
Well, I personally.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I personally don't regard that as satisfactory, as the trade relations themselves constitute a form of power structure that I would, well, given that I'm not really
so
in
equals
favor
can't
of.
trade?
I'm sorry?
Equals can't trade. If it's trade to mutual benefit, then how is it? If both sides intend to benefit, then who is over the other? How is there a hierarchy? How is there a power structure if both sides are mutually benefiting?
Nadia, do you take it to be the case that trade is to mutual benefit? Like when you go to the grocery store and pay $9 for some groceries, and the grocer is happy that you came, and you are happy that you have the groceries. Isn't that the case?
I don't think the idea of the mutual benefit there is sufficient to counteract the kind of power that is expressed through the various trade relations.
So power accrues to the grocer or something because he's rich?
Where's the power? I don't see the. I don't. This power seems to be an arbitrary thing that you're, a hypothetical you're imposing upon something that isn't intrinsic. Trade is intrinsically about mutual benefit. There's no intrinsic implication of power structure to that. You may say that in reality, in practice, there's something like that, but we could quite easily, if there is such a thing, identify it and remove it and just go back to a proper trading system. I mean, I agree that you do have a hierarchy with crony capitalism. You have a hierarchy that violates the trader principle. So I agree that capitalism, is tainted and there is a power structure, but it's not.
It ain't me. It ain't just me, is it? But breaking up again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
I think it might be when people join the room or something. He's in Britain. It's a second world country, so we have to give him a break.
No, Britain is first world. It was aligned with the Western Bloc in the Cold War. Go ahead.
Well, okay. We'll let Ed defend himself. Ed, I just said that Britain is a second world country, and Nadia took exception to that. Understandable.
Well, I mean, unless you've lived here, you can't really appreciate what this country has to offer, really.
Right. All right.
But yeah, we were aligned against the Soviet Union because we don't like evil dictatorships. Britain is very, very good at destroying evil dictatorships. The Nazis, the communists, the EU, you name an evil dictatorship, we destroyed it. Napoleon, the Spanish Empire, we even gave the Romans a bloody nose at one point. So, you name an evil empire, we've destroyed it. It's great. We're the greatest country in the world.
I heard an interesting thing on the series called I can't remember the series now. I'll think of it if I can. But they said that Britain created the disease of the 60s and 70s of the rampant unions and stuff and strikes, labor strikes, and then Britain created the antidote for it. And it said,
Thatcherism.
Yes. Yeah, Thatcherism. It said we've instituted the antidote here at home, and we're working on exporting it now. I thought that was...
Yeah, well, this is the problem with America. America doesn't seem to want to learn from the lessons of Europe very well. This is one of the reasons why I don't like the left, because the left in Europe have had total power for decades and have driven Europe into the dirt. Absolute destruction. It's an absolute mess. And yet the Americans keep going on, the left in America keep going on about how wonderful Europe is, and we need to be more like Europe. And I'm just thinking, are you out of your minds?
I would generally call this kind of a fair, liberal, and therefore counter-revolutionary. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, to me, liberal means the authorities. It means the people in power. Because liberals have had all the authority, all the power for a long time. The progressives, the politically correct, the socialists, they are the authorities. I mean, this is why I don't understand why the left see themselves as revolutionaries against authority. They've been the authority for decades now, particularly in Europe, and they have done an absolutely spectacularly awful job because they believe things about humanity that are categorically wrong. Things about the nature of compassion. You can enforce compassion through involuntary taxation and redistribution. That's not compassion. That violates basic principles of human nature. They believe you can have a free society without free speech. They believe that an intolerant ideology like Islam should be tolerated. They believe that gays and Muslims can live side by side. I mean, they believe all sorts of bizarre stuff that runs counter to reality. You know, one thing, for example, they're saying that there's more racism on the rise in Europe. And one of the examples they give of this, because they say, oh, there's so much racism, there's Islamophobia, and also there's more anti-Semitism, and there's so much anti-Semitism in Europe right now that Jews are leaving Europe in droves, which is true. The problem is they're leaving Europe in droves because of anti-Semitism coming from Muslims. That's the problem here. That there's a fundamental contradiction in their understanding of human nature. And when you get human nature wrong, you get everything wrong.
I'm against human nature. I think we need to become better people.
Well, the problem is that every single time any ideology says that the problem isn't the system but human beings, millions of people die. Whether it was Pol Pot, Stalin, Mao, they all said exactly what you said. The problem isn't our system. The problem is human nature is wrong, and we need to become more compassionate. We need to have class consciousness. We need to have a sharing consciousness. This is what that awful movie Jupiter Ascending did, for example, by the Wachowskis, where they basically, because the movie is basically blatant Marxist propaganda. So it basically just says, oh, we need to have a different consciousness. That kind of talk has always led to massive deaths. Always. I mean, so I'm extremely worried about that kind of talk because literally nothing good has ever come of it, and literally the worst atrocities of the 20th century were performed because of it. Whether it was the Nazis saying that we needed to become a better people as an Übermensch, whether it was the communists under Stalin or Mao, whether it was Pol Pot saying that we need to all be equal, we need to all have a sort of a compassionate, shared, collective consciousness. All it results in is huge numbers of deaths because you're telling people to go against basic human nature. The difference between a good government and a bad government is that a good government tailors its nature to fit humanity's needs. A bad government tailors humanity to fit its needs. That's basically good and bad in a nutshell. All the atrocities in history were regimes that tailored humanity to fit self. It was self-serving.
I would say that, well, the human behavioral dispositions inborn as such, or crystallized after some process of acculturation, are things that are, well, not static over time. We, in many respects, evolve, even if it's
but over millions
not
of years.
entirely biological evolution. Maybe the anthropological concept of biocultural evolution.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
we
I
are
agree.
conscious of such. We have, in some respects, the power to guide such, and that, I think, is the process, as opposed to, well, some kind of diktat. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is that where do you draw the line of what is cultural and what is biological? The problem with the communists and the Stalinists and the Maoists is that they believed in a tabula rasa model of mankind where virtually everything was environmental, which means that they believed that they could rewrite humanity completely and ignore biological tendencies. And it was that violation of those essential core features of human existence, such as self-interest and the trader principle, which is what resulted in so much suffering and misery and economic collapse. And that's the problem here. The moment you start saying that humanity needs to be changed, you're on a very, very slippery slope, because before you know it, you're redefining something that may be biologically inherent as environmental, and the left do this all the time. The right tend to emphasize inherent biological distinctions, and the left tend to emphasize historically a tabula rasa model where they put down to environmental rather than innate. and they think that that's enlightened. But the thing is, it's very, very dangerous. If you emphasize the innate, you end up with rape, for example.
I would challenge the distinction. I mean, we are, as biological creatures, our culture, everything's biological phenomenon too, and
not
vice
biological.
versa.
It's intellectual. I mean, if I come up with an abstract concept based on theological principles or scientific principles, that's not biological. It's biological originally, but it's not biological in practice. It's not analogous to biology. It could be completely divorced from all reality. It could be a total, complete abstraction.
Are you a substance dualist or something? These
No,
last I checked, these things are.
I'm a property dualist.
Property dualist. Okay.
All objectivists are.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So.
Because I'm not a materialist.
Comes about as biological processes in the brain, and so it's ultimately a biological phenomenon as well.
Well, it starts off that way, but something can start off as one thing and become another. Abstractions and concepts are not the same as their biological origins. They depend upon biology, but they are not the same thing as biology. That is an emergent property. That is emergent nature.
Like maybe, Edward, do you think that maybe our psychological evolution maybe operates on the same principles as the biological evolution?
Only up to a point. I subscribe to various forms of evolutionary psychology and biological psychology. I studied at a university. But there's also levels of complexity above that. Our psychology isn't 100% dictated by biology. There's also experience, personality, and as I say, in the case of human, and that covers animals. Animal psychology isn't entirely 100% determined by biology. Because, as I say, they experience, they have different personalities. Human beings even more so, because we have culture, we have intellectual processes, we have logic. I mean, evolution doesn't care about logic. It follows logic only because it follows the laws of physics. But human beings can ignore logic or they can follow logic, and neither of those things has anything to do with biology. It's a purely intellectual process. But the point is that who decides what is biological and what is cultural and what should be changed and why? That's the problem. Not only do you run the risk of forcing human beings into a mold that they weren't meant for, but also you arbitrarily decide according to an ideology. You might be going up against, for example, self-interest. The left hates self-interest. They call it selfish, they call it evil, and they want people to be selfless and self-sacrificing. The problem is that every single time you have that, whether that's in Christianity, where you end up with all these idiots, trying to loving the idea of being martyred and being killed and all that, so much so that the church had to make suicide illegal because people were so self-sacrificing they were actually killing themselves. And then you end up with Islam.
Wow.
In Islam, you have the martyrdom
suicide by Roman.
You're saying that it's a tendency that can get out of control, the self-sacrifice.
Yes, self-sacrifice can spiral out of control. We see this with suicide bombings in Islam. We see this in socialist and Marxist systems.
I want to mention, by way of that, Christopher Hitchens said, it's funny when you open up this box that religion opens up that says that people can talk to God, they find that it very quickly runs right out of control, and they have to put a lid on it and say, well, only some of us can talk to God, and only some of the time. We can't all do it all the time.
Yeah, this was the big schism in the early church. Originally, when Christianity began, if you read Paul's writings, the idea is that Jesus wasn't a historical figure. He was an angelic visitor that people would have visions of and would speak to. The resurrected Jesus was originally the only Jesus. And then later on, they decided to make him historical in order to sort of monopolize and reduce the amount of revelations. So instead of a character that would constantly visit you, he was now a historical figure from a finite period of time that had a short ministry. This is why Jesus' ministry only lasts a year in the Gospels, because they wanted to sort of limit the amount of teachings or revelations so that they could create a coherent set of doctrines and principles.
Let's let Nadia reply to what she was going to say.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, in terms of the sort of human nature idea, I mean, as we evolve, we, in some respects, consciously shape ourselves to, well, what end? And the idea that there is something that meant us to be some way is pretty problematic because it's
We're not
in
meant to
effect
breathe
asking
oxygen.
for it's well you're in effect making reference to sort of intention of well a mind of nature that isn't there.
No, no, no. We're just using the term meant as in a necessary condition of existence. When I say meant, that's all I mean. We are meant to breathe oxygen, as in we require it for our existence. That's all. I'm not giving intentionality to nature. I'm just using the term meant in that sense. But the problem is that who decides? That's the problem. Who decides where? Because evolution is not a guided process. Evolution is not decided by ideologues. It's not decided by authority. Evolution is an unguided, adaptive process. The problem with Pol Pot and Mao and Stalin is that they believe they could guide it themselves. That's the problem. A guided evolution is a contradiction in terms. Pardon?
Well, actually, sexual selection already is featured in such,
Well, it's
and that
unconscious.
is very well.
It's an aggregate process.
And
Yeah, well, it's because a lot of the time you're not aware of what decisions you're making as to your life partner.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
and that awareness can be achieved though with
I mean,
some kind of sufficient intelligence or consciousness and whatever. And I mean, likewise for matters of say predator and prey, right? I mean, we are, perhaps
we chose to become
in
apex
our
predators. Yes.
Well,
our apex
particularly particularly things like herbicides, insecticides, antibiotics, and all that. We're conscious about how we evolutionarily shape those things upon which we
now, Ed,
well, if not predate, then at least go about shaping there. So, go ahead.
We evolve, but like evolution itself, it's not a guided process. It's the aggregate result of loads of free decisions and free choices. The free market capitalism is not guided. It's the product of free choices made by individual traders for their own benefit. And the same thing must apply to society. Whenever you're talking about evolving in a specific direction, by definition, you need an authority to enforce that.
Well,
that's the problem.
Bear with me. I mean, for affairs like insecticides and herbicides and antibiotics and such, I mean, there is some manner of coordination, even if at the moment perhaps not as effective as it could be, in guiding the evolutionary process to say prevent resistance from running haywire. Would you agree?
Yes, but it's not via a centralized authority. It's the farmers and the insecticide makers working in their own self-interest. But the point is, I'm trying to avoid an authoritarian scenario where people decide human beings should evolve in one particular way and we must force them to. How do you avoid that if you define where we're supposed to go in very limited terms? I'm not saying where human beings should go.
Nadia's example, I mean, Nadia, with the antibiotics, you propose that we have to have some sort of oversight or something to deal with the antibiotic resistance problem.
We already do.
The free marketers would say that we shouldn't have had the government controls on the medicine to begin with, and the government controls created the problem or allowed the problem to get out of control, and we would have had proper monitoring.
On what basis?
Well, because it standardized the treatment, and standardized treatments are easier for microbes and whatnot, and bacteria and germs and viruses to out-evolve.
Exactly.
It's been done
20, 30 years ago.
It's not the matter of what the coordination is, but still.
Companies would have seen this coming 20, 30 years ago and tried to do something about it, but the government's thwarted all that by the FDA and by constantly bossing companies around on what medicines they can give to who and when they can do it, and controlling the doctors and the schools the doctors go to. It's a whole huge monopoly that they've set up around it. So we shouldn't be surprised now that it's been mismanaged. We really, really shouldn't be surprised.
Because the problem is
the contention, right? The contention is that there is some manner of thought and coordination. In effect, some kind of common purpose.
Okay, fair point.
To the manner in which herbicides, insecticides, and such are deployed so as to perhaps guide the evolution so resistance doesn't develop quite so fast, right?
True,
Yeah.
fair point, but we would say that it is free economy and free individuals making their choices that would bring about the solution, not some bureaucrat who's decided X, Y, or Z ordering it on people from afar.
Because the problem with
as
your
an
diet,
anarcho-communist, I mean, I'm not exactly advocating some kind of hegemonic authority.
but how else would you make everybody compassionate? I mean, because I don't. There's two problems here. One, I don't think human beings should be more compassionate in that sense because you're talking about selflessness, you're talking about altruism, and that goes against human nature. And when applied to a societal, in hierarchical and economic system, the result is disaster. So I don't think human beings should be going that direction. But the other point is that, yeah, if human beings should be more compassionate as a whole, you're talking about it's a system that would be exploited unless everyone equally evolved at the same rate in the same direction. And I don't see how you can have that without authority, because that's what the Pol Pot did. That's what Stalin did. They wanted everybody to be more compassionate, everybody to be more selfless, everybody to be more altruistic, everyone simultaneously, because otherwise the system would eat itself alive. And so the only way to have a simultaneous homogeneous change is through authority. And that there's no other way it would work. It wouldn't occur spontaneously. It wouldn't occur through market forces, because it would go against human nature as it currently is.
Well, I'm against market forces, but
yeah, well,
the main thing is
the only alternative to market forces is dictatorship.
Oh, I'm against dictatorships too.
Well, what are you for?
So,
we're running out of things that you could be.
Yeah. Well, hierarchical manners of coordination do exist, and that's not really so difficult to envision. In fact, there are perhaps some kinds of small-scale instances of limited context. However,
well, people are either doing something voluntarily or they're being forced.
More importantly, though, I mean, to the extent there is some guidance of evolution of, the bacteria, the insects, the what is it? I guess weeds and such. So
it's kind of anti.
Well, but
because we're basically saying,
maybe it
is good enough. We're going to hijack it. We're going to short circuit it.
Well, mastery of nature. Right?
We're hacking.
Mastery of nature.
Yeah, we're hacking nature as we should do, as is our prerogative.
Well, why would we? Well, I don't think settling for evolution as it would afflict us or something like that. It is not good enough either. I mean, we should perhaps go about some guidance in that respect, and in various respects, we actually do. There is sexual selection, perhaps is primary already, that is pushing us in some direction, and maybe greater consciousness about that direction.
Minor areas, but we're talking long term. Yeah. I mean, sexual selection means guys have beards and faces are symmetrical and stuff like that, and that's fine. But if we're talking like basic human behavior, that's something that takes millions of years to change if you're talking about its biological fundamentals. A baby crying when it's born because it operates on self-interest is not something you're changing anytime soon.
Well,
just to give an example.
I perhaps take a relatively long view. So, if it takes a while, sure, why not?
Convenient, though.
What is the alternative?
What's the alternative to what, Super Guy? Who do you ask?
To self-interest.
Oh, or
altruism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you either do things voluntarily or you do things because you're coerced. You either do things for your own self-interest or you do things for other people. And so that's the dichotomy. There's no third option. You're either forced to do something or you do it on your own.
I'll bet you $5 Nadia has a third option.
If you're
I don't see that's a proper dichotomy. Yeah, I think there is, I don't know if you might call it that altruism and beneficence, you think, what is it, Mao or Pol Pot were trying to impose, but I don't think Mao or Pol Pot had very good visions of it. Go ahead.
Well, I see that. I think their vision was absolutely flawless. I think that they followed logically through the inevitability of authority, collectivism, altruism, Marxist and socialist thinking. I just think that socialists and Marxists are in denial over the logical outcome of their own ideology, like Muslims that deny that their ideology leads to jihad and terrorism. I mean, if they can't logically extrapolate their own beliefs, that probably explains why they have beliefs that are so bad.
Yeah, Hitler and
I wouldn't say it's very altruistic to, well, impose authority on someone else, but
well, that's the problem. Virtually every altruistic society in history has been authoritarian. I mean, there's no such thing as spontaneous altruism. As it goes against self-interest, nobody is. You don't get large bodies of people spontaneously, without authority telling them to, abandoning their own self-interest. That doesn't happen. That is just no chance of that happening. Never happened, never will, because that's why if you look at all the altruistic societies, they're all authoritarian.
It's pretty rare for individuals to abandon self-interest, let alone a group of them, let alone a society.
I maintain that what I advocate is without precedent. Go ahead.
Well, I agree completely, but I can only go with what has already occurred. I can only go with what history has shown, and when people have views that are similar to those that have been applied in history, I can only judge by the historical results. I mean, I can't sort of go on by what other people promise, because history is full of people promising that this time it'll be different, and it turns out to be exactly the same as every other attempt. This is why we're still applying socialism now. This is why all these stupid, insufferable, sanctimonious, self-righteous, narcissistic millennial students in America are voting for a geriatric socialist dumbass like Bernie Sanders, because this time it'll be different. This is why Venezuela is currently circling the drain to the 10th level of hell, because this time with Hugo Chavez it'll be different. And I'm sick to death of people saying it'll be different when it never is.
Ed, don't you love
the cover of Workers' Vanguard? I called Bernie Sanders an imperialist running dog.
I love the way that Trump and Milo Yiannopoulos both say over and over again, love Bernie Sanders, love his people, because they want to encourage people to like Bernie Sanders to whatever power they have influence over Democrats.
Well, yeah, they're both. Bernie Sanders is a fascist, and, Trump is a fascist.
Bernie Sanders, right? Clearly, they're totally against him, but they're playing a joke on Democrats, saying Bernie Sanders is a great guy. Crooked Hillary.
Yeah, but no, I think there is genuine common ground. I think that Trump and Sanders are both fascists. They both believe in imposing government will on people's economic liberties. They're both anti-free trade. They're both mercantilists.
Well,
they're both.
What about this thing? Are they trying to split the party by saying Bernie Sanders is a great guy?
Milo is definitely, because he is a tactical genius. Trump, I don't know. I mean, he might be doing it because other people around him are telling him to. But
he's a business guy. He's very, very intelligent. Business people are very, very smart.
So how come he comes across as a dumbass every time he opens his mouth?
Because he does not have time to read the esoteric history that we read. He's busy making $1 million or spending it.
So in other
words,
are you
voting for Trump, Brandon?
What's that?
You voting for Trump?
I don't vote. It encourages the bastards.
There you go.
Well, what about?
I can't even vote third party Johnson. I don't like him either. He's not a viable third alternative at all.
Why don't you like Johnson, Justin?
He's not.
Well, I mean, I don't like a lot of people in the LP. Like I don't like the foreign policy that libertarians advocate.
Yeah.
They advocate, the whole America's fault for everything that happens in the Middle East, pull out, just come and attack us, pretty much. And I think that in and of itself is enough not to vote for him.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. I agree completely.
He's trying to make common ground with Bernie Sanders, too. He's trying to appeal to Bernie's voters, like, I, too, am against cronyism. And, You know.
Yeah, I mean, they all have something,
Instead
and
of,
they all share the same ideas, and they're all the bad ideas. So, yeah, it's a Venn diagram thing. So Trump and Sanders agree on trade because they're both wrong on trade, and the Libertarians and Sanders supporters agree with each other when it comes to foreign policy because they're both wrong on foreign policy. So where they all agree, that's where they're all wrong.
Right.
That's where it should be disturbed, and that's the problem of libertarians. They're post-colonialists. They're critical theorists. They subscribe to postmodernist, far-left ideas that everything is America's fault.
Yeah, Gary Johnson says, "Well, stop the wars."
I mean, as someone who's, I guess, perhaps postmodernist and far left, I'm not sure I'd say everything is America's fault. But,
Oh,
God.
oh, watch out,
I think
Brandon.
you should kick him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I would
we
go
have to be
further
really-
and say that they have no grievances against America.
Well, I mean,
well, I think America should be abolished.
America's the only thing the world has. The only thing the world has right now.
I think the nation states should be abolished. So.
We used to could count on Germany and Japan. They're both shit. Britain is all we have.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the
I'd abolish all nation states. Go ahead.
Well, see, the problem is that that's one world government. How do you prevent that one government from going evil if it's the only one we have? Or culture, or hierarchy, or anarcho-collective, or whatever it is.
Ed, we did this the other night, and I said, "So how many states do you need? 2 or more?" And you said,
I basically said between 50 and 1,000.
50.
Because you need alternatives. If a country or a system goes wrong, you need to have an alternative. This is why you need nation states. Nation states are like the membrane of a cell. You have loads of different cells, and they all have different functions, and they all have different purposes, and they all are separate from each other and distinct, so that they can all represent different ideas, different laboratories. The idea of everything being under one umbrella, that implies that we already have all the answers. Whereas we don't. We're still trying to figure stuff out. We're scientists. We're trying to muddle through. And the moment you stop thinking of yourself as a scientist, the moment you stop thinking of yourself as a person muddling through, that's when you're an ideologue. That's when you're basically going into a fascistic mindset, because you're saying we have the answers, we have the truth, and how are you going to prevent people from getting into their heads to impose it? Because if we have the truth, if we have the answers, then the alternatives don't matter. You know, the science is settled, as they keep saying over climate change. The science is settled. This is the only truth. This is the only reality. It's going to lead to tyranny, even if you don't intend it to. I mean, a lot of socialists and Marxists don't intend to. That's why they don't recognize Stalin and Mao as the products of their ideology. They don't intend for that, but that's because they're illogical and they don't understand their ideas logically lead to authority, because there's no other way to impose it.
No,
That's human nature.
We haven't heard from Brother John for a minute. I saw you said earlier in the chat, Brother John, that that you said we are a breath of fresh air. Here we are, like, attacking what's dear to you: Democratic Party, environmentalism. What a breath of fresh air compared to what and how? Aren't you? You said you felt.
No, I was telling Nadia I was glad she was here, because you guys are a breath of fresh air than the usual what goes on in the great debate community and a lot of stuff that happens. I don't know if you're aware of Nadia's room. She has hangouts going 24 hours a day. Other people, running them and stuff.
Coliseum, is that what it is?
Yeah. I had like 60, 70 viewers, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing. I went in there and they were talking about how much they pay for toilet paper. So.
You can't even get any.
So some of the conversations go on are crap. A lot of times.
Well, I don't permit the conversation to go in a stupid direction, because the last thing in this universe that you want is me bored. That is very, very dangerous. So
yeah. Well, I mean, I try to steer it in, I don't know, whatever kind of more, I guess, elevated direction, and unfortunately, people don't always go along.
Well, you need quality control. You need someone like me. I always keep the quality high, except a couple of nights ago when we ended up screening hardcore porn live on air. But apart from that, that wasn't my fault. Well, it kind of was, but it wasn't really. I never ever piss off a communist because they can do terrible things.
We just got nearly.
I'm a communist. What am I supposed to do?
Screen live porn, obviously.
That was the first time I
wouldn't do
saw
that.
porn on YouTube, so
And
that was kind of interesting.
You can't listen to it now, but if you go back and Super Fin Guy. Before I forget, let's drop everything else. Super Fin Guy. There was a catastrophe, an embarrassing catastrophe. We don't need to talk about the embarrassment or the catastrophe. Let's talk about the philosophy of what happened. Were you there during the embarrassing catastrophe that's philosophically interesting?
Which one?
The Thursdays Hangout?
No, Todd and I, our Sunday.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah, it was very funny and interesting.
Do you want to say without being personal or rude? Do you want us to talk about the philosophy of it from what you saw or heard or whatever for a moment?
Yeah, I think that the Todd's method is very much like a priest at a church. He only talks about the benefits, and he never expands on what he's saying. So that's kind of boring. So.
All right. So you thought that I was philosophically. What was my?
Yeah, I think your attitude was called for, because Todd just goes on and on with the benefits and and never explains anything. So that's about it. And one thing that I've noticed is that sometimes I don't want to say steal, material from, like, for example, from the new tech philosophy. Like, for example, he's integrated thinking. Actually, in new tech, it's called fully integrated honesty, and that is about seeing everything in a scientific manner. Always wanting to see the evidence for concepts and theories.
And how is that honesty?
Because it's about integrating everything in the world.
Yeah, but so there could be an honest person who doesn't integrate?
Yeah, because you can take things out of context, and sometimes you're not fully honest.
So fully integrated means to integrate without making mistakes.
Yeah, to integrate everything, integrate everything around you, so you can come up.
Now it makes no sense, though, does it? You agree that it makes no sense, or you think that it's sensible? I can't make any sense out of it. What do you mean? How is it different from just being honest then? Because you integrate more, or you integrate?
Well, because sometimes you're honest, but only in certain things. So not in everything.
Honest and integrated about your honesty, then you have sort of a bigger tractor to drive your honesty around, or what? I don't see.
You put the things around you, you integrate them into a full picture. So that's why it's called fully integrated honesty. So, like, for example, you don't take the opinions of others, you don't take what's popular, you just take what's factual and scientific and technological. So you make like a very accurate, picture of reality.
All right. Well,
that's basically.
Yeah, sufficing it to say that I don't agree in tacking words on for no reason, and verbosity is not an end in itself. But, anyways, it was an interesting confrontation, I thought, and sad it won't be viewable, but it leaves me with a new view into a different world view. I mean, so you say he's like a preacher because he says X, Y, and Z, this will be beautiful and great, and then you say, well, what do you mean by that? And he says, well, just listen to my preaching.
Yeah, exactly. And I get the infomercial kind of guy vibe from the way he talks.
Now, without going on any further about this, I suppose we should probably throw it back to either nuclear waste. You all have heard that we're stardust. We're not. We're nuclear waste. All right, there's one thing we can do. Oh, landfills. Are you guys upset about landfills? Because I think they're enormous pockets of refined material that we can someday use. I think they're savings accounts. A landfill is a savings account of refined materials.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a beautiful idea, isn't it?
I love it.
Infamy, welcome to the...
Like landfills, I guess they would make like a nice fire. So
A nice fire?
yeah.
Cheese and rice. If you dig up a landfill, you get their personal calculators in there, and there are phones, and there's gold in those things. There's silver, there's titanium, there's all kinds of stuff in the electronics and nonsense. And oh, come on, there's all kinds of highly refined materials in landfills. Very highly.
Yeah, but it would take a lot of money for you to recycle
Well,
stuff
just
in the
a
landfill.
machine that does it cheaply. That's all.
Yeah, but right now we don't have that type of machine. You know, lots of recycling companies, they are closing because it's too expensive.
That's
And
true.
yeah.
Well, okay, but so maybe in 100 years.
Yeah.
Or 1,000.
Well, maybe,
Or-
but I think
Whenever there's a market for it.
It might be the case that it'll end up the way that dumps and landfills from ancient Syria and Iraq and Babylon and Rome, we now go through their dumps. They never did go back and dig them up. We dig them up now. Our scientists dig them up to learn about what kind of things they ate and stuff. So maybe we'll never dig it up. But it seems to me that our landfills are quite valuable. You know that in Rome or in Italy during World War II, they reprocessed Roman slag heaps from ancient Roman iron mills because the slag had so much metal in it that with modern technology they could actually reprocess it and make metal out of it. So that's interesting. Hi, Infamy. Welcome. Do you want to say a dirty limerick to start off or anything? Welcome to the thing. All right. Well, you guys are gonna have to kick something up here. I'll say a dirty limerick real quick. No, I'll just do a limerick. Let me do one about a college professor. There once was a man from Esser whose knowledge grew lesser and lesser, and at last grew so small he knew nothing at all. And now he's a college professor.
and the leftist.
And a leftist. Of course, 97% of the college professors are leftists. That's from the International Government Panel on Leftist College Teachers.
Well, yes, it's about that ratio. I do find that an interesting subject. Why is it that educators tend to be leftists? It isn't because leftist ideology makes the most sense to educated people, because I've seen an educated person of the right completely intellectually destroy educated people on the left. I mean, effortlessly.
Well, I think it's down to the fact that it's a government monopoly, so that you've got the government saying, here, we're going to give you a salary if you come work this job. And so there are certain people who line up for that, and then over here there's the rest of the economy, and so there's a certain type of people who say, yes, please give me a job, I'll do whatever to fit into the culture. That sieves out certain people. There are people who bump off of that wall and say, if I'm going to educate, I'm not going to do it with you motherfuckers, and they go on their own way. So you get, automatically you sorted out the people who have a brain, a moral capacity.
Well, does that, I mean, that would apply to public schools, because of course public schools shouldn't exist anyway. But because the devastating effect that public schools have had on society is astounding. But what about colleges and universities? I mean, how much government control are they under in America?
The universities?
Yeah.
Less than the public schools, but it's utterly, utterly disastrous. Utterly disastrous. Now, there's been a breath of fresh air in the last 15 or 20 years. The price of the unions has gotten so high that they actually have a lot of part-time professors. So there are teachers who 1 or 2 classes is all they teach, and then on the side they also work at a restaurant or something like that, and they're teachers. So we've got all these bourgeois or non-bourgeois, is it proletariat or the low-down people? All
Normal.
proletariat
Normal.
teachers
The word
now
is
in
normal we're looking for.
What's
yeah, normal. Yeah, the people who actually exist in the real world,
Yeah.
people as opposed to ivory tower academics.
And the academics have big salaries and move up into what they call them administrative jobs or whatever. And all of the teachers now are these part-timers, and the administratives all have salaries and stay permanently. And the teachers work very hard and get almost no money. So that's the situation it's come to in the last 15, 20 years. It's degraded badly.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem with unions. I mean, there is an upside to their extortionate practices, but on the other hand, I do feel morally compelled to oppose them, because teachers' unions are so utterly corrupt beyond belief. I mean, it's a union that they are. Public sector unions are always corrupt.
What if unions are like a nuclear option or like a gun to the head type option or something? What if in a free economy, basically unions were like the nuclear option, and employees would say, either change this thing or else we're going to seriously consider a union. And it never got to that because unions destroyed the company and the workers all get dismissed. But
the problem is that it would be a bluff, because the workers would know that it would destroy them as well. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, unions are mutually assured destruction. So they're economic mad.
But okay, would it be threatened though? Even though it would never be used, it would be like nuclear weapons. Threatened though.
Yeah, but the problem is that both sides in the Cold War, when there were smart people in charge, knew that it was a bluff on both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. I mean, it wasn't really mutually. It was mutually assured destruction if the bluff was ever called, but both sides knew it was bluff, so both sides weren't going to call it. I mean, that's the problem. It's just a stalemate. It doesn't get you anywhere.
So unions would end up somewhere in a free economy, but they wouldn't end up in control.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have there are private sector unions that are fine. The problem is the public sector unions are, well, they follow the same logic of the rest of the state. It's all about pandering, special interests. It's all about getting more and more for less and less and less work. So it's an anti-efficiency model. And so, because they want less and less hours, they want earlier and earlier retirement, they want more pay, and they instead of negotiating or instead of a meritocracy, they just use extortion, because they can use numbers to threaten mass walkouts. So because they have an extortion weapon, because they have too much power, they therefore are able to get too many things for too little, and therefore you end up with anti-meritocracy and teachers that care more about striking. I mean, like in my time, for example, when I was at school in the 80s, there were constant strikes. Teachers were constantly going on strike because there were huge unions. And then Thatcher came in and she destroyed the unions. Oh, it was beautiful. All the unionists running through the streets as Margaret Thatcher came, swooping from the sky on a giant battle dragon, firing laser beams out of his eyes. Oh, it was beautiful. At least that's how we remember it.
You know, Ayn Rand says she would never vote for a woman president, and I immediately always think of Thatcher whenever I hear that.
Well, Thatcher wasn't a woman as Rand would define her.
Okay.
Well, that's true. You see, because Rand was using a idealistic concept of male and female. I mean, she has this, the woman worships the man and that kind of stuff. She fetishized the whole thing. I mean, she was like the writer of the Twilight novels with an IQ of 200.
Well, I don't know enough about Twilight.
Well, I mean, Atlas Shrugged. Let's face it, Atlas Shrugged is a bodice ripper. It's a Mills and Boon.
Is she romantic about that, or is she realistic about it?
We're dealing with fetish a lot of the time. Let's face it, it's fetish.
I think it's reality. I can't.
I mean, come on, you've got the main hero of the book is a super ultra mega competent woman who basically just goes through man after man. She literally sleeps with the 3 best men on the planet. She literally starts off with Francisco, who is this dusky, what do they call it? Latino sort of character. He's a rich prince from Latin America. And then she goes on to Rourke, who's a powerful, manly, square-jawed industrialist. And then she finally moves. She trades up to John Galt, who is the single greatest human man who has ever lived. So it is total, complete fantasy fulfillment for sexually frustrated housewives.
She was living vicariously through her character when she.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. It's the ultimate vicarious fantasy. It's like in Twilight, where the female character has like a really cool, dashing, sexy vampire and a really cool, sexy, dashing werewolf, both fighting for her attention. You know, it's shameless, absolutely shameless. You can tell Atlas Shrugged is written by a woman. I mean, it's just no man would have written that. No man in history would have possibly written that, because if it had been written by a man, Howard Roark would have been the hero, and he would have basically just bedded a load of women before ending up with like the villain's wife, who he seduces to her side, you know, like all the James Bond books.
You
That's
know,
basically.
I heard this question. I think it was in the book called The Ayn Rand Quote by Jeff Walker. That could not be right, because that's right off the top of my head. But the Ayn Rand Quote, and he says, so John Galt was a virgin at the age of 37 or 41 or whatever when he and Dagny met. And is that true? His whole history is a blank slate? And yeah, that's not the case. Obviously, he was a whole person before. But we do get to see through Dagny's eyes, not John Galt's eyes, some sexual fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
Because Ayn Rand was the author and she was a female.
Yeah.
I think it's more realism than fetishism. I think she was just being objective about the way men and women are. So.
Well,
Howard Roark
the characters are idealistic. So it's realistic in the sense that this is the way her idealistic characters would interrelate to each other realistically. So it's a realistic interaction of ideals. So it's still fetish.
Go ahead, Superfin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what you guys think about the fact that Ayn Rand cheated on her husband.
She didn't cheat. They were in
I heard.
They were in a polyamorous. Was it polyamorous? What's the word?
Multi-love.
Like she was a poly girl
Polygamous.
or something like that.
Polygamous. Yeah. They were in an open marriage.
Bigamist is the word for multiple men for a woman. So.
Yeah. Well, she was in an open marriage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Have you guys ever seen The Passion of Ayn Rand?
Isn't, you know.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
What a bullshit movie.
It's Barbara Brandon. It's Barbara Brandon. I mean, what do you expect?
Right. I remember when Barbara Brandon died, Harry Benswinger from the Ayn Rand Institute put on Twitter, he said, I found out Barbara Brandon has passed today, and I can't say I'm too sad about it. People freaked out about it.
Yeah, well, she was very, very annoying at times, but you know, what do you expect?
I do like, for the most part, you know, Nathaniel Brandon. For the most part, I like most of his writings. He did get kind of new agey kind of towards, as he got older.
He got new agey, but he created that whole self-esteem movement. Everything everybody calls
right. I love his books. You know, The Psychology of Self-Esteem, which he wrote before I think his break with Ayn Rand. But Six Pillars of Self-Esteem. I don't know. Self-Esteem for Dogs. Just a whole bunch.
Did you read the Psychology of Romantic Love?
No, I haven't read that.
You should read it. That's very, very good. It didn't answer everything for me, but it clarified some things. Later on, evolution, I think, answered more for me than he did, understanding evolution. But
yeah, his introduction to philosophy lecture was brilliant. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Although obviously he did crib a lot from Rand.
What do you guys think of the David Kelly segment of objectivism? I have his book Truth and Toleration, but I haven't really gotten into it. I haven't read it.
Read Value. Do you know Fact and Value by Peikoff?
Yeah.
Have you read it?
No.
You should read it. It's a tour de force. It's very, very powerful. It's a very, very good essay.
Well, I've noticed David Kelly's he's really pragmatic in his way of, talking about moral judgment.
Fact and Value is Peikoff. It's like me doing a 1-hour video about the thing between me and Todd or something. Fact and Value is him getting everything off his chest about David Kelly and the issues with David.
Yeah.
So if you think David Kelly's compelling in any way, just read.
Oh, no, I don't.
It's
No.
like
I've listened to some of the Atlas Society's videos, and it's not fun.
It's watered down.
Yeah, it's very watered
they
down.
They want to try to appeal to... Because it's the same thing. If you saw the Atlas Shrugged trilogy, for example...
Oh my God!
Yeah,
don't even mention it.
I know.
Especially the third one. I watched the third one, and I think I threw up twice.
The third one was hilarious because the third one was the best one because that's when they ran out of money, and it was absolutely
Francisco
hilarious.
D'Anconia is like 78, and Dagny's like 30.
Well, that's nothing. My favorite character, Ragnar Dennisgold. He is like old, grizzled, fat, ugly. In the book, he's basically Thor from the Marvel movies. That's what he's supposed to look like.
Talking, and he's got all these gnats around him, and it's
it's just like wow, incredible. I mean, because that's basically David Kelly in a nutshell. He waters it down to make it more acceptable to a general audience. And
so I don't even think there was a word of like self-interest or.
Yeah, because they had to make it. They were aiming this at Christian conservatives. The film studio that made it also did Expelled No Intelligence Allowed, the creationist movie. So we are not dealing with good cinematic pedigree here. This was aimed at Tea Partiers. I mean, not objectivists. Plus of course they have to make tons of compromises with libertarians. Because Atlas Society is basically like 50% objectivist, 50% libertarian. That's a huge amount of compromise that you have to make because ultimately objectivists need to win the argument against libertarianism. We have to defeat libertarianism because otherwise we'll end up with a bunch of morons with no fundamental principles of philosophy that can't defend any of the principles and have the dumbest possible foreign policies. If your foreign policy, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't include nuke Mecca and Medina, you're a pathetic, spineless idiot. End of story. I just don't want to know. I mean, at the end of the day, you either fight evil or basically you just let it eventually defeat you. Because America has this isolationist mindset, this belief that you don't have to deal with the evils in the world. And ultimately, that mindset has led to so many catastrophes.
That's why Ron Paul was so appealing for so long. That was his main platform, was foreign policy, and he was awful.
Well, the problem is that by blaming America for everything, it serves as an excuse for the post-colonialists to basically ignore what's going on in the rest of the world. You don't have to pay any attention to Sunni and Shiite. You don't have to pay any attention to the Muslim Brotherhood. You don't have to pay attention to Mujahideen or anything. You basically just say, oh well, it's all America's fault. And so you make the simple generalized policies on that completely ignore all the details on the ground.
Yeah, it's what America did in the 30s. We said, doesn't matter what Japan's doing, doesn't matter what Germany's doing, we live over here, we're doing our thing, we don't care. And that didn't turn out well. It didn't turn out well at all.
Well, in a sense, because America is a very moral country, it's naive, and that means that it never occurs to them that you could have expansionism and imperialism. This is the problem with the pro-Muslim left. They don't understand that Islam is expansionist. You'll always end up with more mosques, more madrasas, more Sharia courts, more women in bin liners, more homosexuals gunned down, and it'll just get worse and worse. It'll never ever get better. No Muslims' culture in any other non-Muslim country has ever got better. It's only ever got worse. They're annexing bits of Thailand right now. I mean, this is the kind of situation we've got.
More women in bin liners, which is a trash.
You know, those black things that you put the bin, the rubbish in, that you put in the bin.
We don't call it a bin.
Trash bag.
Trash bag. Yeah, trash bag.
Yeah, I thought bin liner. What the hell's that? It took me a second. So.
Women in black trash bags. But yes, I mean, you're going to just, if you want to see more of that, then continue to capitulate, because it's the left think that there's some sort of status quo, there's some sort of static relationship between these groups. But no, one group has more babies than the other group. One group is supremacist and the other group is full of self-loathing and white guilt and all the rest of it.
Now, did Marxism just shop around the world for the right thing until it found a really good keynote with Islam? Because Marxism was shopped from Germany to Russia to Venezuela. And
yes, I mean, at the end of the day, Marxists are an evil, narcissistic, power-hungry megalomaniacs who just need an excuse to gain power. They need some way of being able to...
But what are they doing with Islam? I mean,
well, Islam is for a lot of the left, a lot of the useful idiots, because most people on the left are just stupid. They're not evil or anything. They're just retarded. And so they basically have this idea that you can virtue signal, you can pander to these people, and that's all it is for them. It's just a quick bit of cheap, sleazy virtue signaling to say, oh, well, we need to, hashtag not all Muslims, that kind of stuff.
all right,
And,
question in the side that will allow us maybe something. Enphamies here and asks, how does Ayn Rand shape up to other philosophers?
she was the only philosopher of the 20th century.
Ed, and then I'll throw it to you, because
Yeah.
Ayn Rand has been accused of borrowing from Nietzsche, for example, and various other philosophers.
She corrected Nietzsche.
Yeah, exactly.
Nietzsche tried to reconstruct morality from scratch, and he failed. Partly because he didn't understand that he understood altruism was a problem, but he didn't understand that you needed compassion had to be derived from the individual, not from authority. That was one of his mistakes.
Well, Ayn Rand also not only comparable to Nietzsche, or didn't steal from Nietzsche but corrected him, has been accused of taking, for example, from Adam Smith and the Free Economy, Jean-Baptiste Say. She's been accused of a lot of that, but let's just say, let's give the case for a moment. She took from 1 or 2 or 5 of these guys, and yet she has this enormous, formidable philosophic system. So you can point and say she took this from here and that from there, and it really wouldn't make a very strong case for you to denigrate her, because she has an enormous and very
comprehensive.
Comprehensive and objective. It's an objective system. So to say that some piece of her philosophy is similar to some other philosopher is a bizarre statement, basically. She has an objective philosophy. She compares to other philosophers the way that Newton compares to previous scientists before Newton. There.
Yeah. I mean, physicists don't rip off Newton. Newton got it right, so of course you have to go with Newton. And it's the same thing with Adam Smith. Adam Smith invented economics in the modern sense. Period. He got it right. And so of course you're going to take from Adam Smith. She also took a lot from Ludwig von Mises, but he was the greatest economist of his generation. Who else are you going to get it from? I mean, this is the thing. It's the same thing with the Founding Fathers. The Founding Fathers took from John Locke and Thomas Paine. Why? Because they were the 2 greatest philosophers of the Enlightenment. They kicked all the asses in the room. So of course they're going to take from them. This is what great geniuses do. They stand on the shoulders of giants. They don't start off, they don't invent anything from scratch. Well, every time you get people who try to have a slash and burn approach and start from scratch, you end up with people who just create horrible, horrible philosophies. The more bridges they try to burn.
A follow-up question, what were her thoughts on the mind? I'll say a couple sentences. The mind is your way of surviving in reality, and using rational thought is the proper way to run your mind. The mind is just all your 5 senses that tell you what's going on, and you either survive or you don't. We could transport you back into the time of the caveman if you want to understand how to survive. It may not apply as well in the area of shopping malls and stuff, but if you have to figure out what to eat today, your mind is how you're going to do it. So the mind has a lot of stuff. There's love going on. You have to have a partner. Some stuff's going on in there, but it's really just your 5 senses. You're using the information from those 5 senses to survive. That's really what the mind is.
Yeah, I mean, basically the mind is a sensory data integrator, and the whole point of objectivism is to be a rational integrator, a consistent integrator, a logical integrator, because the problem is that people don't integrate very well. They have irrational beliefs, superstitions, contradictions. They believe in ideologies that don't reflect reality. And so the key is to sort of organize and tidy up your mind so that you can take the data without filtering. Because some people integrate so badly that it prevents them from being able to perceive reality correctly. They have to filter and confirmation bias.
Are we giving a fair appraisal of Ayn Rand, or are we putting words in her mouth? Because the question comes, is that what she said?
Oh yeah. I think.
Yeah. Basically, I remember that she said that the mind is a means for man's survival. Like it's what we need in order to survive and prosper.
Yeah.
I mean, same for any other animal. It's just
Yes.
that we have an extra level of complexity in that we're capable of conscious, rational thought.
Well, kind of, because for other animals they depend a lot on their strength and teeth and stuff, but we depend exclusively on our minds.
Yeah, but how they choose to use that strength and teeth has to be done through the mind's
True.
ability to
Yes.
process the environment. It's the
Yeah,
same thing
yeah.
when we make our tools.
Yeah, yeah, to a certain extent. Like for
Yeah.
example, I've noticed that, like for example, little kids when they play, they want to play games, you know, and they want to run around a little bit. But for dogs, they just want to bite. They just want to, train themselves to being, good biters. So you can see
Uh,
what's more important for a given species when they're little,
yeah.
So.
But children eventually can grow up. Animals never grow out of the instinctual phase, unfortunately. They're very limited. It's like
Yeah.
if you look at developmental psychology, if you look at a gorilla or a chimpanzee baby, it eventually reaches an age where it's at first it's just like a human. If you look at a human baby, a gorilla baby, if you look at a human 1-year-old or a gorilla 1-year-old, they're pretty much the same in virtually all their interactions and understandings of the world. But then tragically, gorillas sort of stop developing beyond what we would consider about 3-year-old, and then that's it. Whereas we just keep going and going and going and going, except when we hold ourselves back or are held back by other people, and that's the tragedy of it.
Infamy accuses us of being a little vague. Can you clarify, Infamy, how it's vague? So the mind does more, you think, than just react to reality? And I would say, let me elaborate a little bit on, because if you don't believe in God, if you're an atheist, and you say that humans survive by the mind, then the mind has these sort of flowers poking out, like poetry and art and stuff. And the flowers are very beautiful. And if you don't believe in God, then those flowers are a result of human action in the human mind. And so it's a very beautiful thing, and there's a lot of grandeur in this. It's a very complex view of what the mind is. It's not simplistic, if that's what you... Rand's depiction of it is simple if it is merely a means to survive. All right, well,
But yeah, and it's as a means to survive. It doesn't mean only about getting food and getting shelter. It also implies surviving at a mental level. We have psychological needs too that need to be fulfilled.
Yeah, because there's also flourishing, because of course she was a neo-Aristotelian, and of course Aristotle believed in human flourishing. He believed in eudynamic ethics, and so it's all about the human beings must first survive and then learn to flourish. And so we evolved the mind to survive, but that's only because everything's evolved to survive. Survival is the first thing, but we can move beyond mere survival to the flourishing level because of our ability to rational think.
Flourish as a human, because
Yes.
it points out if you tried to live the way that a flower lives, it would be ridiculous. So you have to figure out what it is humans do or are, or what is their nature, and flourish in that way. Not just live, not just survive, but survive to the most of your potential, which is happiness for humans. That's what our goal is. So.
Yeah, it boils down to the key word flourishing. Flourishing is a fundamental part of this and has been since Aristotle. It's recognizing we're more than just survival machines, but we start off as survival machines.
Okay,
and there is a link between what we need to do to survive and what we need to do to flourish. It's not like they're completely disconnected.
Now, she asks, go ahead, sir.
Well, flourishing in life is the standard. There really is no difference, because if life is the standard, it's really flourishing. I don't know how I'm trying to say it. Flourishing is acting as life is the standard, because you're I'm kind of losing my words. You're enhancing your hardiness and your growth and your
So someone taking life as the standard would live a better life than someone who takes others as the standard, or
Yeah, it's like when you see a plant. When you assess if a plant's doing well, you don't say it's doing well when it's barely hanging on and its leaves are dangling down. You use flourishing as the standard, the best life that can be lived, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Tara
Yes, I
Smith
mean,
does a good job of discussing that issue in Viable Values. I don't know how many people have read Tara Smith. She's a objectivist philosopher. I think she teaches at Texas University or something. But she wrote 2 books on Ayn Rand's ethics, one about life as the standard and one about her normative virtues. And she really digests it and chews it more than Rand ever got around to. And even Peikoff, because he couldn't deal with so much in Opar.
Yeah, so flourishing can include survival, but I tend to think of it more as sort of the next step. But it is the same continuity. It's the same logic. It's the same principle that applies to both survival and flourishing. Absolutely.
All right, question from in.
Yeah, Infamy's 1, 2, 3. Should we answer that one? Rand's depiction of it is simple if it is merely a means to survive. Is Rand really a philosopher or more of an economist? Well, to her, economics and philosophy were intimately intertwined. One of the things that a lot of philosophers get wrong is that they don't understand economic principles, and so they don't understand that human beings fundamentally are traders when it comes to interactions. Because all ethics ultimately leads, so all philosophy leads to ethics. All philosophy leads to politics and things like that. You start off with the metaphysics and epistemology, and then you get into ethics and stuff. And so, unless you understand the economics, why capitalism succeeds more than collectivism, you can't understand why human nature, because it's the success of capitalism, the failure of socialism is a necessary byproduct of human nature. So you need to understand the trader principle. You need to understand human nature on an economic level to be a good philosopher.
Yeah, but that would be useful, and today's philosophers they don't talk about useful things. So
Ayn Rand was asked this basically, some version of this by Donahue. Are you talking? Basically, his question was, so your selfishness is your basic thing, and that would make her basically an economist or an ethicist in some way. And she said, no. I advocate selfishness only because reason is the means for man to deal with reality. If that is true, selfishness follows as the only thing, because you can't eat food for another person. They have to eat their own food in their own stomach. And the mind is the same way. You can't think things for anybody else. You can only think for yourself. It's the same as your stomach. And when you understand that the mind is just like the stomach, then you realize that everyone has to think for themselves. And from that follows selfishness, individualism, capitalism, freedom. All that comes out of philosophy of the mind.
The left keep mischaracterizing objectivism as something that starts off with capitalism or selfishness, and it isn't. It's the byproduct of a chain of reasoning, because they don't want to address the chain of reasoning, and they don't want to address reason itself, really, because they've rejected reason.
Speaking of economics and philosophy, you mentioned earlier Ludwig von Mises. How do you reconcile von Mises' rationalism and his whole approach to economics as deductive with Ayn Rand's epistemology?
He didn't go beyond economics, though. Not everybody. All right, for objectivists, it's hard to understand why people don't see into epistemology and metaphysics. But for those people that can't see into it, they just can't see into it. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure where to go, but it might be that objectivists happen to be people who are able to think on another level or something.
Yeah.
Could it be that a lot of people are not familiar with Rand's work, and so because of the tendency for first world Westerners to be sort of presumptuous about what they do and don't know, and especially for people who are focusing on economics or emphasizing the economic spectrum, they're not thinking to start from a more philosophical or anthropological basis, which is what Ayn Rand does. So maybe it's less about one's ability to reason and more just about lack of familiarity with the material.
Well, possibly. How do they keep making that mistake when it is in fact the case that deeper philosophy is the base of those ideas. They claim to go out and advocate this or that economic system, and yet they've got all this philosophy in their pockets. So at some point, you're right, maybe just familiarity, but the thing is that those questions that ought to occur to them. Does this system make sense in the metaphysical and epistemological ways? And it just blows their hippie noodles, and they never think of it, and they just go around advocating economics and ethics, and they never look at the deeper levels of what comes behind that. So maybe you're right in some way, maybe they're just not familiar, but the questions seem to be popping in their face all the time.
Well, I mean, if you look at all the Salon articles that are regularly written attacking Ayn Rand, I mean, practically every other week they're writing yet another article about why Ayn Rand was the most evil human being who ever lived. But when you read them, you never learn anything about objectivism. The whole thing is completely superficial. Not only did they not educate you about objectivism, they don't educate you about philosophy at all. They don't want you to think philosophically. They don't want you to think in terms of reason. Because the whole leftism is dependent upon an anti-rational, anti-reasoning, postmodernist thinking. So you're screwed without it.
Well, also we live in an age where, as someone who comes to the anarchistic thinking table with a Christian background, our whole Western age has a very scientifically minded emphasis in our education system. So people are not taught to think about terms of our grand worldviews or our views of what it means to be human, what it means to live the good life, what is the place of reason. None of those questions are really addressed, and the questions that are sort of implicitly indoctrinated in people so as to be thought important are questions about, why does an apple fall to the ground, or what are black holes, or how do we make mathematical equations that can start predicting how the nutrients are going to move around in your body, those types of things.
But you don't think that some of those things are important?
I think they're vastly important, but I think that you can't do one without the other, and if you don't give anyone any kind of philosophical education, they're not. Of course, they're going to be assumptive when they come to any kind of philosophical conversation, because they've never done philosophy. All they've heard is things that are less foundational than philosophy.
Yeah, like they don't know how to think. They just know how to, how to follow orders, or maybe how to look at things. They are empiricists and not, they don't use their minds and with the facts. They just collect buzzwords.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the leaders of these movements and these cultures, their goal is to prevent things from falling apart. Their ideology depends. I mean, it's like the left don't want people to reason, because the moment you think for yourself, the moment you start questioning everything. I mean, if you look at people who were left-wing but became libertarian or independent or conservative, you ask them what started the change. Well, I started to think for myself. I tried to sort of train myself not to think in talking points and to try to think outside of that kind of narrative. And it's the same thing applies outside of reason. The reason why the Catholic Church didn't want the Bible translated into English is because it didn't want people coming away with their own individual interpretations of the material. They wanted it to be only cited in Latin, and then the priest would then choose, according to their institutional dogma, what to actually cite, what to quote, how to interpret, etc. So they want to remove the ability for the individual to think for themselves on every level, whether it's linguistically, whether it's culturally, scripturally, doctrinally, historically, or in anything. So it's more than just reason, it's more than just philosophy. It's about removing the individual's ability to grasp any aspect of their world at all, even if it's an aspect of their own worldview which is inherently false.
Yeah, they fight independent thought every day in the mainstream media. You can see that. Maybe that's part of why they support Islam, because Islam is
Yeah, I mean, it's one group of collectivists basically pandering to another group of collectivists. As long as you have a bunch of people operating according to a set of known dogmas, you can predict and manipulate them. The left think that they can control the Muslims in the same way they think they can control women and blacks and the LGBTQs. This is why people like Milo Yiannopoulos are calling for gays and the LGBTQ community to break away from the left, because he recognizes that they've been herded into pens, and so that they're predictable and more easily manipulated. And so you want all these different groups and all these different individuals thinking for yourself, and the whole thing will just collapse, because they can only, central planners, centralizers, and authoritarians can only handle so many variables at once. This is why a military general trains, brainwashes, and unifies given groups in the military. They want everybody to be able to operate according to the same predictable set of principles, so that you can take your troops in one direction and you can have them maneuver in another way, and it's like you can reduce everything to like chess, because I do a lot of military strategy games, and that's how you work.
The question comes, doesn't the right do the same? So,
Yes, but the thing is, there are portions of the right that allow for independent thought. There are libertarians, there are various forms of free-thinking right-wingers. Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, he is most definitely not a conformist in many key areas. I think the only thing I've ever seen him do that's conformist is support Trump. But that's partly because Trump represents a lack of conformity, at least when it comes to political correctness. He represents a little bit of freedom in one key area. The problem is, of course, that he represents a lack of freedom in another area, which is why Trump isn't supported universally by libertarians or whatnot.
But it seems that the left is very much into spreading a message of you all have to agree and no one can dissent. And the right is more into saying this is what we believe and you should agree because...
Yeah, well, the difference between the left and the right is that the right are divided into micro-conformities, and the left are divided into a smaller number of macro-conformities, because the left are all about centralization. The left believe that centralization, top-down authoritarianism, is the right way to organize everything, because they think that there's only one solution to every problem. Whereas the right are a little bit more experimental, a little bit more intellectually humble, at least many of them, and they think, well, you could try this, you could try that. That's why they're into states' rights. That's why they're into devolution and into breaking things down and a lack of centralization.
This refers to what I was saying earlier, where the left is a sieve that gathers up the people who are willing to get into a line, like the government bureaucracies and stuff. You can slip through the sieve and get into the system if you're willing to walk in a straight line behind the next person in front of you. And the right is made up of people who, molecularly speaking, if we continue the metaphor, are bouncing around and are not able to be controlled. And so the right, you were just saying, they have standard talking points and stuff, but there are 100 of them. And the left have standard talking points and stuff, but there are 5.
Yeah, this is why the left win the culture war, because they're more consistent. They represent a single, uniform echo chamber, and so you've got the left spouting exactly the same talking points from Neil deGrasse Tyson as you have from Jon Stewart, and as you have from celebrities, and actors, and artists, and musicians, and academics, and college professors. Everywhere you look, it's all the same talking points, the same narrative, and so the left have a simpler, more dumbed-down, less diverse set of talking points, and so they're able to become a monopoly of an echo chamber, a monopoly of an ideology. The right, on the other hand, with the right, because he's saying, what are the various parts of the right and left? The left represent one single spectrum, greater degrees of authoritarianism and centralization. And they may be different flavors, but it's all in that direction.
Yeah, but there's the old cliche of one neck for one leash. And so the left are an easier target too. How can you shoot down everyone on the right? They're so diverse.
Yes, exactly.
What are the I missed this, but what are the definitions of the words we're using here for like right and left? Because it is dangerous to use broad-stroking terms like that unless we have some kind of specific mindset.
Democrats vaguely for the left and Republicans vaguely for the right, which we take exception to both parties. But.
Yeah, very vaguely. Well, with the right wing, you've got Christian conservatives, Christian fundamentalists, libertarians. You've got limited government constitutional conservatives, who I rather like, and they all believe in degrees of independence from the state, because the religious right believe in, they want their religion largely separate from, the good ones anyway, want their religion to be independent from politics, because they believe in their religion and they believe in politics, whereas with the left believe their politics is their religion. That they don't, a lot of the left don't have religion, don't emphasize it, because they've made their ideology their religion. This is why they're more dedicated to it and why they're better at it. The left are better propagandists, they're better propagators, because to the left, their ideology is their life. It's their source of virtue, hence virtue signaling. It's their source of truth, hence believing so much in what authorities say, hence them believing that science supports all leftist policies and that sort of thing. That goes back to Marx, of course.
Yeah.
Whereas with the right, you've got with the right wing, you've got like the family, the church, and the government, and all these other things, and like lifestyles and hobbies. You've got all these different things all jumbled together. Whereas with the left, even with lifestyles have somehow been folded into a political narrative. Hence SJWs, feminists, LGBTQs. That it's all been sort of stuck into the same ideological umbrella to a certain degree.
On the right, you've got basically everything. You do have who was the Jenner, the guy, Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
Is on the right, politically on the right.
Yes.
We've got everybody. We got transgenders, we got blacks, we got Mexicans on the right. The left, no, come on, they're very racist, very judgmental, they're very biased, rich, selfish, white businessmen.
It doesn't really contribute much, that does it? Oh well, I guess it breaks up the monotony of everybody just talking.
I think I've successfully ejected it.
Yes. Well, you think
maybe just in time.
He's chosen a stereotype, but he's chosen a stereotype as his form of anonymity.
So can I just ask? I just want to make sure we're on, because I actually it's weird to come across more capitalistic thinkers that I'm in agreement with, but just to make sure that we're on the same page, there is the caveat that while the generality of, say, the left or Democrats, the Green Party, parties like that, the people who are leading those parties, or many of the people who run the things that are going on behind the parties, they are largely supporters and adherents of these immoral and dastardly ideals. But wouldn't you say that a lot of the people that they're convincing are less aware of this and just kind of stupid sheep that are following?
Yes, it's because the left are in the bigger echo chamber. The left is one huge echo chamber by large, with some variations. But most of the left agree on most things. Whereas with the right, you've got a load of different smaller echo chambers. You've got anarchists, libertarians in their echo chamber. You've got the religious right in their echo chamber. You've got constitutionalists in their echo chamber. You've got the alt-right in their echo chamber. You've got all these different echo chambers, and there isn't... The right, in a sense, is basically made up of everybody that didn't want to be part of the left-wing echo chamber. So it's more like the left is the evil empire, and the right wing is all the different separate rebel factions all trying to take down the big monster. So there's really there's the left and there's the rights plural. It makes no sense to look at the right as a single thing, and the left try to do that all the time. It's, oh, you're all right wing, you're all this, you're all that. All right wingers are racist, all right wingers are fascist, all right wingers are Nazis, and many of them, of course, like libertarians and the Constitution. This is the total opposite.
All right, now,
government.
Now why is there such a big difference between the two? And as I pointed out, the left, it's simply a case of evolution on some grand scale. There are two parties. One of them accepts anybody who will follow a line of drones, and the other one takes everybody else. So you ask, why is this one party so monomaniacal? Well, because they can be, and the result of the public schooling system is that there are these people who can't think for themselves, and all they can do is follow the person in front of them, and that's going to mean the growth in the Democratic Party, because public schools destroy the ability to think, and the Democrats rely on your lack of thinking skills. And the Republican Party is a very large very diverse array of things and beliefs and people, because it's everybody who's left who can still think for themselves, basically, in some minor way or something.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them can't. The reason why it's not that they can think for themselves, it's just that they were brainwashed by a different group first. So the religious right, for example, don't buy into left-wing brainwashing because they've got religious right brainwashing. So, which in a sense actually makes them better off, because there's a key difference between a leftist who's brainwashed and a right-winger that's brainwashed. A right-winger that's brainwashed knows that they're part of an ideology. They know they're part of an echo chamber on some level, because there's leftist ideology everywhere they look. Imagine you're a religious conservative, for example. Every time you turn on the radio, every time you turn, unless it's talk radio, every single time you turn on the television, every single time you see a movie, every single time you hear a comedian, every single time you listen to a musician, every single time you listen to a college professor, it's leftism, leftism, leftism. And that means, A, you know what your opponents think, so you don't strawman them. The right don't strawman left-wingers. There's no reason to, because everybody knows what they think.
We just talked about what they actually believe. That's embarrassing.
Yes, yes. The right know what the left believe and are therefore able to take them on honestly. The left, on the other hand, how many left-wingers have actually met conservatives? How many left-wingers have met Republicans? It's much, much rarer. All they know about the right, by and large, and this was true when I was listening to Air America and progressive radio, I never learned a thing about conservatism from listening to left-wingers, because there aren't any equivalents in Europe, and they're much rarer in America.
Well,
in certain campuses.
How could they ever meet someone from the right when all of the people on the right are banned from speaking on college campuses? And
exactly.
when you go near a college campus, everyone has to go into their safe space and hug a teddy bear.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, conservatives can barely get into academia. They can barely get in. And Hollywood, ditto, as Ben Shapiro demonstrated, there's huge pressure against conservatives in Hollywood. So there's huge sections of society where there are no right-wingers, and so left-wingers are in the bigger echo chamber, and so they can't identify that they're brainwashed, and they can't see the right-wingers as anything other than all the same. They're all bigots, they're all racists, they're all in the Klan. You know, I mean, Bill Maher, for example, was talking to some left-winger on his show, and this guy basically said, well, if Republicans had their way, there'd be segregation again. You know, like, most Republicans are for segregation. And Bill Maher was like, are you out of your mind? And it's like, well, this sanctimonious, self-righteous left-wing prick has probably never even met a Republican or a conservative. Or if they did, they were in the closet. I mean, this is ridiculous. We are dealing with a position in America now where there are closeted conservatives.
Well, hilariously, it's the Democrats that want to come bring back segregation, because there are these black people who say, we don't want to share our dorms with them white people. We want our own dorms because we have our own identity and our own blah, blah, blah. And so we want our own place to stay. So where we fought and fought and fought to get integrated housing, they are fighting against it now because they think that the color of their skin is important, and that is racism. That's the left. The left is
the left. The right. The reason why the right have some racists is because the right basically are a broad church. They're not as fussy, and they should.
Listen, are they? Who's intolerant, the left or the right?
Well, the left, but the right are. The reason why the right have a few racists in their ranks is because they're inclusive. But the left, on the other hand, don't have racists, not because they're inclusive, not because they don't allow differences of opinion, but because that kind of racist contradicts the narrative. They want a different kind of racist. The right.
Everyone, all Democrats are racists.
Yes, because they all see. If you believe in identity politics, you're a racist. If you believe in affirmative action, you're a racist. If you believe in white guilt, you're a racist. If you believe in white privilege and all that kind of stuff. If you see the world, if you see culture and politics in racial terms, you're a racist, because the only people that think about race all the time are racists. The right, on the other hand, try to get beyond that. They're not very good at it. There are still, white supremacists, there are still racists on the right, but at least they're trying to get beyond that point, because they do have a few principles like capitalist meritocracy that is post-racial, and individualism, which is post-racial.
Not to make a cheap shot here, but I mean, this is why there are anarcho-capitalists like myself who are not objectivists, because to think that human beings are basically rational is just contradicted by all this nonsense that we do all the time.
Well, we don't think that.
Okay, to put it more clearly, if you are rational, you're more likely to be happy and survive in life. If you're not rational, you're possibly going to meet with the barrel of my gun when you come to rob me, or the police when they come to kill you because you're trying to rob me. So being rational just means it's the people who are able to be rational that are successful. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's rational people have a better life, and we basically pity people who aren't rational because they're self-sabotaging. They're imposing being irrational is a mental handicap that's completely voluntary. A voluntary mental handicap. That is one of the most disturbing and tragic things you could possibly imagine. So, no, this idea that we think everybody's rational is a straw man that the left throw at us all the time. Nobody thinks that.
No.
But irrationality is like a disease for the human mind. It's not our nature. Our nature is to think, is to analyze reality. So.
Right, exactly, and that's my point. That's what I meant by rationality. What I meant was the one of the basic points of objectivism being the basic human nature that objectivist anthropology holds, that it is within us to be naturally reasonable is just unbelievable to me.
No, that's not our point. Our point is that if you want to be happy, you'll be reasonable, and it's the only way to be happy. We would never say that more than 2 or 3% of people are going to ascribe to our philosophy. The rest of you can all fuck off, but we're the ones who are going to build the governments and run the science laboratories and stuff. So, what's that, Ed?
Or tear them down. I mean, it only took one person to invent the light bulb. It only took 2 brothers to build the plane. And so the rational minority hold up everybody else. Yes, we're a minority, but we're the only reason why there's any progress in society at all. Because the irrational majority, they are the passive sponges that soak up the occasional benefit coming from the rational world, and uncritically and ungratefully as well. Because think of all those people that reject reason on the left or reject reason on the religious right, who live in a world that is in every way better for them. They'd be starving in a ditch somewhere if it wasn't for reason giving them the ability to have loads of food.
Yeah, Jimmy, you have the distinct privilege of talking to people who are the real Rothschilds of the world. There is not actually a cabal. If there is a cabal, it's of intelligent people, and the intelligent people in the room are objectivists. That's becoming more and more clear every year.
Oh, yes, I mean, if you guys can make the secret society of Atlantis, I'm in. Just
no. That's the thing, is we're not doing it secretly. We're doing it all in public. We're telling you people what we're doing every step.
Yeah,
that was tongue in cheek. That was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I don't like.
We are here on Google Hangout. It's very, very public. Yeah. We don't know who's watching.
Yeah, there's millions of people watching right now.
No, we don't care about the smart people. It doesn't matter. There's millions of people watching.
Yeah,
well, I believe in total transparency because I want history to basically judge me kindly, basically. So I'm not going to be messing around. Enfamy123 says, philosophically, it is impossible to be purely rational. Even if that were true, you benefit and flourish to the extent to which you're rational. So even if you can only get 99% of the way there, 99% of your life is going to be better off than if you were 0% rational. So even if that's true, that's not an argument against it.
There are examples, like Leonard Peikoff gave you an example, that he used to just wear a jacket, and then when he decided to major in philosophy, he went and bought a trench coat, which in his mind and in the society of his day, a trench coat was for intellectuals and stuff, and he loved that coat. So it wasn't a rational decision. It's not like irrational people choose windbreakers. It was a symbolic decision. So rationality is not possibly what you think of this monolithic system. There are some things that you can choose for one reason or the other. To have corn for dinner or to wear a trench coat is not a system that comes down to a question of who's rational or irrational. So rationality, you might be, I suspect, holding it up to a much stronger standard than you need to, I suspect.
Yeah, because it's rational to make your own decisions, and it's rational to use reason when it is pertinent. But it's also irrational to think that everything requires reason. A lot of things can be based on taste and whim and mood, or just roll of the dice. You know, just screw it, I'll go this way rather than that way. I go for walks in the countryside, and I frequently just pick a path at random. I don't think I'm acting rationally, but I think I'm acting according to my own tastes, and it's rational to do that.
Yeah, I think my jab might have been can be cleared up very simply. What I really meant was I end up agreeing with objectivists on an amazing load of political points, especially concerning capitalism, freedom, laissez-faire economics, all these things where we just want the government to go away, mind its own business, and stop terrorizing people. That's awesome. I put my thumbs up. But I guess our foundational philosophies, the way that we get to that point where we have these incidental agreements are very different, because I don't think it doesn't make sense for me in light of minimally just one point of evidence, in light of looking at history and the way human beings have built such, I mean, wicked empires, just dastardly empires, where because people think that they write standards on a piece of paper, they have the right to carry a spear into your own and follow rules however they feel like it.
Well, what empires? You mean America itself, or you mean Soviet Russia, Nazi Germany, and something else?
Oh, any civilization. There's very few civilizations that haven't just become giant empires where the government is basically a giant dildo that nobody has asked for.
Well, to a certain extent, some governments have done a lot of good. I mean, look at the Roman Empire. Look at how much culture and philosophy and law flourished because they were able to create law and order. Yes, they are authoritarian, but that's because they don't appreciate the trader principle. They don't appreciate that coercion is inherently wrong. But the problem is that without law and order, without a government to create that sort of oasis of calm in the midst of the chaos of the world, you don't have any of the more refined things in life. You don't have the thinkers. Adam Smith lived in a very stable society in my country in the 18th century, and so he was able to come up with an economic system that has benefited more people in the more immediate material ways than any other single work of thought in human history. You know, there are billions of people right now that are alive today because of capitalism, that are able to eat and live because of capitalism. Without him, we'd still be using feudal systems which would only be able to support 10% of the population that we have today. So the amount of good that can come from even an unjust government, even a dictatorship, even a unjust legal system, there is still some order there, there's still some peace, there's still some quiet. If people are more than just struggling to survive, they can achieve a little bit more civilization that can lead to something better. So it's an incremental process of trial and error, and the tyrannies are part of that, one might say even a necessary part of that process of learning and growing and changing and adapting.
It's true. I agree with the incremental thing, but let's look at an example like of Soviet Russia, where incrementally you might say, well, at least you've got people who can read, and you've got universities and schools and electric plants and stuff, but they actually descended to the point of being hunter-gatherers.
Yes, because they were going backwards, not forwards, but they thought they were going forwards.
What were they eating in the winter? Fish that they could catch out of the sea. Yeah. They couldn't grow anything to eat.
Because they got the fundamentals wrong. When they looked at the West, they looked at industrialization and capitalism, which was the product of the reasoning of Adam Smith. But then they tried to emulate the industrialization without the Adam Smith principles, without the free market principles. So that they thought that they could get the results of specific forms of reasoning without that specific forms of reasoning, or in many cases with reasoning that was the opposite. So they wanted the results that were opposite from the cause. They ignored basic cause and effect. They ignored the basic fundamentals of reality, and as a result, hundreds of millions of people suffered.
And they always do that when morals always trump other ideas. So when your morals are confused, your economics is just going to go right out the window. Nobody cares about economics when you're talking about morals. Morals always trump economics. It's a more fundamental.
Wouldn't you agree that they're interrelated?
They are interrelated, but whenever there's a disagreement, always people go with the moral option. If you say, we're going to do this because it's moral, and someone says, yeah, but that's going to kill a lot of people, they're going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, we knew, for example, in Venezuela, when they started implementing socialism, We knew that people would suffer. We knew that people would starve. Everyone knew it, but the left went along with it anyway. Not just the Hugo Chavez supporters, but a lot of the smug elitist leftist pricks in America wrote glowing articles about the wonderful economic miracle of Hugo Chavez and all that. Because at the end of the day, they got offered it. They got off on the moral smug superiority of supporting the system, even though all the facts would say that it was going to collapse, and of course it did.
Yeah, and the same thing faced the people who built Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany 50 and 75 years before Venezuela fell apart. And they had all of history to learn from even then, and still, Venezuela still couldn't get their shit straight.
Absolutely, but wouldn't we agree that in all of those cases, because of the very reason that those societies were destined, they were doomed to fall apart by their very principles. They were doomed to have the casualties, the dastardly consequences that they imposed on people throughout history. Wouldn't you say that that is exactly a moral reason against propagating anything as nasty as the Soviet Union or Venezuela, or I would say even Rome's system?
Good point, and yet they do it. So what do you say about that? I mean, they do not hesitate to kill millions of people if they think that they are doing the moral thing. So economics is just it's a way above and beyond, and it's more base, it's below, it's not as important as ethics. Ethics is a motivator in the way that economics is just a detail, because it's a philosophical level deeper. All of ethics, you'll notice that everything in ethics has implications in the economy, but not all things in the economy have an implication in ethics. So,
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I guess my point is, but it seems to me that right there is the weakness of the left preaching, because they're making this false dichotomy between, look, I have this, they're very self-righteous. I have this moral reason. All you have is practicality. When really, that's not the case. Yes, it is true that my point of view is more practical than yours. You are correct about that. But also, it is for that very reason that it is more moral than your stupid position that's going to bring down the world with thousands of...
That's interesting. You just said a principle of Ayn Rand, basically. The moral is the practical. They're not to be divorced and dichotomized.
And the leftists, they hate that their ideology regards morality as not practical. They usually suffer from mental dissonance.
Yeah, because they have total confidence in authority. They think that if we intend for some good to result from a policy, it will result from the policy. And because they don't understand emergent properties. They don't understand that if you get the fundamentals wrong, and by being impractical, then that'll have a knock-on effect on the rest of the population. They think that if the authority is good, which they think they want to be the authority, and they think that if they're the authority, they'll be the good authority. So they'll think if they're a good authority, then that solves the problem. Just orders alone will somehow make the world a better place, because the world, they think, is infinitely malleable. There's no resistance. Reality doesn't resist authority. Reality doesn't resist their will and their orders. But the fact is that nature, first to be commanded, must be obeyed. And they don't understand that both the natural world and the economics of reality requires that you understand, you take a knee to truth, you take a knee to objective reality first.
To expand on the point that we were doing just a minute ago, where I said ethics is here and the economy is there. The economy is a result of ethics, but not the other way. And Infamy asks a little bit about that. Everything in the economy affects ethics, in my opinion. We just can't track it. So what I would say to that is ethics is something that would apply to someone on a desert island who has to decide what to do, and they have to be rational. That means they have to be ethical and honest. And the economy is something that we talk about when two people meet, trade. So economics is a system that only comes into view when there's more than one person. Ethics is a system that's there when there's only one person. Therefore, ethics is more fundamental. Economics, you're right, it may imply things downwards into ethics, but ethics has the primacy. Ethics comes first. The economy is a question that comes after you've said, okay, the individual exists, the individual's here in reality, the individual has to survive, now what? And you've got all this stuff in your pocket about how the individual has to behave, because there they are, they're in reality. Now along comes a second person, and now you open a new conversation about how people should interact. So that's why the economy is a different and a second and another further subject. Ethics is more fundamental and more basic.
Yes. This is the great tragedy of altruism. Most ethical systems presume that you have to start with the interactions of people. You have to start with others. You have to start with groups. Sure. By starting that way, they ironically end up perpetrating the greatest evil in history, which is the destruction of the individual. So most ethical systems ultimately lead to the greatest evil. Because this is why Ayn Rand said that altruism was absolute evil. The greatest evil is the death of the individual for the group, for the collective, for the government. And because that's all, the Holocaust and the mass murders of Mao and Stalin and all the rest of it, are all ultimately an individual dying, just lots of individuals dying for the collective, for the authority. And it all begins by assuming that ethics is about human interaction. Economics is, but ethics is not. Ethics begins with the individual making surviving and flourishing in their environment by taking in the reality around them and then correctly integrating it and then making decisions freely as individuals. All of that doesn't require other people at all, and yet that is the foundations of ethics.
Okay, but I guess wouldn't the immediate objection seems to come up, and I'm not sure I would categorize all ethics into just an Aristotelian. Well, I'm not sure what you would call. I'm not sure I would categorize everything into just objectivism versus altruism, but. How do you respond to the objection that should we start with our own survival, with our reasons, or the use of our reason for our own survival and flourishing, that we won't just devolve into egoism, where you actually do have the destruction of the individual because all of the rest of the individuals outside of you merely become your tools, merely become means to your own end.
Well, that's just a straw man of the left. I mean, it's not true that when you want what's best for you that you're going to destroy other people. That's not true.
Yeah, because if I went around,
it's a contradiction.
Yeah, if I went around screwing everybody else over, I'd go to prison, or I'd lose all of my friends, or I'd suffer from a psychological breakdown because I'd have to spend all my time looking over my shoulder, etc.
Not necessarily, right?
Oh yes, you would. Because at the end of the day, the human beings rationally need other human beings. We depend upon other human beings from the moment of our birth. And so we have to take into account other people, not only because it has a sort of a feedback on ourselves, but also because we're operating on the trader principle. How else do you actually operate on the trader principle but by taking into account other people's needs, desires, states of mind, and everything else? You have to operate in terms of what other people are like. You have to get inside other people's heads. You can't just screw everybody else over.
But Edward, in understanding and relying on other people as individuals, or relying on understanding people as means to the end of your own existence and flourishing, right? Just because you happen to be, just because you happen to have intersubjective networks and trading and you have societies building, that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't follow from that a given individual is thinking of other people as equally individuals rather than mere tools to that individual's end, right?
They'd be contradictory then.
Jimmy,
we're not selling contradictions.
Jimmy, what would make you happier? If you will go around treating other people as tools and abusing them, or if you go around and treat them as sentient beings who have their own honest desires and goals? You're obviously going to be happier in the long run if you have the respect of other people. You're not coming into this room and abusing us and trying to get us to benefit your life by abusing us. You're coming in here and talking to us on a one-to-one basis in order to get some enjoyment or pleasure or possibly learn something. So
yeah, because
You're worried about something that is not happening, and you don't do, and none of us do. Why are you worried about this?
Well, because
It's not.
because only a sociopath thinks of other human beings as non-humans, as non-minds, as something to be disposed of. We're not sociopaths. We're not mentally ill. We're assuming that everyone here is the same human being that is capable of being rational. And you would require a contradiction. It would require ignoring reality in order to basically throw aside the fact that other people have minds and other people have their own desires. We start with reality before anything else, literally anything else. We start with metaphysical reality, and the metaphysical reality is we're individuals with our own minds, and so is everybody else. And then we move on to epistemology and logic, and we basically say to be consistent, we have to have the same sort of rules applied to others as we do to ourselves. So you're basically saying that you'd have to be a sociopath, you'd have to be illogical, and you'd have to be inconsistent. Well, we're not selling any of those things.
Right.
Not at all. I agree. That would be a horrendous straw man. All I'm saying is, well, perhaps I'm not saying you have to be a sociopath. What I'm saying is, this whole system seems to assume what I think Brandon put very well there, which is not all human beings are sociopaths. It's not innate human nature to be sociopathic. It's innate human nature to be capable of rational. And I'm saying, well, why? Why start from that? That point of view. In just looking at history, why would I not be a pessimist? Why would I not just say, well, I look at history and I see the grand horrors, which Ayn Rand herself brilliantly describes as these irrational, what's the word, chinks in the armor of human reasoning. I agree with that. But that's because
there's 1 million Platos for every one Aristotle.
Yeah, it's a lot. How many Newtons are there, and how many people were there who tried to do alchemy and stuff, which Newton did? So yeah, it's much easier to be an alchemist than a Newton. Yeah.
Yeah, right? But I want to be a Newton because I admire Newton. He's one of my heroes. So I look up to people who make a difference. I look up to people who make a difference through reason. Isn't that? Look at, whereas all the famous evil people were famous because they were rational. Whereas all the great people are famous because they applied reasoning, whether it was reasoning, morality, or science, or politics, or whatever.
Jimmy, isn't that
clear that...
Oh, go ahead, Superfin.
Well, I just want to say that it's sometimes the famous people, they are famous because they had a better publicity, and they were favorites in important circles. Like, for example,
that only lasts for a certain time period. I'm talking about people who made a lasting difference. I'm not talking about people who were famous or people who had PR agents. I mean, look at all the kings and emperors in history who had a total monopoly of propaganda for centuries. Most of us haven't even heard of them. I mean, because they didn't make any lasting impact. Whereas Euclid, who had no propaganda on his side, everybody knows Euclidean geometry, at least the basics.
Superfin, what's an example that you mean then?
Like, for example, take Newton, for example. Newton wasn't, as important as Huygens, for example. I know I've said that like a million times, but Huygens is virtually unknown. And
or like
Newton,
Tesla and Edison, maybe. Tesla and Edison's another type of thing.
Yeah, it's another example of that. Yeah, exactly. Edison was a scumbag. So he basically,
Leibniz is a good example of what you're looking for.
Leibniz is a great philosopher.
Yeah, but the thing is, the more you learn in that area, the more you enjoy studying that area, the more you care about that area, the less likely you are to be superficial. The more likely you are to know these obscure figures. That's the thing. I mean, because we've got to bear in mind that the general population are only going to absorb a vague zeitgeist. If we're talking about, if I'm talking about philosophy, for example, I am going to know who these people are, or science, or whatever. But I am going to appreciate that, and even though other people haven't heard of these people, I don't care that they haven't. What matters is that I know who these people are, and I appreciate that they changed the world for the better. They affected my life. And so, there is gratitude, there is recognition of reality there, at least on my part. And the number one priority to me is my ability to recognize reality, not other people's. That's a secondary concern.
But okay, but I guess and Brandon, interrupt me if you. It looked like you wanted to make a point there.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The argument that I'm just trying to jab at here is, it seems to me that you already have to have that rational. You already have to have a basic nature that is capable and desirous of rationality, and can even access it to even look at history and say and interpret it correctly. Look at these individuals and say, "Oh, I'm going to try to do that too." Like in other words, the answer that there is a very there's a very small few. There's a minor elite, terribly minor in history, but reason is so powerful that they have made an impact.
Yeah.
Seems unbelievable to me, because
the case.
In order to interpret history that way, in order to look at history and say, I understand what's going on here, I would already have to be rational. I would already have to have a mind.
Well, you'd have to have curiosity. No, you don't have to be rational. You just have to be curious. Why is it that there are these few names in history and these few people that have had such a powerful impact? And so you look into it, you research it, and you realize that what they did that other people didn't do was basically think rationally, was innovate in ways, think outside of boxes that other people didn't. And in the case of the Wright brothers, for example, not only were they extremely rational and scientific, very methodical, but also they were also a good example of the free market versus centralization, because there was a rival program that was set up by the US government to invent a plane that had a lot more money and had a huge budget, and everything that they did was a complete load of rubbish, whereas two bicycle repairmen with a fraction of the amount of money was able to figure it out because they had reason, whereas the government bureaucrats had government bureaucracy and absolutely nothing else.
France, too, also had an aviation program which was beat to hell by the guys in the bicycle shop.
Yeah.
And a lot of money went into it.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is study that. All you have to do is be curious, is to play. All you have to do is takes a childlike wonder at planes. A child likes planes. He's curious about planes. He researches the Wright brothers. So there's 1,000 different avenues to the truth, and you don't have to be reasonable or rational to start off with. You just have to be curious and find out the facts. And because it's not like reason is a floating abstraction or anything. Reason is an applied principle that has a billion examples throughout history of its real working. It's not like we're selling you just an idea. We are selling a reality that is available to everybody, not just through whoever listens to us.
Okay, interesting point. Infamy just makes in the sidebar a very strange sentence. Sounds like the main thing that evil people do is to not place others equal or greater than themselves. Here's my sentence reply to that. Evil people think that other people are more important. And Peter Keating's an example of that. But if you're evil, you are trying to find your value by either getting people in jail, putting them in prison, killing them, enslaving them on your cotton farm. If you're evil, you look at some way to affect other people and have them be of value to you by your manipulation.
Evil people are selfless.
If you're not evil, then you just go around doing what's good for you, and you have respect for other people because you don't want to screw up your life by screwing other people over. So you cooperate and you're polite and you don't get in trouble with the police and stuff. You live in a civil society if you're selfish. If you're selfless, then you're always looking for your fulfillment in how you manipulate people or get them to agree with you or follow you or something like that.
Yes, because if you look at Stalin and Hitler, they were selfless. Every single thought that they had, every single thing that they did was all about other people, how to manipulate, how to lie to them, how to get them to follow you and everything. Their every single waking moment was about other people, not themselves. Because if Hitler and Stalin had been selfish, they would have fucked off and gone for walks through the fields. They would have, Hitler would have stayed a painter. Stalin would have married and raised kids or something.
Stalin
but they didn't.
They were both every single day afraid for their lives. The whole time they were in this supposed position of supreme selfish power, they were deadly afraid of their lives. Every single day they didn't know if they'd be killed. Yes, selfless people are empty. Another way to look at this is people who are selfless are like an empty shell. and they're going around looking for something to fill themselves up. And they think the other people, they think the next guy has something that they themselves lack. They think other people have some secret they themselves have missed out on. And they're
whereas a selfish person has something to offer other people intrinsically. They do have something. You know, if you're a selfish person, if you're an objectivist looking for love, for example, it's not that you are a void. You're an empty vessel. You have something to offer someone else, and they have something to offer you, and it's the trader relationship. Whereas with something like Hitler was parasitic. Everybody was basically out to adore him and to worship him. That's all he wanted. He didn't really offer anything to anybody else. He found out what they wanted and then would just repeat their own id, their own desires. He was a dark mirror, a dark reflection of the worst elements of society. And so that was why he was basically, he didn't exist in his own right. What can you really say about Hitler that doesn't bear in mind his effect on other people?
Yeah, like evil people, they like to, you know, to focus on external people, on external things, because they hate looking at themselves.
Well, they don't like to. They have no choice. They literally have, psychologically, they're incapable of living on their own or for themselves. And everybody says seeking out others isn't fulfilling one's own desires. Yeah, but you're seeking out other people that reflect your values. I don't, you know, if I were in a relationship with someone, I wouldn't be looking for them to just fill me as an empty void. I would be out to enrich their lives by what I could offer. And if I thought that I was in a parasitic relationship, that wouldn't be rational or moral. Whereas when selfish people look for other people to fulfill their own desires, it, by its very nature, is a trader relationship. Otherwise, as I say, you're not being selfish. You're being selfless because you're all about the other person, because there's nothing to you. Peter Keating, as Mr. Cropper brought out, is that a really good example. He wasn't a thinker, he wasn't an artist, he wasn't a creator or a producer in his own right. Whereas Howard Rourke, his buildings were his buildings. They were his ideas, his values, his principles, his philosophy. They were all about every single chain of thought. He didn't just have a style of building. He had a style of building that reflected how he saw the world. Whereas with Peter Keating, he had no style. He had no way of looking at the world. He just went along with whatever it is other people wanted, and he was all about, how do people see me? How famous am I? Do I get good reviews? Others. He was a total empty vessel, and he kind of realized that in the end.
I don't know how much headway we're making with the altruists, but they're asking some pretty cogent questions this evening.
You know, it's like the saying that says, you don't love someone else until you love yourself. I'm paraphrasing here, yeah. So.
Yeah, because if you love nothing about yourself, if you're just a self-loathing, or if you're an empty shell, you are going to harm the other person. That other person is going to be parasited off. It's not going to be a healthy relationship. And how much love is there really when you can see that you're damaging the other person? I mean, you need to fix yourself before you can start helping other people, at least to a certain degree.
Jimmy says he's a Reformed Christian. I was actually a Mormon when I was younger. What do you mean by Reformed Christian? You still find Christian ethics valuable, but you realize that religion is evil or something like that?
Reformed Christianity just means having to do with holding to a theology that is best exemplified by the Reformers during the Reformation, right? So I'm
like a Reformed Jew, like Reformed Judaism.
Sort of, yes.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
That's a good analog, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was trying to point out yesterday, that there is common ground between objectivists and Christianity, a surprising amount, but there are a lot of Christians who don't want common ground, they just want to attack.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, hopefully what I'm trying to point out here is that I actually appreciate the common ground. I think that Christians, objectivists, and everybody else should be able to have a society where we're trying to love each other and get along.
Yeah, I mean,
we have different bases for getting there, and I am trying to I'm actually appealing to the standard of reason here that I think that God has implanted in us to try to get us to rethink bases there, just as I think an objectivist would try to appeal to reason, try to get me to appeal, or excuse me, rethink my bases, right? But that's a voluntaristic.
Yes, well, this is why objectivists get along better with Christians than we do socialists, because I don't build bridges with socialists by and large, because they're insufferable, and they ultimately, socialists want to steal my rights, my freedoms, my liberties, my options, my choices, and everything, because I couldn't fit in a socialist system without losing everything that I value about my own life, period. Whereas a Christian, there's nothing inherent about Christianity that says that I lose any liberties. A Christian can live next to me, and that's it. We can coexist. I can coexist with Christians. I can't coexist with socialists, because applied socialism, by definition, is a political and economic system. It's an authoritarian political system that I regard as inherently evil, and it's an economic system that I regard inherently evil, and would strip away my own rights, my own ability to function as a human being. It would endanger my ability to be a rational human being within a socialist context. This is why there's no negotiation, there is no compromise. I'm on a total search and destroy operation, at least with the hardcore socialists and Marxists, and because of the authoritarianism and because of the lack of liberty. But with Christians, there's nothing in Christianity that's inherently offensive to me in terms of how I'm trying to live my own life. There's no immediate threat. I disagree with you, but there's a huge difference between disagreeing with someone and recognizing that they're a threat to you. There's a huge difference.
Jimmy, you say existentialism is somehow inherent to the point of view. You mean existentialism in the sense of like Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Sartre, or do you mean existentialism in the sense of existing as such or something like that?
Oh no, that was a response to Nadia actually, but I did mean existentialism as opposed to essentialism. So human beings being defined in terms of function, action, things like that, rather than having an innate telos or purpose or something like that.
Right. Tell us. That's very good. You've got even Greek terminology. Very good. You're a rare. I don't know. We'll have to convert to atheism at some point. But Edward doesn't want to do that. I want to go find all the Christians and make them atheists. But he wants to make common ground and play nice.
Well, yeah, because I'm a religious scholar. I mean, my entire life I've studied religion, and because I grew up in a Hindu and Sikh community. And I just love just talking to them about their belief systems. And it's the same with Christians. I love talking about religion all the time. The only reason I have a different attitude towards Islam, for example, is because Islam is absolute evil and a direct threat to me. I mean, I could be killed for saying certain things. If I say the wrong thing in the wrong platform, and it's open enough and it's heard by enough people, my risks of being killed go up exponentially. Do you realize how hard I would have to try to get killed by a Christian? I'd have to go to enormous lengths. I'd have to basically. I don't even want to think. Because it would be obscene. But yeah, it would be
in Texas, and you'd have to hit on a cowboy in a bar and be the same sex as them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be ridiculous. Whereas with Islam, there's so many ways you could be killed. It's ridiculous. You can make a film, you could do a comic book, you could say the wrong thing at the wrong time. It's ridiculous. So the one is a threat to my life, my existence, and the other isn't. And Christianity isn't a threat to my existence. So there's so it's a completely different thing.
Recently, I had asked this. This had come up, and I said, okay, go ahead, give an example. They said Timothy McVeigh and abortion clinic shooters. Those were the two examples. Timothy McVeigh is, 23 years ago or 17 years ago now?
Yeah, I mean, we call that a statistical insignificance. If you're dealing with like 1 or 2 people out of 2 billion, that is not, Christianity is not responsible for that. Whereas, if you look at how many terrorist groups can everybody here name off the top of their heads that are Muslim?
Right.
Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, Islamic Jihad, Mujahideen, Boko Haram. I mean, it's just, this is... Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's huge numbers. How many Christian terrorist groups can you name?
Go ahead.
Maybe the IRA, maybe, but that was really, Christianity wasn't the reason why they were doing what they're doing.
Baptist Church.
They're not
And the Spanish group that used to that wanted
The Inquisition?
to no, not the Inquisition, the ones that want to a part of Spanish to be separated from.
the Basque separatists.
Yeah,
Yes, but
exactly, exactly.
that was political. I mean, if there is an overwhelming political element with Islam, it's different. Not because they operate on a purely religious level and there is no political element. It's that Islam is the political element. That's the difference. Christianity has no inherent political doctrine. So whenever you have like Christian terrorists, you're dealing with a political element that's been sort of grafted onto the religion. Whereas you take the political element away, the terrorism would go away 99 times out of 100.
Ed, perhaps a word needs to be said here about we are like fawning over the right, and it's not quite the case that we like them. They are into suppressing science. They want intelligent design taught. They are into all kinds of wicked things. So we sound like we're fawning over the right because the left is all these robots following each other, and the right is an independent tent with everybody thinking for themselves and stuff. And it's not quite that pretty. It's quite
the right wing has lots of little problems, and the left is one massive, huge problem.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. You can point at all kinds of things going on the right and say, what about this, what about that? And we're going to say, yeah, you're right, that's an issue, yeah.
Well, Empamy asks, religion has value, moral value? Yes. Religion actually can represent a series of moral values. Not necessarily like rational morality, but they kind of get to the same place via the wrong path at times. And that's certainly preferable to nihilism. I mean, the left wing represents the death of morality and reason. Christianity, on the other hand, from the very beginning, has tried to juggle irrationality and reason together. You've got like John Locke and Thomas Aquinas and people like that. Christianity isn't completely divorced.
It has roots in Greek thinking. That's why.
Yes.
So it has some basic respect for reason. That can be mentioned frequently enough, I don't think.
Yes, I mean, Christianity isn't a separate thing from Western civilization. Christianity was born in the Roman Empire, and it started out at the fringes, and then very quickly it gravitated towards Athens and...
So let's just add the sentence that for us, Christianity is just one branch of a philosophical movement. It is not the result of the birth and death of some guy or something. Yeah. It's a philosophical...
It's basically a sort of fusion of Platonistic and Aristotelian ideas. When at its best, it's Aristotelian. When at its worst, it's Platonic, same as everything else.
Everything else. That's very good.
Exactly. So, to us, there's Aristotle versus Plato, and everything really fits into those two broad camps, pretty much. And so we're looking at it in terms of to what degree is it Platonistic, to what degree is it Aristotelian, and Christianity sort of straggles the fence. It is not that it is one side and only one side. Socialism is 100% Platonistic. There is nothing about the left that embraces Aristotelian principles at all. I mean, there are some exceptions in terms of individuals, but in terms of the broader movements, it's Platonistic. And because it has to be, because it uses Kant, and it uses Hegel, and it uses Marx, and they were all on Plato's side.
Enfamy asks, irrational morality? That's obviously an oxymoron, by the way. There couldn't be something that was irrational and moral, or it might just...
Well, it depends how sort of forgiving and tolerant you want to be. I mean, strictly speaking, you're right, but on the other hand, they do things that I would say are equivalent to moral. I do want to give them, don't want to grant them something. It's just that they have an irrational reason to do the moral things.
Well, okay, I would talk about Peikoff's sentence. Doing the right thing for the wrong reason is the wrong thing. Believing the right thing for the wrong reason is the wrong belief to have. So
but there's degrees of wrong. Because for example, with Christians, they believe in an objective reality. They believe that there are objective moral rules and there are absolutes that they should follow. Now, the problem compare that to the left don't believe in objective reality, and they don't believe that there's any morality at all because they're relativists.
Well,
so that's worse. That's worse by a huge margin.
Okay, so you're saying occasionally they hit on the right answer, but they're not sure why.
Yes.
So here's a guy who has heartburn, and he looks out the window and sees it's a full moon, So he eats some Tums, and it cures his heartburn. And he thinks, oh, when there's a full moon, I can cure my heartburn. And so
no, because they don't do it randomly.
well, the next time there's a full moon, he tries it, and sure enough, the Tums work next time there's a full moon. Now, why, so on the surface, he's curing his heartburn on the full moon, sure, but he's got something bizarre and strange going on that's confusing him, and it's not a value to him to believe that the full moon causes the heartburn relief. That's not a value. He's losing value in other areas of life. So
I would agree with that, Brandon. But I think where the analogy fails is that it's creating an empiric mistake, where in such a situation you would want to experiment about whether or not the moon actually does that, right? So if I could falsify that test, then that would be good reason to believe that it's not the moon and that there's something else there, right? But with Christianity, we're dealing with philosophical concepts that are too basic to be falsifiable. They need to be falsified in some other way than experimentation.
See, here's what I would first. This is what I would come to very quickly. I would say, for example, this gentleman's going to want to discuss the existence of morality as a derivative of the existence of God, and that's going to be extraordinarily problematic. And there we are. You've brought it right to the table.
Yes, but at the same time, even if you believe that the objective morals derive from something that isn't objective, you still believe in objective morals. So the whole idea is that
That's possibly not.
Well, they operate as if they're objective. They don't think they're relative.
Even though they burn witches and stuff once in a while.
Yeah, well, the problem is that's the problem with an irrational, a flawed understanding of objective reality. But at the same time, you've got to remember, I'm just comparing this to nihilism here.
Yeah.
I'm comparing this to ultimately, Christians are a long way from nihilism. They're also a long way from reason, but they're a long way from nihilism.
So
and at the end of the day, you make do with what you've got in a pinch, basically.
There you go. You seem to be making friends with the Christians, but you just don't think that they're the ones we need to pick a fight with right now.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I can breathe a sigh of relief around Christians. I know I don't have to argue about all that many right and wrongs. I know that they believe in morality, so at least we've got that much. We just have to argue about the details, and of course the foundations. But at the end of the day, when I'm dealing with the left, they could decide anything goes or anything doesn't go. I'm dealing with total chaos, potentially, and it's a lot of heavy lifting to have to go through every single last atom of the universe. With a Christian, at least I don't have to do everything from scratch, so I can take a load off. Christians are like debating with someone sitting down. Nihilists on the left are like debating someone standing up. It's just a pain in the back and the coccyx. I just want to sit down and relax and take a load off sometimes. And with Christians, I don't have to do everything for myself.
Take care, says Jimmy. Oh, Super Finn guy's leaving. Oh, see you, Super Finn. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Hope to see you guys soon.
Yep.
I'm way too tired. I have to hit this.
It's just nice to be able to just find yourself fighting on the same cause with the right sometimes. It's just nice to, having like Ben Shapiro, for example, or Milo Yiannopoulos. Ben Shapiro and I agree on a lot of things. He's an Orthodox Jew. Milo and I agree on a lot of things. He is a Catholic. And it's just nice that I don't have to pick a fight with every Jew and Catholic on the planet. And it's nice to be able to ally with them. And the differences just seem trivial compared to that. There are things I'll sort those things out in 100 years. Right now, we're going to deal with something else. And it's just, I don't like having to fight Christians all the time. I don't hate them or anything. I've never had a negative experience with Christianity.
And for fight every Muslim then? If not every Christian, then every Muslim?
I do have to fight every Muslim because they're insufferable assholes. I mean, I've never had a positive experience with Muslim. Every single thing that they do and they say and they believe in is despicably evil. And there's nothing good at all.
I did get to take the virginity of a Muslim girl in college, so...
Yeah, I didn't need to know that, thank you.
Not all of the victories go to the enemy. I got that one, so...
Yeah, okay. But
they're good for something once in a while. Anyway, That's
Yeah.
descended. That's after half a bottle of wine. I can descend to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is with Islam is that I know that even the good ones are still part of a movement which will ultimately grow and take away people's liberties. That's the problem. It's like a good Muslim is like a good Nazi. You may not know what's going on in those camps, but you're still supporting a movement, you're still paying taxes to a movement that is sticking people in those camps. And so you're still an enemy, even though you're an unwitting enemy. You are a useful idiot. It's the same with the left. Everyone on the left is a useful idiot to something that will ultimately take away my rights.
Did you see the question there from?
Yeah. Do you fight every Muslim and every leftist? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, it's the same with libertarians. Libertarians and Christian conservatives are very similar. I disagree with them on a lot of things, but at least I don't have to worry about them knocking my door down in the middle of the night and dragging me away to a cell. Libertarians aren't going to arrest me. Christian conservatives aren't going to arrest me. A socialist is going to arrest me, or a Muslim, if they implement Sharia law in my country, they're going to arrest me. Because right now I'm committing blasphemy. I'm violating Sharia law just by criticizing Islam. So
do you take exception to what was said by your new prime minister, that she was asked if she would use nuclear weapons and kill hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children, and she said yes.
Yeah, I have no objection to I mean, at the end of the day, using the nuclear of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was one of the best things that ever happened to Japan. Because Japan was on the verge of losing not only a huge percentage of its population, but also its soul. By shocking them out of the state of mind, not only did you save millions of Japanese lives, but also you made them the good guys. You shocked them out of their state of evil, and you were able to rehabilitate them. You were able to give them a constitution. Because Japan has an American-style constitution, which is why it's able to flourish as a country. So everything that came out of Hiroshima and Nagasaki was positive. Everything. Everything that came beforehand was negative, because it brought an end to all the bombings. It brought an end to everything else that was going on.
Take a shot at that, because that's heavy machinery we just put out there.
Oh, no, this is, it is, I mean, first of all, I take it as a gift that I can talk to other human beings, but it's nice every once in a while when people have such a rational point of view about history. I mean, absolutely, I would agree with everything that was just said.
Yeah.
Sometimes, and I think that's a biblical teaching, right? Do not forego the slap of the wise man. Like, sometimes it's nice to get a punch in the face, than basically killing yourself with all these all this wickedness that you're living in. So yeah,
slaps, you take it seriously. Is that the import of the verse?
That was a paraphrase. It's Psalm 141 or something. I can't remember. I keep a guard over my mouth. When the let me. What is it? Let me humbly take the discipline of the wise man, or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is.
Yeah,
but the basic idea there is correction can be harsh, and look at all its benefits, even when it's as harsh as a nuke.
Yeah, because it's not like there weren't other bombings. There were huge amounts of conventional fire bombings that were going on. The more Japanese died from the regular bombings than from the nukes. The nukes put an end to a bigger death toll. And because it had to be the nukes, because it had to be a shock, and it had to be the promise of total annihilation. And because the Japanese were prepared to fight to their own total extinction as long as they could take as many Americans with them as possible, because that's part of their honor code. Whereas by nuking, specifically Japan, specifically because of their philosophy, you demonstrated that you could wipe them out without you incurring a single loss. And that is what shocked them into surrendering, realizing that they could end up losing without having to being able to kill a single other American. That's what shocked them. It ran completely counter to their Bushido code.
Yeah,
and
imagine what the benefits if you use that kind of warfare philosophy against something like ISIS, because their whole philosophy surrounds, well, even if I'm going to go down, I'm going to take you with me. And the evil of somebody who doesn't want to take it to the next level, bring the gun to the knife fight, is that you're killing so many people, you're wasting so many lives when this could just be ended tomorrow. against people who are throwing their lives away anyway.
Yeah, I mean, 1 million Allied soldiers could have died if we'd invaded Japanese mainland. And this is the point that the video I linked was Bill Whittle tearing the sanctimonious idiot John Stewart a new one, because John Stewart virtue signals and says, "Oh, the nuclear Hiroshima Nagasaki was wrong. We could have done it another way." And Bill Whittle points out, no, given the historical circumstances, there was no other way. We couldn't have issued a warning, because even if we'd issued a warning, they basically would have ignored it, because they ignored the first they ignored the first city that was destroyed. It took 2. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
And so the idea that the idea that a warning would have made them surrender is ridiculous, because if that was even remotely true, they would have surrendered immediately after the nuclear Hiroshima. So no, everything about the actual incident demonstrates that those people who get on their high horse and say that it was wrong are just a bunch of self-righteous idiots who haven't studied the facts. But that's the point. They don't need to study the facts. They have a seemingly moral high ground, and that's all they need. All they need is the appearance of a moral high ground. That's good enough for them, because they live in a superficial fantasy world, because theirs is the biggest echo chamber, and the bigger the echo chamber, the less critical, the less skeptical people are of anything that seems to reinforce the same narrative. So John Stewart is able to be incredibly sanctimonious and superficial because he's pandering to a bunch of college students who will be brainwashed by the Marxist professors, and he's pandering to the Hollywood mainstream, and he's pandering to the academic mainstream and the intelligentsia, and so nobody's going to criticize him. He is a saint. He is hailed as a hero, even though he's totally full of shit, and is exactly the kind of partisan hack that he criticizes all those idiots at Fox News for being. Exactly the same.
Jimmy, we should do a debate some night about Christianity and stuff, if you're up to it.
As long as it doesn't end up like last time.
Well,
As long as you don't end up babbling about abiogenesis for 5 hours like God, that was sorry.
I want to see if he descends towards intelligent. Okay, so Jimmy, I am Brandon Cropper on YouTube or on Facebook. You can friend me there, contact me there, or we can add each other to each other's circles because we've been in a hangout and stuff. So would you try to defend Christianity against heavy machinery like the objectivisms here today?
Sure. Yeah, I would love to do that. Yeah, I think that could be beneficial. What I like is that unlike I think Edwards, I feel like I'm just kind of regurgitating what he already pointed out, but with someone who is already I don't know, a nihilist or something. I guess that's an easy example. Or no, actually that's not a good humanist, I should say. Somebody who has all the same point of views as a nihilist, except they still want to believe that people can just be nice without any kind of point of view about morality whatsoever. That it has to do with psychology or just good child rearing or just indoctrinating people.
Can I just say one sentence there? We would always have a police, a court, and a military system. Always, always people with guns. And you could have a gun in your house to protect your house, but you don't get to be a policeman. You don't get to enforce the law. Only a very small group of people called the government gets to enforce the law. We would always have that because there's always going to be many, many knuckleheads who are going to try to rob us or defraud us or something. So.
Okay, so am I to take it that you then would take like a Hobbesian approach to arguing for a very small government?
Hobbesianism is 1% of it, and rationality and ethics is 99% of it.
Yeah, we basically take the same position the Founding Fathers did. They took a bit of Hobbes and a lot of John Locke, and we did the same thing. So it's mostly John Locke, but it's also Thomas Hobbes. We're not deluding ourselves as to the human nature. And as I say, we recognize that trying to deny human nature or change human nature is very, very dangerous.
Okay, I would agree that is that you use the word emergent properties, and I would say yes, it is emergent from trying to ignore or neglect human nature that leads to a lot of pain, suffering, and evil.
Well, because the left are materialists, and so they have to reduce everything to very simple functions, and that causes them to ignore lots of the details and layers to human existence. whereas we're basically property dualists, not substance dualists, property dualists. So we recognize that you have emergent complexity in emergent systems, and Christians are like that sort of thing as well, because they believe in the soul and that kind of stuff. They believe in a kind of supernaturalist or metaphysical dualism or emergent complexity. And that enables them to deal with complexity in reality, and including human nature. I mean, you would have original sin or something like that. Now we disagree with original sin because it puts an undue burden on human beings, an undue responsibility. But we do recognize human beings are deeply, deeply flawed.
Plus, it's not true. That's also why we just don't.
Well, yeah, there is that. I just take that for granted. That yeah, but yeah, well, it's just that when you're dealing with a nihilistic mindset, it's infuriating, because this is one of my problems with relativism. Because to me, relativism is nihilism. End of story. When you're dealing with when you're dealing with left-wingers who say they believe in gay rights and say they believe in women's rights, and then they suck up to Muslims who are the greatest enemy of women's rights and greatest enemy of gay rights on the planet, it drives me insane. It absolutely drives me insane, because that's when I realize relativism is nihilism. The moment you realize that, you can't side with the left on anything anymore, ever. It just completely destroys your ability to deal with them, because you recognize that they don't stand for anything. They don't have any values. I'd rather have someone who I disagree with, honestly disagree with, than a person who doesn't have any values at all. Because if you're a left-winger and you claim to be for gay rights and you claim to be for women's rights, you're just full of it. Because you don't see any problem with citing people who completely destroy all those value systems. And don't tell me you don't know that, because who doesn't know about the treatment of women and gays by the Muslim world? So the ignorance, there is no way you could be ignorant of that. You just don't care, because different cultures have different rules, and you don't think the same set of moral rules should apply universally.
Well, now, you remember the Christian last night who thought that we were bigots, or that you were a bigot for saying that Islam was dangerous and bad and so on?
Yeah,
you're not in that boat, I don't think.
Not at all. I am an anarcho-capitalist. I'm just one step a little. I agree with almost all of the libertarian aspects of your economics. I'm going to be in total agreement with. The only thing I disagree with is the Hobbesian argument, and I actually have a lot in common with Locke. Where I also disagree with Locke's understanding of government as means to ordering and flourishing of humanity, if I could use those terms.
Well, not necessarily ordering, more like protecting. At the end of the day, individual rights have to be protected no matter what. And that requires a monopoly, because you need rule of law, and you need objective law, and you need the same set of laws derived from the government, from the courts, and from the police. That's why you can't have like private police and private courts and private government and everything all divided. You have to have everyone agreeing on and applying the same principles. And that requires the same infrastructure and the same hierarchy, and therefore basically a monopoly. There's no other way of getting around that. If you need objective law, and you do, therefore you need a government, and you need a government monopoly. There's just no way of getting around that logic.
So I tend more towards what's it called? Is it called The Machine of Freedom? Friedman's book.
The Machine.
Milton Friedman.
Yeah. I tend towards more of a market view of law, that you can actually that law can arise from voluntaristic trade.
Well, I mean, laws of the market, yes, but I mean that certainly applies to a lot of economics. But the law doesn't just deal with economics; it deals with a lot of other profound things. And the legal principles have been tried and tested and established for thousands of years. It's one of the things that the Romans got right off the bat. They understood, and the ancient Athenians and etc. So the issue of objective law isn't. You'd have to go up against massive amounts of intellectual firepower in history to say that the market alone would be sufficient, because the market has its limits. This isn't. There was an article written by someone criticizing Rand, who basically said that there was a contradiction in Rand's philosophy, because she said that the market forces was how you establish whether something was right or wrong, or how you establish values, and there was a contradiction because Howard Rourke in her book was cast aside by the market, and therefore that should imply that his work was worthless. And the problem with that, of course, is that Rand didn't think that the market is where you derive values from. You derive values from reason and from your own self-interest. And the market is a good way of achieving that. It's the product of reason. It is not the starting point. It's an end point. And so there are limits to it because it's not the be-all and end-all. It's just the best way of achieving things.
Now,
So the power of the market is far greater than any left wing would ever choose to admit, but it's not 100%.
The way the Greeks went about this is they said that freedom, the freedom to act, which is what a marketplace is, they said freedom is a creature of the law. Freedom means that you don't obey other people. You can do what you want. The only thing you obey is these rules that are written down.
Yeah, we are a nation of laws and not of men. This is a fundamental cornerstone of classical liberalism, of the Enlightenment, of ancient Greek and Roman thought. You're literally going up against all of that.
Well, to not get off the point though, so he wants there to be laws of some kind, or market laws or regulations of the market without a government. And the Greeks say the first thing you do is have the law. After that, then you have the freedom to interact with each other, and not before. So
this is why the freest societies in history were the ones who believed in rule of law the most. And the reason why America was able to create freedom was because it inherited the tradition of rule of law from England. England is the most rule of law obsessed country that's ever existed. It's absolutely the be-all and end-all. It's what we imposed through our imperialism and colonialism, and why you have such prosperity and security in the parts of the world that we used to colonize.
That's a good example.
This is why Hong Kong and Shanghai are so successful economically. It's because they have rule of law. Before anything else, they were nothing more but fishing ports with rule of law, and that's all it takes.
Jimmy, what do you think of that? That the law comes first, and then after the law is there, you are protected and you can act freely.
Well, I suppose I understand the arguments for it, and I agree. Yeah, that there's a great magnitude of brilliance behind that concept. But I think the problem is that seems to be hugely what's the word I'm looking for? Over-aggrandized? I mean, if you look at history, look at the United States, for example, it is true that when the Constitution was written, that principle of the primacy of the law is certainly there. It's a constitutionalism. But however, note that the United States was an entity long before the Constitution came there. There were laws and relations going on between people long before it inherited its
it was the English colonies, and therefore had rule of law before as America.
Yeah, maybe
it always had rule of law. The very first settlers, after all, were English settlers who had rule of law because they were English.
Maybe
I would point to, and I will readily admit I'm probably not half as read as either of you. Epistemology is my playground, not economic history. However, what occurs to me right off the bat is, yes, maybe they did come in having inherited that principle. However, the two things worth noting is, first of all, that a lot of the civilization that were the colonies were Presbyterian civilizations that tried to conduct their forts, their little societies, in terms of some kind of biblical code. And while I think a lot of times they absolutely failed, and some of them were even very dastardly. You have like the Salem witch trials. That is not something that they inherited from their British
yes, they
and
did,
European.
Because they were Puritans. We kicked them out. The Puritans. What happened is my country was different religions. We executed Charles I, and then a load of Puritans took over. And because they ran England into the ground, we kicked them all out, and they ended up going to America. So the theocracy, which is what they implemented, isn't rule of law.
I could put a finer point on my statement, I guess. What if I put it like this, Jimmy? There was this question was put to Xerxes while he was bringing his armies to conquer Greece. Xerxes said, "Who is set as despot over the Greeks?" He asked one of his advisors or something. And his advisor said, "The Greeks obey no man. They obey only the law." Now, forgetting the pilgrims and whatever else, that's a fundamental distinction, to have something written down versus to have somebody telling you. Now, if it's the Bible you go by, then all you have done is removed the process one step, because now you've got a book and a preacher in the way, but it's still just some man, because there's no God, so that man is now telling you things.
Yeah, because God is just a code word for the will of the oracle. It's really just people that worship God, they worship the oracle.
Oh, no. The Puritans had a constitutional system. They simply believed that what is the word for that? There's a word for this class of writings. For the Jews, it was the Talmud. For the Puritans, it was something else, and I can't remember what it's called. But they were a constitutional. They did run a constitutional government. It's simply that they weren't a republic. They didn't have an electorate. You simply had judges set up by the ministry, which they did not have absolute power. The people did have the ability to overthrow them. It's just that their constitution was taken to be the interpretation of this book. But,
yeah,
but my point in all that is just sorry, go ahead.
This is why the colonies both flourished and stagnated, where they had high points and low points, because when they flourished, it was because they were following rule of law and property rights. When they stagnated, it's because they wallowed in theocracy and backwardness and didn't open themselves up to market thinking and the modern thinking, and also because they embraced collectivism and communism. So that they nearly destroyed themselves because of their collectivism, and the collectivism was based on the Bible, because of course the earliest Christians were communists.
Oh, I see. I disagree with that. I think that the earliest Christians were anarchists.
Well, they were collectivists. The Peter and his church executed people who didn't take part in the redistribution of wealth.
I would not say what is
Ananias and his wife.
Okay, well, I would say that is. I don't think that's the takeaway from that. The moral.
They were killed because they didn't redistribute the wealth.
No. They were killed because they weren't honest. They lied.
Yeah, because
they basically committed theft.
They didn't commit theft. The apostles were the ones that were thieving, because all redistribution is theft.
No,
Ananias and his wife were the heroes who were murdered by evil communists called Peter and the rest of his apostolic vermin.
Not if it's voluntary, right? If I say, look, here's a church.
If it was voluntary, why were they killed?
Because they didn't follow the very thing that they said they would do, right? That's lying.
Right. Okay, but they were killed. They were killed for not participating in something that was wrong.
No. Okay.
I mean, if a communist comes over and says that you must give all your money to the people, and I basically say, yeah, sure, I'll do it, and I don't because I believe in fighting evil and oppression and tyranny, and then they come and kill me, that's not really a system of anarchy. That is just tyranny. They were killed because they deceived in order to not participate in a communistic redistribution.
I completely agree with you, but I don't think that's
Peter and co were authoritarians. They were an apostolic theocratic dictatorship who ordered book burnings and many other oppressive acts.
See, I don't think that's true. It would be more like you of your own free will decide to contract yourself to a given institution. Part of the institution, which you of your own free will are aware of, is that it invites you, though it does not force you, to redistribute your own wealth. Then you tell that institution, which you have freely contracted yourself to, that you are going to give some of your wealth to XYZ. But you don't. That is called thievery, because you are lying to someone. You say that you are going to do one.
That's breaking a contract, yes, but the contract is indefensible. I agree that they were not like total forced coercive in principle. There was a voluntary nature to Christianity. This is why I say Christianity is different from socialism. It doesn't imply force. It doesn't imply coercion. But they were killed. There was a hierarchy. There was force. There was authority. There was theocracy, and that's why you ended up with all the atrocities in later centuries, because it began with the Apostolic Church going around killing people who didn't go along with their orders. So the taint was there, if you like. Even if you can extrapolate something purely voluntary from the Apostolic Church, you can also extrapolate something authoritarian. It swings both ways, basically, because the Acts of the Apostles is a very contradictory load of writing.
I agree with your interpretation of the Gulag and other things, and communism. But what I don't understand is, it seems to me that the Christian Church was inherently proprietarian. They believed that you owned what you owned, and if you wanted to be a part of the church, you were invited but not forced to redistribute. Where they were killed is when they broke. You use the words break contract. That's the only point at which they were killed, when they said they would do something, but they didn't. And I would say, Edward, if somebody tells you, I'm going to give you this, they sign a contract for it. There's all these things that makes them.
But I wouldn't want a theocracy killing them, though. That's not rule of law. That is petulant punishment for violating religious principles.
Just to interrupt real quick there, that's fine, but here's the thing. Ananias and Sapphira did. They voluntarily subjected themselves to the rule of that institution. You don't have to. You can say, yes, I want to allow people to make contracts with
I also wouldn't let these people kill other people for violating the rules, because that is a violation of individual rights. Their individual rights were violated. Just because you choose to join some commie or hippie commune doesn't mean you sacrifice your individual rights. Just because you're an idiot and you joined some nonsense movement. When you join some Baptist, Southern Baptist movement or some sort of aliens are going to take our brains away cult, and the cultist leaders kill you, that doesn't mean that that's right. That means that's illegal. It's violation of individual property rights. The apostles murdered 2 people for no good reason. It was murder, it was authoritarianism, it was a violation of the individual rights of Ananias and Sapphira. Period. No question of that whatsoever. The apostles were murdering theocratic tyrants, even if they allowed, because that's the same thing with cults. You join a cult voluntarily, but it doesn't change the fact that it's an evil, brainwashing, mind control cult that makes you drink Kool-Aid and kill yourself, or whatever it is they may do. Whatever the hell Scientologists do.
Sure, but I guess the difference is there that the cult may not have contracts with the rest of civilization.
Oh, yeah, they do. I mean, the Scientology makes you sign a 1,000-year contract.
Oh, no. I agree. I'm not talking about its members. I'm saying there may not be contracts that protect it within its place in society. So that's, for example, right now, and I'm in the United States, there may be the purple people over here doing weird things to people, and the reason that we punish them is because they don't follow the implicit contracts that are over here. But supposing that they did have a contract with the rest of society, or supposing that part of their institution was that they were willing to pay for that, either one of those, we win. That's still voluntarism.
No, because the problem is that voluntary associations can only go so far. They're still limited by rule of law. Period. Just because you voluntarily join a kooky cult doesn't mean that your life is forfeit if the cultist leaders, for whatever reason, decide you should be killed. That is a violation of individual rights. It is a violation of rule of law. That's a horrible thing, because what is to stop some imam from killing his wife because she broke an honor code? That's what honor killing is. Honor killings, female genital mutilation, all the atrocities Muslims commit in the West, let alone in their own backward, miserable countries. At the end of the day, there are so many evil things going on all over the world because people basically say, well, it's okay, it's their own culture. Voluntarism seems to me, the way you're defining it, is to be just another way of turning a blind eye to evils committed because, oh, well, they volunteered, it's their culture, they're brown, they're Muslim, it doesn't, they don't know any better, whatever the excuse is. Rule of law doesn't change despite what group you join, any more than individual rights change. They had individual rights that were violated, period. What they did was indefensible. So you're starting with a very, very tainted idea of communal or voluntary activity. They weren't anarchists. Anarchists don't go around executing people like that, or at least they shouldn't.
Yeah, I guess just to take up the analogy real quick with, so for example, like Hindu wives that are burnt when their husbands die, right? Those are terrible, but the two prevalent things there is that there's nothing to suggest that that's the free will of the woman But in
it
any
wasn't
case,
the free will of the people of Ananias and his wife to be killed. They didn't want to die.
I would say that they did. When they contracted
They wanted to die. They
themselves
wanted
to
to
the
be
church.
executed. They wanted to be executed by this self-righteous apostolic idiot.
Well, obviously not. But
He couldn't
they
even walk
did.
on water properly. I mean, what a loser.
Well, hold on, wait. I agree. They obviously didn't want to be executed, but they did subject themselves to the rule of the church. That was their own choice. They knew what they were doing.
I sincerely doubt the contract said, lie to us and we kill you. No, they were punished summarily. They were punished because they basically did something so wrong as to lie to the apostles. I mean, I personally don't think lying to someone like that is necessarily wrong because, you know, I regard the apostles as obviously evil and insane, so, you know, screw them.
Yeah, I think there's two things worth noting here. The first is I think the disagreement is I think we're disagreeing on an incidental. The real disagreement comes from because you believe.
Well, I got two dead bodies on my side of the argument, so I got that they're stinking up the place, and you know, in the same way that if I was arguing against socialism, I'd have 200 million dead bodies. If I wanted to go into the rest of Christian history, I could have even more. I agree that this is an issue we could go on about round and round for ages, and it's not that big a deal. It's just that there are it's the little details, the devil's in the details, and there's all sorts of little things that don't quite work and add up, and they accumulate over time. It may seem like a trivial incident to you, but that kind of precedent builds up and builds up and builds up. It's the same thing with the apostles ordering all those books to be burnt. In the Acts of the Apostles as well. That led to mass book burnings by the church, which inspired the communists and the Nazis and the Muslims to do the same thing. I'm tracing the origins of evil and the origins of oppression here, and I find it in the pages of the Bible a lot. That's all.
Okay, well, yeah. My point is just I gotta take off here soon, but just for future reference, I think the real disagreement isn't so much over. You know, any of these given examples, Ananias, Sapphira, or Hindus or Islamic women, injustices committed against them. The issue is that because you are committed to the primacy of law principle, and I am not, we interpret these examples differently. For me,
well, that's why I am for the primacy of law, because I don't want cults going around killing people.
I think you can just boycott them, just starve them.
Of followers, they'll always brainwash people, and they'll still. I don't want to have dead bodies that could be prevented. Rule of law prevents dead bodies. Your solution would still result in dead bodies, even if somewhere along the line you end up starving them out. I think you overestimate the ability of the market to prevent people from joining cults.
Well, I would say no system can protect human lives absolutely, but
rule of law can go a hell of a lot closer than anything else, and it has been tried and true and tested to a ridiculous degree. I mean, you're arguing against huge amounts of evidence. You've got a huge uphill struggle. That's my point.
I really don't think so, though, because in any civilization in history where you have a state, there is always injustice. The state, I mean,
constitutional governments, why you need limited government. I agree that I have an uphill struggle too. The difference is I'm a hell of a lot further up the hill than you are.
I mean, I'm trying to be humble here. I don't really see how, Edward. What is the
well, I'm building upon what has worked. You're sort of going to a hypothetical that has never been tried.
No. My argument was that looking at history, I don't see a society that works. I see people building civilizations.
Well, which society would you want to live in? Rome under rule of law, or some pagan tribe that without any rule of law? I mean, you could say, it's not 100% successful. You're holding it to an impossible standard.
No, I agree.
Human beings thousands of years ago that didn't know what the hell they were doing. The point is, the rule of law was infinitely better than anything else. Infinitely better. There's not even remotely a comparison. Life was a hell of a lot better as a Roman citizen. As a Roman citizen, you had more rights, privileges, and liberties than anyone else on the planet. And the same thing with America today. In America, you have more rights and privileges and freedoms than anyone else on the planet. And I'm saying we build on what works, and we basically don't distract ourselves with like hypotheticals that don't work when you hold them up to logical scrutiny.
Yeah, and I guess what I would say to that is I agree that the principle of arguing from the consequences there is valid. But the issue is that I don't think that the merits of any of these societies came from their government hierarchy or the organization
Well, why is it
of
they were
people.
successful with rule of law and the societies without rule of law weren't? I mean, that's
I
100%
don't think they
one-to-one
were
correlation.
successful. I don't think they were.
They were more successful than societies without rule of law. Life was better. Look at it from the point of view of the individual. As an individual, you were better off under a rule of law society than any of the alternatives, because rule of law society is the exception to the rule. So, you could say that they weren't successful. Compared to whom? They, in every way, were better than any alternatives.
Well, I would say it depends on what we're trying to do here. I would agree that um, given that you were a certain class in every one of these, in any one of these constitutional societies, life was more comfortable
Better
than
in
it.
every way. Better in every way. In
I
every
would.
way. You have more rights than anyone else. More liberties. If having more rights and more liberties isn't better in every way, what is?
Well, I would not say that I have more. I would say that I have more
A Roman citizen
I have
had
more
more
leases.
rights.
I have more leases, but I don't have more rights. There's the difference between owning property and being leased property. The
You
government
can
can
own
only
property.
lease
You can own
property.
property under a rule of law society. Property ownership was a huge part of Rome. It's a huge part of England. It's a huge part of America. It's a chain of the same principles and the same reasoning. And wherever this chain is followed, it is objectively better for those involved than anyone else. I'm just
But
looking at which society is better and what made them better. And it's not like I'm just making a false correlation here. It is a fact that all rule of law societies have better quality of life, better rights, better freedoms for the individuals involved than anything else. 100% every single time. It is a guarantee that it'll work. It is just not a guarantee it'll work 100%, but it is a guarantee it'll work better than any alternative. And what else can you do? What realistically can you do? We have a million plates spinning in the air. We have a million issues to try to resolve, and the best we can do is the best we can do. And we'll go with the best, and we'll work and then we'll work on the next problem instead of trying to get to some hypothetical perfect utopia when we already have something that's at least workable and allows us to then focus on other issues. You'll never get round to solving other problems if you're saying that the absolute best is not good enough and you want perfection.
Yeah, I think it's a misunderstanding that keeps coming up, Edward. No, I agree with you. We're not. I think that was a point that was an counter argument that I made only 5 minutes ago. That no one is looking for a system that this had to do with Ananias and Sapphira. Nobody's looking for a system that can stop murder altogether, because no system can do that. There's murder no matter what you do. People will always get killed in any system. Property rights, human rights will always be violated. But the question is, I want a system that is coherent. I want a system that is rational. I want a system that is based on truth. And because I know that system is not going to be devoid of the best consequences. The best consequences always arise from a system that's based on truth. Now, when I look at constitutional states, the issue there seems to me to be that it's internally incoherent. Not that it hasn't had better consequences than certain other societies, but that even though it had
consequences. That's all. The point I'm just making is
okay. I'll grant you that.
Best, the absolute best.
And
if you think you can come up with something better, knock yourself out. But you'll need to have a nation with millions of people before I'm convinced.
Well, okay, but this is the question.
Because your reasoning doesn't impress me. Only evidence impresses me. Only the results. Only the history. I want empirical data to work with,
well, I would promptly say that there's no way that I can give you a sufficient example like that.
Well, that's why I'm not an anarchist. That's why I'm not an anarchist, because at the end of the day, anarchy doesn't pass my standard of evidence.
But I don't think that your standard of evidence is rational either.
For wanting sufficient data. I mean, if we're dealing with what kind of laws, what kind of government, what kind of society, we're dealing with an incredibly important issue here that requires a huge amount of evidence before we can make a responsible conclusion. And I ask for huge amounts of evidence from classical liberal constitutional republic models, and I get it. I get it from the simple fact that they're the best forms of governments that have ever existed. That's good enough for me. I mean, because again, I got like a million other problems. I'm a philosopher, so I got a million things to worry about, and I'll just go with the best. And until someone comes up with enough sufficient evidence to override the evidence I've already got, I'm going to go with that. Simple as that. Because I got other things to worry about.
Yeah, and I understand that principle, but I guess the issue is just what counts as sufficient data, right? Because I take as sufficient data if a system is incoherent, if a system has a contradiction in it, then whether or not it's better than other systems is irrelevant. It should be thrown out. It must be coherent.
It sounds to me like you're trying to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. You're throwing out the best system you've got because of a perceived imperfection in it. You want perfect, you want utopia. But what's the difference between that and socialists and Marxists who just kept killing more and more millions of people thinking now we'll get to the utopia?
No, the concept is not to have utopia. The concept is to have a system that is rational.
Yes, the rational system is very good, but that's a huge uphill struggle because that's a very high standard. It's a standard I work to because I'm an objectivist. If I didn't think that we could achieve it, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, and I guess where I would disagree is I don't think you can. I don't.
You start with reforming the best
that
system you've got. You don't start from scratch. You reform with the best system you've got, because every single time anyone tries to start from scratch, you end up with gulags.
Okay. I don't think that's true at all. The anarchists.
Yeah, this is the Pol Pots and the Stalins and the Maoists were blank slaters. They wanted to start completely from scratch and destroy the old systems.
Yes,
kill the Tsar, destroy the Great Wall of China, which is what the communists did when they first took over. The Great Leap Forward, the Cultural Revolution. These were all blank slate movements.
Absolutely, but you wouldn't say that that anarcho-capitalists like Milton Friedman, for example, are part of the.
He wasn't that much of an anarcho-capitalist.
Okay, I mean it's unimportant to me. It's not relevant for the sake of this example.
We are objectively a hell of a lot more hardcore than he was.
I completely agree with that. But that's moot, I think. All I'm trying to say here is, you're right. I can't give you an example of a system that uses exactly the kind of system I'm trying to say, hey, we should do this. Yeah, that's never happened in history.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to experiment and give it a try, because I favor the experimental models, while I like the 50-state model.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is, we can disagree about all these other little things, but we're never going to get anywhere. Where we can proceed, and maybe we'll see fruit in the labor of conversation, is I don't agree that you need an experimental model. I'm not even sure an experimental model is a valuable one to use when we're talking about things like societies throughout history. I mean, why should we think that that's an empirical procedure?
Well, history is empiricism. History is empiricism. I mean, we have history is the empirical data. When it comes to a lot of the big stuff, I mean, how else do we judge Nazism? How else do we judge socialism? I mean, you could judge it in terms of its intrinsic properties, and I'm perfectly happy to do that as well. But the history is the final answer to that. It's like, yeah, this is what happens when you apply certain ideas.
I mean, I think.
I mean, I judge Christianity by its history. I judge Islam by its history. I judge socialism by its history. So every single person that's ever been killed by Jesus Christ, in the name of Jesus Christ, or in the name of Muhammad, or in the name of Allah, or in the name of Karl Marx, or in the name of Stalin, I make a note of every single one of those dead bodies, and I hold it against the ideology forever.
I agree, and I'm not saying don't use history, but what I'm saying is, why are we adapting the idea that only experimentation?
Well, are you talking an alternative would be emergent complexity?
I'm saying why is it not why is not arguing to the irrationality of a system not sufficient to say it won't work?
Well, because the problem is that you can have flawed reasoning. I mean, if you ignore empirical data, you
But
can
that can
end
be
up.
applied to empirical data too.
No, if you argue, you see, the thing is, it starts with empiricism. You start with the data, and then reasoning is the integration of the data, is the integration of reality. And so you basically start with that, and then you reason. If you come up with any excuse to ignore the data or ignore history, ignore reason, ignore empiricism, and just go with reason, you can end up with flawed reasoning that takes you down to the most bizarre path that has nothing to do with reality. This is what the Marxists were like. They thought that they were working off history, but all they were doing is cherry picking history to fit a theory, and then they just went along their own path. And at the end of the day, history and the empirical data should be 99% of the work, and your reasoning should be the capstone 1%. Let the data do most of the heavy lifting. Don't rely too much on what you think is your own reasoning.
But your argument to that conclusion was that you can err with reasoning. Well, you can err in interpreting data. Yes.
Yes, but it's a hell of a lot harder to misinterpret consistent patterns of history that go on for thousands of years. Whereas with reasoning, it could be a tiny little abstract concept here that doesn't quite work, a little fallacy here, a little fallacy there, and the whole thing falls apart.
But Edward, communists do that all the time.
Yeah, communists
the majority of human beings do that all the time.
Yeah, because they're not empirical. They don't take into account enough of the historical data. Most of the time when I argue with people, the reason I wipe the floor with them is because I know history better than they do. So I can just point to fact after fact after fact that contradicts all of their beloved theories and all their beloved doctrines and theologies and abstractions, and I'm not impressed. I don't give a crap. At the end of the day, history is on my side because I'm on history's side. And I go with that, and it's incredibly reliable. I have no problem with listening to your reasoning on whatever the contradictions are within a constitutional republic. I am perfectly happy to listen. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, I'm going to go with the data, unless your reasoning is unbelievably good. And even if it is unbelievably good, we need to apply that reasoning to a constitutional republic and reform it. Because at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to start from scratch. We're not going to be given millions of people to start a new society from scratch anytime soon. We have to start with what we've already got. Because reformation is what we need more than anything else. Towards an ideal, even your ideal, possibly.
Yeah, I think I don't really. I'm not really following what the. What the basis is for saying that looking at data is more reliable than arguing by way of reductio, because the issue is that you and I argue with socialists, communists, authoritarians, and anarchists.
They all ignore history. So
I agree.
To me, that's why I have a lot of emphasis on history, because I see all the people, everyone that's ever been wrong about everything has been people who ignore history. I mean, Mr. Copper would agree. History is the absolute, huge, massive part of it.
But Edward, that's what we call being delusional. These are people who will look history's facts in the face and say, no, let me reinterpret it this way to fit my...
because they're not rational. You have to analyze history with reason. Yeah.
Exactly. And my point is then, okay, but then if we're going to be consistent, then anything that you can point out is a problem that could occur by way of just using reductio is also a problem that could occur when we look at history, because in the case of both, we have to use our reasoning capacity.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So then it seems to me both are equally sufficient. If I can say, look at history, then that's good. And if I can say, look, this is inconsistent, that's also good. And they should be treated as equal sources because, as we both agree, the consequences of a system are not irrelevant to the core and foundation of the system from which the consequences emerge. So if I can point out that the core is already irrational, then we should just drop it, because its consequences are going to be bad.
Well, it depends how you define core. That's the problem. I mean, there's issues with what is the core. Is it really the core? There's issues with can you actually change aspects of the core to make it more congruent. There's so many different issues here, and the experimental results hint at some deeper reality here. And I'm more likely, if your reasoning says one thing and the experimental data says another, you're more likely that your reasoning is wrong rather than the data. It's just that I'm so sick of people who ignore history. I'm so sick of people who cherry pick. And this is the whole point with them. The communists and socialists and Marxists have a theory, have an abstraction that they think is solid reasoning, and they don't give a damn about the historical evidence. And to me, that is a callousness, that is an evil that just beggars belief.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you there, and I think an ahistorical, a prioristic fallacy is tantamount to all of cultural Marxism and syndicalism and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
But I don't. Why do we have to throw the baby with the bathwater? Why don't we keep both empirical interpretation as well as analysis, logical analysis? Both are useful.
Yeah, it's just that I'm very dubious of people who just lose themselves in theory, who get too much caught up in the abstraction and lose sight of the empirical data. That's all, because it's just a very it's a tendency I've seen in anarchists before. It's a tendency I've seen in Stefan Molyneux, for example.
Sure. So for example, we actually have different interpretations of history on the early church. My point of view is that they were actually proprietarian voluntarists, whereas I think it is actually much more common to think of them as collectivists. But I don't think that they were, because
I agree. I completely agree that they were property voluntarists. Absolutely. But my problem is that there was also a authoritarianism and a theocracy there as well. And that, combined with the emphasis on the idea of that it's a good thing to do with our property, is what led to the idea that this should be enforced by the authority that was already there. Because basically all you're doing is, in a sense, the ingredients are the same. The recipe was slightly different, but the ingredients in the Apostolic Church was the same as what you see in Marxism and socialism. It's a collective. It's authoritarian. It's anti-property. The only slight difference is that there was a voluntary element to the early movement. But that was true of communism. In the communist movements, the early communists, the early socialist movements, the early Marxist movements were voluntary. You didn't have to join Marx. You didn't have to join under Stalin's movement. But when they took power, that's when it became mandatory, and that's what I see as the problem here. And you've already got a power system, a theocracy with the Apostolic Church. It's already right then and there. And so all it would take is a slight rearrangement of all the same components, and you'd end up with the same results as socialism, because you've got a collective, a anti-property ideology, and an authority. It's just that it's at that voluntary stage, but it's not necessarily always going to be that way. And it wasn't in the case of the church, because of course for hundreds of years church attendance was compulsory in Europe.
Oh yeah, but I mean, what is the obvious change there, right? Like when you have the government announce Christianity as the country's national religion, then yeah, I would say you start to see things start to dive down. But when the church was just basically a giant voluntary court system that some people, because of their religious beliefs, decided, hey, we're going to go be a part of that.
Yeah. Okay.
And real quick. And they competed, not by force, but by voluntary contract. They competed with the court systems of the Romans, and they won. They were winning more clients because people liked the fairness and the morality system of the Christians over against the Roman system, even though they were
more. That's the problem. They preferred a bunch of religious leaders making laws than the actual legal system which had been established under a much better system. Would you want to live under a theocracy today? Would you want to live in Iran?
Edward, that's what I think.
Even
Edward,
if
I agree. Theocracy is
this was theocracy.
But
yeah,
I would say it was a theonomy, right? Because what was taken as the Constitution, and there was a Constitution of their hierarchy was interpretation of the Word. Now I agree, they did have Christianity did have what was the Christian oracles, and those were the apostles. But neither were the apostles treated as infallible.
When they were supposedly carrying on words from God, it was infallible. If God's infallible, then that means that there was agreement of infallibility in the oracle. I mean, this is the problem with Islam, because some of the things that Muhammad said were supposedly his words, and other things were supposedly from God. And if it's in the Quran, then it's infallible. And it's the same with the Bible. Sometimes sometimes in the Pauline epistles, he's supposedly channeling God, in which case it's infallible, and sometimes it's just his opinion, and there's a huge arguments among theologians about which is which. It's an absolute mess. The very idea of an infallible authority just is ridiculous, and you try to be an anarchist, and yet you say there's such a thing as an infallible authority. I couldn't possibly imagine a bigger contradiction.
Yeah, I guess that goes
God
back
doesn't get off the hook just because he's not human.
Yeah, I guess that goes back to our metaphysics, right? Like because of my metaphysic, I believe that God has the ability to be self-evident when he reveals himself. Whereas
he only
for
seems
you,
to reveal himself to people who don't seem to be able to reason properly. Because as it says in the epistles, God loves the fool. He reveals himself to the simpleton. So I love that bit. It's hilarious. I can't remember which is that First Corinthians? I can't remember now.
Yeah, I think that's 1 Corinthians, isn't it? Where is the...
Yeah, God wants idiots to convert to the church. He doesn't want intelligent people, which is exactly what a con artist would say if he were inventing a religion, but there you go.
Okay, but I think that's a misunderstanding, right? In the context of what Paul's addressing...
I hope it is.
Yeah, I would agree. If that would
I mean, if my interpretation is correct, that's one hell of a smoking gun.
Well, so my hermeneutic, or my principles of interpreting something, is I must...
Well, I go with exegetical analysis. I go with an exegetical analysis. I basically look at the most likely meaning of the original author, and the original author just comes off as a crook in that line. Because if you're starting a cult and you want the least intelligent, least educated people to join it, and you try to come up with an explanation for why it is that the intelligent and educated aren't going for it. Oh, well, God wants to punish them for thinking that they're smart. That just seems to me as a rationalization for why it is that only idiots are falling for your movement. At least that's how the passage comes off to me. That'd be the most straightforward interpretation, the less question.
But okay, see, that's the problem with that is that intuition is not a sufficient argument for something being the most straightforward interpretation. You actually have to.
If it requires more of a convoluted and question-begging explanation to switch to an alternative, that is not an intellectually tenable position. Not very secure, anyway. Because your explanation would have to involve some sort of explanation for what God's motives are, but you haven't yet proved God exists, so you've got that problem, Occam's razor and all that. I'm just looking at it in the most straightforward way. If it reads like exactly what a con artist would write if he was starting an evil mind control cult, then that's a very reasonable interpretation, and that's the interpretation both of us would go with if we were reading any other similar writing from any other religion. But because this is your religion, obviously you can't go with that interpretation.
Well, yeah, but again, so the problem is what determines whether something is more straightforward. The only thing that does is our background knowledge, and B, our philosophical foundations.
Well, I don't have different. I mean, I just read it as common sense and an understanding of the way cults work. You have an agenda because you're a Christian. You're committed to a position. Period. And so you basically have to interpret something in a way that doesn't destroy your entire worldview. My worldview doesn't stand or fall on that passage. Yours does.
Sure, okay, but I think the issue there is the word, what you mean by the word agenda. If by the word agenda you mean I have a specific intent for reading the Bible, then yeah, I would agree with that. I have a
massive emotional and psychological commitment to it, whereas with me it's just it's no big deal. It's just something that amuses me. That's all.
But that is an agenda in and of itself.
Yeah, but it's a minor one. Yours is a huge one. Yours is your entire worldview. Mine is just the occasional chuckle.
Well, okay, but that's...
I mean, I don't have to have any emotional reaction to it at all. It would still be the same interpretation.
Okay, but we need to be self-conscious about the things the claims that we're making here, right? So if you're going to say...
Well, I apply the same principles to the passage as I would to any other writings of the same time period. I'm just being consistent here. I'm just being indifferent.
Right, but okay, this is let me make the 2 points. The first was the one that I was going to make just a second ago, which is we need to be self-conscious about the philosophical foundations, the philosophical ideology that we're assuming when we make statements like this. So, for example, when you say, I have a huge agenda and you don't, that is true if the philosophical foundations which you hold to be true behind them are already true. Right?
Well, yeah,
and
just
on the other
all I'm
hand,
doing is
on
just
the other hand,
applying very
wait,
simple
wait,
principles.
wait,
Yeah.
real quick. On the other hand,
Philosophy
if Christianity is true, then my agenda isn't really that big a deal. But yours is.
Well, it's still a significant commitment, regardless of whether or not it's true. I mean, faith is still faith. Emotional commitments and biases are still true. It still takes a huge amount of bias and ideology and emotional commitment to have yourself martyred, regardless of whether or not it's true.
I agree.
So the truth of it doesn't really come into it, really. Because Paul could have still been a lying shyster, even if God exists.
Yeah, there's a lot to... Okay.
No, I mean, this is one of those cul-de-sacs that we're not really getting anywhere with, but it's just, I don't know. I tend to do this. I tend to wander around. My mind goes all over the place.
Yeah, all I would say is that what you said about what you say about things being big agendas or things being the most straightforward reading, those are all judgments that are made based on a hermeneutic structure or principles of interpretation. And I would agree with you that we need to use the same principles of interpretation in every case, otherwise we're not being consistent. The difference between our systems is I do not believe that the words of God should be interpreted as if they were not the words of God, that is, as if they were the words of men. And I do believe that the Bible does include the words of God, whereas you do not believe that there's anything special about the Bible, that it's just the words of men.
Well, I judge it, it's a book, and I judge it by the criteria of any other book.
Exactly. You don't believe there's anything special.
I think a book is a book. You think the book isn't a book, or there's something to this particular book that's different from every other book ever written.
Exactly.
That's special pleading. I don't have that position. I just judge it like I judge any other book.
Why is that special pleading?
I can be consistent. You can't.
Why is that special pleading, though?
Well, because you think that the Bible is the one book that isn't written by just human beings. You think every other book ever written is written by human beings except this one book.
Just as I believe every other human being is not me, but I believe I'm the one human being that's me. I mean, where's the
because that's the one exception to a rule. Billions of books exist, and this is the one that doesn't follow the same rules as every other book ever written. And you believe that because it's an article of faith.
It's the same thing as saying. It's the same thing as saying.
And the Muslims are the same with the Quran.
Here's a chemical, H2O. And I believe it has all these specific properties, and I believe that it should be used for certain functions like drinking, bathing, and other stuff. And then another chemical comes up, carbon or whatever, right? Yeah. And I say, well, you can't use that to drink, you can't use that to bathe, and then you call that special pleading. Well, they're two different things. You can't talk about.
They're two different things, but it's still a book. It's still, and within the category of books, the Bible is still a book.
But I don't
just treat it the way I treat any other book, because there's no reason to think it's anything other than another book.
Exactly. Our difference in opinion here is that you believe that inherent to being a book, it cannot have any special properties that normal books that we would not consider inspired by God.
Well, in order to regard any particular book as being an exception to the rule that I would govern any other book, I would require massive evidence. And I've studied the Bible for 20 years and I haven't found it, so there you go.
Okay, but how do you establish the claim that you haven't found any evidence?
Well, if everything in it is explicable and understandable within the context of human creativity.
Ah, okay, that to me is a claim for which I have found no evidence.
Right, okay. Well, I just think it's a very straightforward claim. I mean, I read all these books that claim to be... I read the Quran, I read the Book of Mormon, I read the Bible, whatever, and they all claim to be the one true book that is the exception to the rule, and yet they all have the same flaws, the same contradictions, the same clear signs of human invention as any other book. I'd have to read into it something that isn't apparent and that's a leap, and I don't do leaps.
I think the difference is that if you read, say, the Torah according to the commitments of an Islam, you're going to run into contradictions. But if you read the Bible in accord with the tenets of Christian theology, I don't think you're going to run into any.
In the confirmation bias, you mean?
No, that's just consistency, right?
Well, if you assume that as an article of faith there are no contradictions in it, then yes, you're not going to see any contradictions. But you'd have to have that assumption. You have to assume there are no contradictions before you don't find any. Whereas you find them if you don't assume there aren't any. If you just
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is, and Islam, one of the tenets of Islam is that the Torah has no contradictions. Then if you interpret
Quran, and actually in Islam they do acknowledge that it has contradictions, and they have a handy-dandy excuse for it. The doctrine of abrogation that says that if there's a contradiction in the Quran, the later passage trumps the earlier passages. This is why Islam is inherently violent, because the later passages also unfortunately happen to be the more violent ones, and that's the root cause of most of the violence from Islam in the world today.
Okay, wouldn't you agree that it's an incoherent...
That's special pleading, blimey, yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't you agree that that's fallacious?
Unbelievably so. But it was also a clever dodge. It's a clever... They knew that what they were writing was going to be contradictory, so they come up with an excuse for it. And in the same way that biblical hermeneutics and harmonizing is all about trying to come up with excuses for why contradiction isn't actually a contradiction.
No, wait a second. Wouldn't you say that you would not be... I think we were both in agreement a second ago when you say that when you interpret a text,
yes,
the goal of the interpreter is to understand the intent of the given author of the text.
Yeah, exegetical analysis. Yeah.
Right. So, but now, in order to understand an author, you must interpret the text according to the context of his belief system. Otherwise, you can't understand the text. Now you can easily point out flaws,
but also an understanding of human nature, because in the context of the belief system was that gullibility was a wonderful thing and stupid people are blessed somehow. But in the context of a broader understanding of how cults work and how political ideologies work and how con artists work, yeah, this is clearly a technique used to get the most gullible to join the movement and to come up with an ad hoc rationalization for why it is that less gullible people and more intelligent people don't join. Why would God not want intelligent people to join the church?
Well, it depends on how you're interpreting that verse, right? If you're interpreting the verse in terms of the theology of the person who wrote it, that's not what it means.
Very, very odd theology that would basically say that God favors stupid people and not intelligent people. How does that help anybody? How does that make Christianity? Yeah, but look at it this way: if you want Christianity to flourish to save souls, then why would you make it look like a con? Why would you make it look like it was a con artist invented it in order to scam stupid people into joining his cult? Wouldn't you make it look as open and as intellectually diverse as possible instead of saying intellectuals shouldn't join? Isn't that the exact opposite of what you would do if you wanted people to say in our time period or any other looking back to say, well, this looks like it's legit movement, this looks like it's on the up and up. If you want people to see it as the truth, then you don't behave exactly like all the neighboring cults that were con artist movements, because there were loads of cults at the time, huge numbers of cults, and they're all run by cynical, shambling con artists like Simon Magus, for example, who Paul didn't get along with, and they were all operating the same way. They were all exploiting the gullible and the desperate and the poor and all that kind of stuff.
I would disagree. I'd say Paul was the only guy who shows up at the Areopagus and takes on the Greek philosophers, who by the way...
I'm not talking about the stories in the Bible, I'm talking about history. We know of huge numbers of movements. There's the Mithraists and the Isis sects and massive amounts. I'm talking archaeological evidence here, not the stories that make Paul out to be some sort of superhero that could do all sorts of incredible things. I mean, those stories are ridiculous.
Okay, well, I would wonder what historical method we're using here if we think that the biblical texts were not reliable. But
well, I go over the actual archaeological evidence. Why is it that so many of these movements that existed at the time aren't mentioned in the Bible? It just sort of has Simon Magus. It just has like a supervillain bad guy, and it simplifies. And what about Apollonius of Tyana? Why was he never mentioned? There were loads and loads of these movements. I mean, there's no question of this. We have documentary evidence, we have archaeological evidence. Look up Apollonius of Tyana. Look up the
I don't
ISIS
disagree with you.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm just saying
disagree
they
at all.
weren't mentioned, but there were loads of cults, and they all operated with this cynical method of exploiting the stupid. Except for unless there was unless something else happened, like the Mithraic movement, which became an official cult of the Roman Empire, then all the intellectuals had to go along with it, because otherwise they'd be executed by the state.
But what I'm trying to point out here is that it would be question begging to read a text not based on the beliefs of the author of the text, that is not interpreting it with what in terms of what the author.
Who knows what the belief person? Who knows whether Paul really believed that or not?
Okay, but
we can't assume the beliefs. We can assume something about the cultural and context and some of the motives. But how can you tell the difference between something written by a charlatan trying to con people and someone written by someone who genuinely believed it? I don't know what was in Paul's heart.
Well, I would say that the same way that I interpret anybody, like the statements you're saying right now, I have to assume that what you're saying, first of all, what you're saying you take to be true. I have to assume that you're representing yourself.
You don't have to assume what I'm saying is true.
No, I have to assume that what you're saying you believe is true. That
Not
you're
necessarily. I mean, when I deal with socialists and for example, or like that creationist I dealt with last night, I know for a fact that a certain percentage of them are going along with it for vanity, for ego, for power, and they don't believe what they're saying. A lot of them don't, unfortunately. I mean, in the case of creationists, for example, they definitely don't believe what they're saying because their ideas have been disproved to their very eyes many, many times over on video, and we know that these people are just pandering to a bunch of yuppie idiots. Not yuppies,
Edward, the
rednecks.
distinction there is that you can give a reason, you can give an argument and demonstrate that they don't, in fact.
Yeah, well, in the case of
Paul,
he's operating just like all the other con artist cult leaders.
I don't see the
well, because he's going after the dumbasses and leaving the intellectuals and the educated alone.
That's question begging. Only if.
No, he isn't, because that's what he's saying.
Exactly, but according to whose interpretation?
No, he's not. It's not. I'm not interpreting that that's what he's doing. He's saying that's what he's doing. The question is, why would he do that if he wasn't a con artist? And if it was true, why would he make the religion look like it was a con movement?
Why, I don't understand how that's not an interpretation.
No, because it's a principle of analogy. If he's operating just like all the others, it's question begging to not use the same basic standard of reasoning to one thing as to the other. If I just use the principle of analogy, which is a cornerstone of historical analysis, if I use the principle of analogy, if he's operating exactly like all these other groups, then there's no reason to think he was any different to any of these other groups. And there's nothing different there. Whereas to interpret that as operating differently despite the fact he's operating the same, that's special pleading.
I would agree if we can establish that the correct interpretation of Paul talking about God seeking out the simple-minded has to do with God merely seeking out the simple-minded, rather than saying that God is not interested in exceptionalizing those with intelligence.
Why would he? It's not about exceptionalizing, it's about saving. Why would he want intelligent people to go to hell? Does he want to save people, or doesn't he? If he wants to save people, why would he care about the intelligence of people? And if he wants to save people,
exactly
why would?
Paul's point.
That's exactly Paul's point. Yeah, no, because he's saying go out of your way to avoid getting intelligent people in the room.
No, that's not what he says.
Yeah, because he says that they are to be punished for thinking that they're smart, and so don't go to them. I can't remember the exact words. I wish I had the exact passage in front of me. It's a pain in the arse, actually.
Yeah,
I'm doing this entirely from memory, and it's not very good. But that's essentially because I've read at least 3 different translations, and there are differences between translations that are open to interpretation. But he is essentially saying, don't convert the intelligent, don't go to them. In the same way that he says, don't go to the Jews. They will be the last to convert, which again is another thing you would say if you were a con artist, because the whole point of Paul's message is that he is saying that Jesus fulfills Scripture, and the only people that would be qualified to assess that truth claim would be the Jews. And he's saying, so the people most qualified to assess whether or not I'm telling them the truth, go to them last. Again, that's very, very suspicious. And even if it was an innocent explanation, why would God tell Paul to go out of his way to operate in a way that looks extremely suspicious? How does that save souls? Because someone like me, who just wants something to look like it's on the up and up, isn't going to go for it. I am now down to hell because of a mistake that Paul made or God made or whatever in making the religion operate the way that a con artist movement would operate.
Right, but the problem is that the statement that the religion operates like a con artist depends on the interpretation of this passage, and the interpretation of this passage depends on having a basis for interpreting it. Now,
the analysis of similar movements at the same time period and common sense. I mean, if you're operating, come on, if all con movements operate certain ways, and if Paul is operating exactly the same way, what reasoning do you have to get out of saying that he's most likely a con artist if you don't already have a bias to bring to the table?
But if the argument that Paul is like the con artists in certain ways depends on a specific interpretation, and that interpretation cannot be defended, then there's no reason to take up the argument. The argument has no basis.
Well, it's not really much of an interpretation. He said, convert the least educated, don't convert the educated.
I think you're thinking of 1 Corinthians 3, and it's talking about God. It's talking about the nature of the Christian ideology and the way that a person thinks after they're a Christian being foolishness according to the religions and philosophies outside of Christianity.
Yes, I know that that's the explanation, that's the rationalization, but what's the procedure? What's the actual behavior that he is implementing here? He is implementing a policy, a standard policy, going to the least educated, and you could buy that explanation. Oh, well, it's his way of saying that we are all fools to God. But the problem is, in practice, what it is a movement exploiting the least educated, and inducting the least educated, and avoiding the hell out of the most educated. And that's what they do in practice. That's what they do.
I'm going to be honest. I don't. Nothing comes to mind when you keep using this phrase, "convert the least educated." I cannot think of a verse where Paul says,
"Go to the least educated." Don't go to the educated. Don't go to the learned. Go to the least educated. We all go to the fools.
Where does he say that? I don't remember.
He either says go to the fools, or we are, or God loves the fool, or whatever it is.
He does.
Yeah, he does say love. You could say that. You could say that fool is his way of saying everybody in a sense. But why make the distinction between the educated and non-educated?
Let me read the passage real quick that I think you're talking about. This might not be it, but let me read it real quick. It's 1 Corinthians 3. And it's 18 to the end, basically. It says, "Do not deceive yourselves. If any of you think you are wise, by the standards of this age, you should become fools, so that you may become wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. As it is written, He catches the wise in their craftiness. And again, the Lord knows that the thoughts of the wise are futile. So then, no more boasting about human leaders. All things are yours, whether Paul or Apollos or Cephas, or the world or life or death, or the present or the future, all are yours, and you are of Christ, and Christ is of God." Now, two points about this passage. Number one, Paul is arguing against people who are idolizing him as a thinker. He's saying, look, don't be a follower of me, don't be a follower of Apollos, don't be a follower of Cephas. Be a follower of God. If we happen to be teaching truth about God, then great. But we're just messengers. That's the words of a humble man, not the word of a con artist. And
he is demanding that you take his word for it, though.
Second point. He doesn't say to ignore intelligent people, or that intelligent people can't be saved. What he's saying is that the zeitgeist philosophies of the day have an incoherent view about wisdom. They don't have any idea about wisdom is, because God is the one who defines wisdom, and they defy God.
He does. You mean he defines it? That's the problem. He's basically saying ignore all the educated, intelligent people today. That would mean Aristotle. That would mean Socrates. That would mean Hippocrates. That would mean all the bedrock of reason that we have today. He's saying cast aside reason, cast aside every philosophy and every thinker in the world, and just listen to me. And he can hide behind his false vanity and say, oh, well, I'm really humble, I'm stupid compared to God. But it's his word we have to take for this. He's the oracle of God. Without Paul, you don't have anything from God at all.
If his words are not inspired, right?
Yeah, but it's a false humility, because he's basically saying, I am telling you things wiser and better than any other person on the planet. But I'm really humble. I mean, I just don't buy that. Come on.
Edward, the problem is that objection only works if it's
I just
already.
apply to him the same standards as I apply to every other human being that has ever lived.
Yeah, but the
human
problem.
race.
Here's the problem.
So you're
When
saying
you read other human
like,
beings,
yeah,
when you read
you're
other
saying
human beings, do you think that
it's
they're
not
inspired?
inconsistent to avoid special pleading. It's special pleading to say that Paul can't be judged by the same standards as every other human being that has ever lived. That's special pleading.
Only.
No, it's special
only
pleading.
if it's
Period. That's
uninspired.
special pleading. But in saying it's not inspired, that's your special pleading argument. That's the problem here. You're in a circle here. I'm being consistent. I'm saying Paul is sounding like an arrogant ass who's saying that ignore every intelligent person that's ever lived. I'm telling you that straight dope.
He doesn't
I'm
say
the
ignore.
only person you should listen to. Or the
He
other
doesn't say
apostles.
ignore. He just says that he just points out that we shouldn't be following somebody because they happen to have high authority given the zeitgeist of the age. He's saying that our foundation for thinking should be the revelation of God.
Him, in other words, he is the standard, not reason. Remember, reason existed. Reason existed at this point.
Edward,
If we were alive today,
I agree with you. He is.
If we were alive today, he would be some nutcase in a airport area, basically saying, listen to me, don't listen to the scientists, don't listen to anybody with PhDs, don't listen to anybody that knows what they're talking about, don't listen to historians. He's a Joseph Smith. He's basically saying, listen to me, don't listen to anybody else, and that's that. Because even if he's saying it's not me that's wiser than anybody else, it's God. I'm just his oracle. Oh, right. Nobody else can hear him, just me. But don't take my word for it. That's what he means. Take my word for it.
That's not Paul's argument. If you look at Paul's theology, he says elsewhere in his epistles that the revelation of God is prevalent throughout the world, that no one is unaware of it. But
he's the one that writes the theology. He's the one that writes the standard practices for the church. I mean, you can say other people listen to God, but it's the Pauline epistles, not the everyone in the first century epistles. It's his work. He sets the doctrine. He sets the theology. He invented Christianity in a theological sense. Without him, you'd have a story about some guy who got himself nailed to a 2x4 because he pissed off the Romans. With him, you have a vast interpretation.
He invented Christianity in the historical sense. Christianity had long existed, pre-existed its historical advent, theologically.
Not that long. I mean, he was coming along. I mean, Peter and the rest of them were illiterate Galilean fishermen. What do they know? They didn't really create Christianity.
Edward, what I'm saying is
that pick them as idiots.
Edward, what I'm saying is that the faith of, say, Hebrews under the Egyptians is the same faith that Paul has.
Well, the Jews would disagree with you on that one.
Yes. I mean, but the fact that philosophers disagree about one thing doesn't mean that that there's no truth on the matter. So.
Yeah, but this is religion, so there's a good chance that there's no truth. That's the problem. We're not dealing with reasoning. He's saying to ignore reason. He's saying to cast aside all the thoughts of all the wisest people that have ever lived. He's saying take a big dump on Aristotle and just listen to me.
Not at all. He's just saying...
Because what criteria would you say other people were not correctly interpreting God if they disagreed with Paul? Yes? That's standard doctrine in Christianity.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's standard to any kind of point of view, right? If you have a source... hold on.
There's no independent reasoning in religion.
Hold on. If you have a source of content, and you take that content to be true, then it follows by logic that if anything disagrees with that content, then it's false.
Yeah,
right? That's basic reasoning.
Yeah, but he is the source of truth. He is the standard of truth.
No. The God who speaks
what humility he
is
has
the source of truth.
Pardon? What's the source of truth?
His God, the one who's inspiring him, right?
Yeah, but no, that's special pleading. You're assuming that there's a God. You're assuming he represents him.
And you're assuming that there isn't.
What? No, I'm just judging. I'm being consistent here. I'm not applying any special standard to him. I am looking at him as a human being who is saying stuff. You're assuming he's an oracle of God. I'm just saying, just because he claims to be, that doesn't mean that we have any reason to consider it a possibility, because there's so many other people doing the same thing and they all contradict each other, etc. I'm being consistent here. I'm just applying reasoning to him. You are applying special pleading and an article of faith to him. huge difference in terms of intellectual defensibility there.
I would say it is. I would agree with you. It is special pleading if you can establish that it's not inspired.
No, it's special pleading.
If it's inspired.
No. It's special pleading unless I believe your special pleading argument. Saying it's inspired is the special pleading argument. It's
No.
special
If we're talking about water and we're talking about its use for bathing and drinking and all these things, and then I bring up how carbon doesn't work, and then you say, no, all chemicals are that way. You're just special pleading because carbon should be no different. That's a very silly argument.
No, I'm just using basic logic. I mean, human beings all operate according to certain rules. When a human being says something that contradicts reason, they are irrational. When a human being says something that isn't true, they are lying. When a human being starts a religion and operates just like all the other people, uses all the same kind of tricks and techniques and everything else, and the passage I was thinking of wasn't that passage. I was thinking of two different passages, that passage and another passage where he talks about don't go to the educated or to the Jew. He specifically says that in another passage. I just can't remember which one. But I find it very suspicious he says don't go to the Jew because, of course, again, they were the only people in the world capable of assessing whether or not his interpretations of Scripture were correct. Because if he is wrong about Jesus fulfilling Scripture, Christianity is screwed. And the only people capable of making that assessment were the rabbis and the Pharisees of the time. And he's saying that they're the one group of people you don't go to. And again, that's covering the tracks. That's what it looks like to me, just looking at it as you would look at any other person from any other movement. It's the same thing with Zoroastrians. If Zoroastrians claimed, Mithrists claimed that Mithras fulfilled prophecies of Zoroastrianism. Now, if I read the Mithrists saying, don't listen to any of the Zoroastrians about what we're saying, I'd be very suspicious. Same with creationists. Creationists say, don't talk to scientists. But don't listen to them. Don't read science textbooks. Only get it from us. And it's special pleading. It's very, very, very dubious. And I'm just being consistent here. I'm applying the same principles of reasoning to Paul as I would to any other human being on the planet, and I'm not going in there assuming ahead of time, as you guys say, he is the exception to the rule.
Okay, but why not?
Why would I? Why would I take a leap ahead of time? This is what being rational means. This is what being reasonable means. You establish a set of principles that are rational and empirically valid, and you apply them consistently here. I am saying consistency is rational. Inconsistency.
But there's no inconsistency here. I've said that
special pleading is an inconsistency. That's why it's a lot.
This is my consistent standard that I apply to every book. If it is not the revelation of God, X, Y, Z. If it is the revelation of God, not X, Y, Z. That is my consistent standard.
That's not a consistent standard. That's special pleading, because that only applies to one particular religion, the one you happen to go to. That's your justification for your special pleading, but that's still special pleading. That doesn't get you off the hook in the slightest.
Not at all. We would not treat water like carbon. When something has certain properties, when something has a certain ontology,
yeah, but
we don't treat it as if
it is not any objective fact.
Edward, let me finish here. Listen to what I'm saying. When something has a given ontology, we don't contradict that ontology. We don't treat it as if it doesn't have that ontology. Now, if you want to say that there's no reason to believe that the Bible has the ontology that Christians give it, that's fine. Yes. But what is the basis for that statement?
Analysis of the Bible but compared to any other book.
But the problem is then your analysis becomes moot because it's just based on the presupposition that it doesn't have the ontology which you're testing in the first place.
Well, because the principle of analogy is what we would apply to anything else. No, it's not, because I'm just applying the principle of analogy. You could say that about anything. You could say that the consistent standard applied to anything is an assumption, is a presupposition, but it's a principle, it's a standard, it's rational. You're basically, because I could use your exact same reasoning to say the Quran is true, or the Book of Mormon is true. Your special pleading applies just as much to anything else because it's special pleading.
Okay, I don't think you understand the special pleading fallacy. The special pleading fallacy is committed when you do not follow a standard consistently. There has been no standard which I have applied somewhere and not applied.
You don't have a standard. Because
I do. my standard.
You don't have a standard. Your standard was built to rationalize the Christian belief.
No, my standard was built.
It's not like you had the standard beforehand.
My system is built to be consistent with Christian belief. But there's no
because it's a rationalization of Christian belief. What's the difference?
Okay, that argument can be made about anything. You could just say, "Oh, you just believe that because it's rationalizing."
Yeah,
but that's
I
a very
have to
silly
be
argument.
consistent to reason because I wish to be rational. You want to be consistent to Christianity because you're Christian, but that's not the same thing because Christianity isn't a standard of reason. It is a belief system in itself that needs to be validated or debunked through reason.
That's just a genetic fallacy.
No. There is a fundamental difference between reason and a belief system. Reason is what you use to analyze belief systems. Belief systems are not standards by which you analyze other things. Not if you wish to establish the truth of them.
Okay, but your beliefs about reason are part of your belief system, yeah?
Pardon?
Your beliefs about and of reason are part of your belief system, yeah?
They're axiomatic. The nature of the universe follows certain principles, as observed and as determined through reason. Everything, I'm just basically integrating all of the data from the universe. That's all I'm doing. And no integrated and rational mind says that empirical facts aren't what they are. No integrated and rational mind says that reasoning isn't what it is.
I mean, I don't think you're answering my question though. I agree with all that, but what I'm saying is, yeah, except, and it's also follows that those are beliefs you have about the nature of reason, yes?
No.
No, you don't believe that?
I'm going to have to get a drink because we've been talking for hours. Anybody else want to take them on? Do you want to address? Can you read the group chat? You can address the group chat. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I really should have taken off earlier, but I'll see what I need to say. What? Okay, let's see. Infamy says, what does one need to do to have God talk to them? Exists, I would say. The Christian perspective is that it is innate to being humans that we know God and his character. Tifa says, God has never talked to me. Well, I'd say that that's the claim that's in question, right? That is exactly the dispute of Christianity versus non-Christianity. Maybe I talked to Jimmy or through him now. Maybe he's possessed. Naturalism, in a sense, is true. Of course, though, more is needed. I should explain myself while he's gone? I think that would be counterproductive for me. Yeah, I would disagree with you. I think that naturalism is incoherent. That is the main issue between Christianity and objectivism, is that objectivism assumes that human beings right now, and as they've been through most of documented history, are in their natural state, are in their normal state, and have the faculties and capacities to reason properly, to seek out a society that has progress, and so on and so forth. And I would say I don't think any philosophy of naturalism that you can look at in history has accomplished that feat. All of the philosophers in history have failed to come up with an ideology that accounts for things like rationality, progress, society, and so forth without invoking the Christian idea of God's revelation.
So how come civilizations are able to develop and flourish without any Judeo-Christian influence? I mean, how does China and India exist?
Because they commit the ultimate act of copyright infringement. They borrow what is only possible given that Christianity is true, and then claim
they're older than Christianity.
Wait, hold on. And then claim that their own worldview can account for that sort of thing.
Right. Well, that could be special pleading from, again, because you're saying Christianity is the one thing that's true and all the others are imitators. That's special pleading. That's the problem.
No, every
you started to question reasoning itself because you couldn't get out of that.
No, not not at all. If the concept
You
of
asked me
reason,
what basis do I use reason? You know, you're trying to make my use of reason equivalent to a religious position because you can't get out of the fact that all of your reasoning is special pleading.
I mean, I don't see how.
I mean, you're looking at
anything
China
here
and
I said is
India,
special pleading. I've
thousands of
been
years older than
consistent in
Christianity,
my.
and saying they just copy your religion.
So hold on. I can only, I can't answer my questions if you don't listen.
Yeah,
to me.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's we should be winding this down at some point. I'm waiting for Mr. Cropper to come back. Hopefully he will, or he's gone to bed.
Brandon Crawford.
Yes.
Oh, I think he stated that he was going to sleep, but he would leave the chat on.
Ah, yes, he does that. I'm always the last one standing usually.
Well, I should have left a while ago too because it's pretty late here. So I appreciate the conversation, Edward. A lot of this is good stuff to think about. What I would challenge you, since you are very interested in history, what I would challenge you is can you defend a position that has been stated in history which is coherent outside of reliance on Christian theology and the things which it asserts?
I've never relied on Christian theology for anything, and nobody outside of Christianity ever has either.
That's the claim in question.
Yeah, but look, Aristotle didn't need Christianity, and he invented logic.
No, that's the claim I'm asking you to defend.
I just did. I mean, what's
you just
wrong?
repeated the claim. That's question begging.
No. I mean, I basically just point out that there are loads of good worldviews, loads of good ways of thinking that have borne incredible fruit that have nothing to do with the Judeo-Christian values. I mean, scientific reasoning, for example, has. Well, do I need to justify scientific reasoning? Do I need to justify all the products of science? No, it's self-evident. It's all around you. That's got nothing to do with any Judeo-Christian reasoning.
That it's the final claim that is what's under wraps here. What is the evidence that it has nothing to do with Christianity?
Well, why would it have anything to do with Christianity? Christianity believes in a first-century Galilean carpenter that got nailed by 2x4 and then came back to life. What's that got to do with scientific reasoning?
No. That's a caricature, right? Christianity believes that God became incarnate in order to
like the ancient Greeks did about Zeus.
Hardly. Have you read the theology of Zeus?
Yeah.
They're not even remotely analogous.
He would appear as a humble beggar and be persecuted by people all around him, and a way to test their piety and their morality.
Yes, exactly. In a way to test their piety, Zeus also
he humbled himself as Jesus humbled himself, seeking not equality with God, etc.
Yes, to test the piety of others. Jesus didn't come merely to test the piety of others.
No,
Zeus did not come to save people for himself. Jesus did. Zeus does not have a theology which considers his existence a se.
Buddha came to save us from the karmic wheel of death and rebirth.
Yeah, Christianity doesn't posit a wheel of time. I mean, I could list.
No, I don't care. I mean, it's just arbitrary assertions. It's just arbitrary. Everything you could say about Christianity is just arbitrary assertions. I don't really, it's not.
I don't understand. Clarifying my belief system is arbitrary?
Well, I mean, you're saying it as if that somehow, and makes it true. Because you're basically saying that this is the standard, this is the only way.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Because you're saying that you can't understand things except in Judeo-Christian terms. That's ridiculous.
No. Hold on. What I said was, you made an argument that Christianity can be discounted because it shares certain qualities with other religions. What I pointed out with is that's a myopic argument because
it's
Christianity also has significant differences.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I mean, you used the example of Zeus.
Yeah,
Zeus came for a different reason than Jesus came, and Zeus is a different kind of god than the god of Christianity.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about peculiarities of theology. I'm talking about its characteristics as a movement. I'm talking about the behavior of its leaders. I'm talking about its policies. I'm talking about how it behaves. The reason it exists is because it enacted certain policies. It did certain things. It was promoted in certain ways from the very, very beginning. And if it operates just like every other religion, why would just because its theology has some differences, just because Jesus' name is different from Zeus's name, that doesn't mean anything. That's not a distinction with a difference. That's a
Okay,
distinction with no difference.
The 3 points about that. The first point is, I don't think it's a good argument which says let's ignore
if they're trivial and
doctrines. No. That's a loaded word fallacy. What you're actually saying is let's ignore doctrines of this system and merely look at the results of it in practice when they should be taken as interrelated. Point number 2 about that is
it doesn't matter the
way that Christianity was practiced throughout history was significantly different than any kind of religion in Greek, in the classical era of Greek thought.
No, it wasn't. The cynics
how about
behaved in a
fatalism?
very similar manner. In fact, cynics and Christians were constantly mistaken for each other because they were so similar. The Mithraic religion was again very, very similar, built on a blood sacrifice motif. It took over the Roman Empire in exactly the same way. It was an offshoot of a Middle Eastern religion in exactly the same way, etc., etc.
Yeah, there are. No one is saying that there aren't similarities. That is to be expected.
There isn't a single thing about Christianity which is unique.
Yeah. Okay. How about fatalism?
Fatalism? Oh,
yes,
no,
fatalism is innate to.
No. Zoroastrianism was fatalistic. Zoroastrians believed that in a sort of inevitable end of the world struggle between the good god and the bad god. You got the Ragnarok beliefs of the Nordics. Loads of fatalism in there.
No. That has to do with end of history, which, by the way, is significantly different than Christianity's. Christianity is about God rescuing people from sin, not about
end of the world is end of the world. From my point of view, end of the world is the end of the world. I get destroyed anyway.
Edward, that's disappointing. That just means you're not willing to look at the devils and the details here that you were talking about so much earlier.
Because I am talking about the details. I'm talking about the big picture. I'm talking about the details. So I'll talk about it on any level you like.
Okay, let's talk about the fatalism of the Greeks. The Greeks believed that the gods were limited, that they vied for power between each other. They had combat, they had to share power, they had to fight over the world, and the world was just kind of the victim of all the stuff that the gods' chaos. Christianity believes that the world is not the victim of fate, that our actions actually have meaning because God Himself.
Oh, I thought you were talking about fatalism within Christianity, because there's loads of that.
Okay, if we define fatalism as the belief that a certain event is inevitable regardless of events prior to it, then there's none of that in Christianity.
Right, so you're arguing with cause and effect. Well, yeah, because you could say that God is ultimately in control of everything. But what about all the belief that He withdraws His power from the world? I mean, look, all these Christians today are saying, well, he couldn't protect us because we weren't praying in schools and that kind of stuff.
Well, you don't see me arguing that.
No, but there's a huge part of that. God, the rulers of this age, for example, which is a term that Paul used, is a reference to demons that God basically handed the governing ship of the world over to, and that was a common belief in the early church. Because rulers of the age, archons of this age, archons could either be rulers or demons. That's a minutiae, because obviously Christians interpret that somewhat differently. Some of them do anyway.
Yeah, but I don't see why this is an objection.
I mean, saying that the world is handed over into demons and that the world's going to end and that most people are going to go to hell is pretty fatalistic. And there's Calvinism, that's really fatalistic. I mean,
well, I'm a Calvinist, but I think that the way I just defined fatalism.
Well, according to you, don't go to hell, and was probably always meant to. That's not fatalistic, blimey.
No. Again, if we're looking at the fatalism that is exemplified in Greco-Roman religion,
I'll take that over Christianity. I'll take a bunch of incompetent gods over me being built to go to hell any day.
Yeah, I mean, you have that choice, I guess, but that's
which one depresses you more? I mean, at least
I don't find Calvinism at all depressing.
Really? Well, that's because you're not the one going to hell.
Well, I don't know that you are not going to heaven. Why would I say that you're going to hell?
Well, because if I'm not, you believe that I'm either meant to from the very beginning go to hell, or meant to from the very beginning go to hell. And obviously, I'm not going to become a Christian, so I'm going to go to hell.
But not regardless of your actions.
Yeah, regardless of my actions. That's Calvinism, predetermined.
Sure, but the
Yeah,
difference between that
that's why
and
Calvin believed that
fatalism.
babies go to hell, which is why he was so unpopular in his own time period, because that's freaking sick.
Yeah, but that's not okay.
All to go to hell. How lovely.
You were asking for distinctions between Christianity and other religions. I've given
Well,
you
the
one.
ancient Greeks
It
believed
does
that
not.
everybody went to the underworld by default. So that's, in a sense that's actually worse, I guess, but depends on your point of view.
Well, the underworld of Greek theology is very different than
Yeah, there was a
Sheol.
shitty bit. There was a shitty part of it.
Sure, yeah.
And there were lots of people that went there, supposedly.
Yeah, the big difference is that in Greek theology stresses the nature of space. That is that hell is a place you go to, whereas in Christian theology, it has less to do about where you are as that you are in the presence of God, who is,
Right.
which is basically, I mean, if you're truly a hedonist, then you would be a Christian because being in the presence of God is the ultimate joy.
Right, supposedly. I mean, I don't know why I'd want to be in the presence of someone like that, because he's a genocidal, mass-murdering psychopath. So why would I be in the presence of someone that, like, commits genocide? How is that pleasant? It'd be like sharing a bed with Hitler. How unpleasant.
Edward, we keep bringing up different objections here. I can only answer one at a
Yeah,
time.
I know, but that's the problem. There's like a million of them. I mean,
Well, can we address
God
one?
ordered his followers to commit genocide. He is therefore genocidal. Therefore, why would anybody in their right mind want to be in his presence? It's the same thing with Zeus. Zeus had a presence that you had to be special in order to be able to withstand. It's the same kind of thinking.
If you have to shift the goalpost in order to defend one objection, then I would say they all fall.
Yeah, well, I'm not shifting goalposts. I'm just pointing. I'm just, one thought leads to another thought. I can't help where my chain of thought leads to.
Well, let's stick with the topic. I mean, you can pick one topic, but it's just pointless to say.
Yeah.
There is.
Well, all you did was just special plead and then try to explain within the context of your own theology why your special pleading isn't special pleading. You're just going around in circles.
Not at all. I pointed out different essential properties between the theology of Christianity and the theology of Greco-Roman Hellenism.
But we were dealing. I'm going back to the whole Bible talk, but there are differences, but there are also a lot of similarities. And the point is that you're going to get that even regardless of whether or not Christianity is true or false. Every religion has some unique characteristics, but every religion also borrows very heavily from all the other religions. And Christianity has a mixture of unique characteristics, but not unique in any way that would indicate that it's true, because every story of every work of fiction has an original idea or two, but every story and work of fiction also borrows heavily from everything else. I'm just being consistent in my analogy here. I'm using principle of analogy. Christianity has a mixture of unique and borrowed, just like every other religion. Its followers, its leaders operate in a cynical, manipulative way, just like all the other leaders. It's just what other conclusion am I supposed to come to? Because your criteria for judging these things is Christian, so you're presupposing. I'm not. I'm just using reason. It's just a tool that history has shown works very, very well. I don't have an agenda. I just want to know other than to find the truth.
Yeah, the problem is that's begging the question without with elusive terms. It is true that you don't presuppose the Christian conception of human faculties of reason or principles of or the science of correct thinking.
I don't buy excuses when something looks dodgy.
But you do presuppose an alternative. And it is precisely that alternative that I don't think is sufficient.
But the alternative is nothing to do with this. The alternative is what I used.
That
belief is the product of my reasoning, but it's irrelevant.
Belief.
I could not be an objectivist, and it would still be exactly the same. I just use reason. Right now, I'm just a reasoner. My objectivism is completely incidental.
Edward, this is why I'm asking for self-consciousness, because the belief that your inability to establish that you can, for example, think rationally without relying on the revelation of God, has nothing to do with...
that's not a belief. That's your convoluted reasoning. Because
you don't believe that you can think without relying on God?
I don't think that the term means anything. I think you're just throwing words at me that mean something to you within the context of your religion. But to me, what does God mean? What does it mean reasoning without God or with God or whatever?
You said you were
That's
familiar
just all
with,
theological gibberish.
You said you were familiar with the history of Christianity, right?
Oh, well aware of it, and I'm well aware that it's gibberish.
Okay, what is the argument that it's gibberish then?
Because the term God has no meaning. I mean, it's
But
not
what
a
is the
logical.
argument that it has no meaning?
Well, because it doesn't. What does it refer to in reality? What logical definition is there? Because
Okay, but you should, if you've studied,
no evidence for its existence.
if you studied the history of the church and you know anything about the history of its theology, then you should at least be able to spell out what the church takes to be its referent.
Yeah, those are different references, but I can't be bothered to go through them.
Are you familiar with the Reformed? Are you familiar with the Reformed conception of God?
Doesn't mean anything. The point is that terms used to define him don't mean anything. They're negating terms. All the terms used to define it. Omnipotent doesn't mean anything. Omniscient doesn't mean anything. Immortal doesn't mean anything because it's a negation of a term that we do know.
Well, that's kind of silly, right? If I say
I'm saying he is omnibenevolent or merciful or any of those things, those are contradictory terms. You can't say he's infinitely just and infinitely benevolent, for example.
Why not?
Well, because if you're just, you can't be benevolent. You have to basically act according to a just principle. If a judge was infinitely benevolent, he'd never be able to sentence anyone. How would that make him infinitely just?
Okay, the Christian, at least the Reformed Christian conception has been that God is infinitely gracious and infinitely just. What it means to be infinitely gracious is that there is no factor outside of God which limits the fact that he is gracious, the extent to which he is gracious, the degree to which, blah, 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 blah. Nothing outside
your own
of
definitions
God.
to support your own definitions.
I mean, on what grounds?
Well, because if you don't use those terms to describe anything else, you're using a special definition of gracious to back up a special definition of
God's not like anything else.
Yeah, that's my point.
So your argument is that because I believe in a being that is unique, my belief is false.
Well, every aspect of it is unique. The terms you use, the logic you use, the reasoning you use.
Do you know what benevolence means?
Pardon?
You were just using those words as if you knew what they meant. Benevolence. You can't say that.
I know what you think they mean. I know what omnibenevolent means to you, but I know that it actually, in reality, has no example.
Okay. What?
I need to build.
What is the argument that has no example in reality?
What the hell does it even mean? Again, what does it mean outside of Christian? Can you explain what it means not using Christian terminology? Can you explain any of your terms and any of your reasoning without using Christian theology? Because when I said to you, why is it not special pleading to basically assume that Paul was on the level when he operates just like a con artist, you basically say, well, it's because of my criteria of Christianity. Can you justify it without using any Christian reasoning at all? Or theology or whatever? Can you think outside of your bubble? Can you think outside? You step outside of Christianity.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what.
Well, exactly. That's my problem. You can't see outside of your own echo chamber. You can't see outside of your. You're in a feedback loop and you can't escape it.
What does that mean though? Like speak in terms of philosophy. Speak in terms of the science of logic, for example.
I just did. My philosophy. You have a worldview which uses its own terms and its own exclusive frame of reference.
All worldviews do that.
No, they don't. I mean, if I'm talking like about economics, for example, I'm going to be using statistics, I'm going to be using historical data, I'm going to be using terminology and mathematics that are not unique to economics. I'm going to be when I say 1 + 1 = 2 in the context of mathematics or in the context of physics or in the context of economics, it's the same frame of reference even in all of those three areas.
Yeah,
you, on the other hand, have no frame of reference outside of Christianity.
Because you're committing an analogical fallacy there. The frames of reference that you used on the one analog are math, science, economics, which are dimensions of learning and education. Christianity is a worldview, not a dimension of education. So that analogy doesn't work.
Well, that's my problem with worldviews as a whole. I mean, they are entirely, well, self-supporting, but not supported by anything else. It's a house of cards because there is no reality outside of it.
I hate to break it to you, but that is a self-refuting statement because it's coming out of your worldview.
No, it's not. It's coming out of reason. It's an
observation. That's your worldview. Your commitment to this concept of reason, which is self-authenticating to you.
Reason isn't a worldview. It's not. Reason isn't self-authenticating. 1 + 1 = 2 isn't self-authenticating. You try running your life without it. I mean self-authenticating in the sense that internal to your own mind. This is solipsism. That you're selling solipsism. You're selling that it makes sense in your head. It makes sense in your worldview. But it doesn't have to make sense to anybody else or from any other frame of reference.
No. That's not what I said. What I said was there is no meaning to the word sense. There is no meaning to the word understanding. Those are unintelligible utterances, unless we have beliefs that are tantamount to Christian theism.
Yeah, that's my problem. That's presuppositionalism. You're so desperate to justify your belief system that you're prepared to slash and burn all of intellectual and civilizational history in order to make so that Christianity is the only one left standing on the hill. That is horrifically nihilistic. It's Christianity, and the rest of the universe can go to hell.
I mean, Edward, you're giving a lot of these claims here, but I mean, not even one. I keep asking for establishment.
You said that you have to have a Christian frame of reference to be able to think at all. You're basically denying that any form of other frame of reference, any form of reasoning, any form of logic works, because I point out that you have nothing but special pleading, and everything is built upon your own presuppositions. Your justifications for Christianity depend upon a belief in Christianity. You're in a feedback loop, and your justification for that is that nothing else can be trusted, which is a rationalization for a rationalization for a rationalization.
What do you mean Christianity depends on Christianity for its justification?
You just demonstrated that.
Well, no, but what I mean, do you mean justification in the epistemological sense? Do you mean justification in the sense of an argument? Do you mean justification? Okay, no, I never used the premise.
You said that you had to have a Christian frame of reference. The only reasoning only really makes sense in the Christian frame of reference.
Yeah, just like Aristotle said that you cannot have any kind of thinking whatsoever unless you have logic.
Yeah, logic is a way of integrating your thoughts.
No, logic is a set of principles which govern thought.
Yeah, but you use that to integrate. But the point is that logic is a tool.
That's what you do with Christianity.
Logic is, no. Christianity is a truth claim that has to be analyzed using logic like any other truth claim. You're saying that your truth claim doesn't have to be analyzed using logic because it has its own internal reasoning, which is the only way that anything can make sense.
No,
again, you're in a bubble and you're just saying that there is nothing else outside the bubble.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was in the same way that if one does not believe in the reliability or the existence of logical principles, one could never have an intelligible conversation with someone else. So also, if one does not presuppose Christian theism, one couldn't have anything either.
I don't need to presuppose logic. I can see that it works. The logical get the results and the illogical don't. An engineer that doesn't use logic has an engine that doesn't work.
How do you verify the results of that experiment without logic?
All of reality. All of reality, literally, because logic comes after empirical observation. Everything in your senses. You're basically saying that I need to cast aside logic and every single evidence of my senses. All evidence, all empiricism, and all logic have to be cast by the wayside to support your religious beliefs. I mean, that's amazing.
Not at all. No.
You just said
What I'm saying is that in the same way that you cannot, go about doing mathematics without the axioms of whatever mathematical dimension that you're using, like say if you're working with classical geometry, then you need Euclidean axioms.
Yes,
in the same way that if you're dealing with modal logic, you need rules of inference. So in the same way as when you exist and go about your entire life and go about your thinking, you need to rely on and at least subconsciously accept Christian theism.
No, because I only have to rely on Christian theism to justify being a Christian. I don't. Whereas anybody can use logic. Anybody can. These are universal frames of reference that anybody can use. No, they are objective. Your belief system isn't objective. I don't use anything of Christianity, and neither does anybody else. You can say that they do. You can say that they use your frame of reference, but that's just an assertion. Anybody could say that. You could be a Muslim presuppositionalist and say exactly the same thing. You demonstrate
anybody can say something about anything. People disagree about everything, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a truth about the matter.
Yes, and it helps to get to the truth using reason. It doesn't help to say that your particular religion is the only frame of reference that anybody should use.
Nothing
That's
about that
special
is
pleading.
unreasonable.
Look, end of story. Presuppositionalism is special pleading. End of story. As I've demonstrated that, as you've demonstrated. Anyway, I think we should wrap this up. I do hope that you actually turn up for later shows, but I think everybody should leave. Otherwise, this thing's going to go on forever, and we don't want an infinite load of hours on the YouTube file.
Yeah, that's a safe assumption. All right. Well, Edward, I hope you have a what is it? 10 o'clock in the morning over there?
11 o'clock. I'm about to go out for lunch.
Awesome. Enjoy your lunch.
I will. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Have a good one.